Okay, good morning, everyone. So let's start the first session in the morning. My name is Hao Wang from Rutgers University. So I'll be the moderator for the first session. So this session, we will have one invited keynote speaker and also one local speaker. So first speaker is Professor Tarek Saeed from University of British Columbia, Canada. So Professor Saeed is currently a professor at UBC. He also has a number of prestigious awards, including the UBC Distinguished University Scholar, the ITE Wilbur Smith Distinguished Transportation Educator Award, the Canadian Society of Civil Engineering Stanford Fleming Award, the Transportation Association of Canada Academic Merit Award, and also several Best Paper and Teaching Awards. Dr. Saeed is also a fellow of the Canadian Academy of Engineering, the Engineering Institute of Canada, and also the Canadian Society of Civil Engineering. Dr. Saeed is the editor-in-chief of the Canadian Journal of Civil Engineering, and also the director of the Bureau of the Intelligent Transportation Systems and the Freight Society at UBC. Dr. Saeed also received 2 early promotions to associate professor and also full professor. He also served as the chair of the transportation and also computer application divisions of the Canadian Society of Civil Engineering. So now let's welcome Professor Saeed talk about advances in sustainable transportation safety management.
So the title of my presentation is Advances in Sustainable Transportation Safety Management. This is a brief outline of my presentation. I'm going to talk about surface transportation challenges. I'm going to talk about one of these challenges, the road safety epidemic. I'm going to talk about sustainable road safety approaches. And I'm going to give several case studies from projects we're doing worldwide. And then I will end with some conclusions. Surface transportation is at a crossroads. The mobility we all value and we prize so highly is threatened. And it is threatened because of 3 main challenges. The first one is safety. Every year, we have 1.3 million fatalities because of our roads worldwide. And for each one of these fatalities, we have 40 injuries. So another 40 million injuries. Congestion is also a big issue. Congestion is exacting a large toll on the quality of life of people worldwide, and I think Kuwait is a good example. Many people are suffering from congestion and delays. And then finally, the environment. Transportation is implicated in many of the environmental problems we face today, mainly air pollution and heavy energy use. But there are some good news. Surface transportation seems to be on the cusp of a new era of smart transportation. So the application of information and communication technologies will lead to totally interconnected road infrastructure, travelers, and transportation modes, leading to enhanced mobility, higher safety, and minimum impact, environmental impact. Also, the expanding use of information and communication technologies will allow us to collect huge amount of data, what we call big data. And this big data will likely completely change the ways we plan, design, operate, and manage our road network. So I'm going to focus on one of these challenges, road safety, because of the high impact on human life. So road safety is an epidemic. As I said, every year we have 1.3 million fatalities and about 40 million injuries. Can you think of any other profession that has a product? And this product for us is the road system. So we have a product that's associated with 1.3 million fatalities. And we are getting away with it by blaming the road user of the system. So can you think of a mechanical engineer, for example, who invents a machine to cut wood, and people are cutting their fingers, and he's insisting that the machine is fine. We are designing a good machine, but the workers are not using the machine correctly. We have 1.3 million fatalities of our product, which is a road system. Just to give you a magnitude of the problem, annually, 1,100 people lose their lives in air crashes. But 3,500 people will lose their lives today on highways and roads, every day. Just from Canada, the cost of road collisions to the Canadian economy is $62 billion, about 5% of GDP. I was checking numbers for Kuwait, and I think we have about 500 fatalities every year and 70,000 collisions. This is huge. However, this is a hidden epidemic. It doesn't make the news. We don't talk about it that much. Why? Because these fatalities occur one or two at a time. It's not like an airplane crashing, killing 300 people. 9 out of these 10 fatalities occur in less developed countries. And the last one is the most important, in my opinion. There is a feeling that these crashes and fatalities because of road accidents are just accidents. They are unpredictable and unpreventable, which is not true. What we call in our culture fate. That's not true. We can predict them and we can prevent them. So if you look at how we handle engineering approaches to safety management, in general, we have two main approaches. We have what we call the reactive approach, where we wait for problems to occur and then identify dangerous areas and correct them. But we are advocating what we call sustainable proactive approach, where we'll try to make sure that safety is included very early in the planning and design stages. So we don't have to wait for collisions to identify a problem. We can identify the problem early when it is designed on paper, and we can prevent all the collisions. So engineering approaches to road safety management has been reaction to problems. These should continue, especially in developing countries, because many of our road network has many problems, what we call black spot areas, and these need to be fixed. But at the same time, we should change our approach for safety management to a sustainable approach, where we'll prevent problems before they occur. As I said, we are on the cusp of a new era of smart mobility, and this will allow us to collect huge amount of data, which will change the ways in which we design our road network and identify problems. I'm going to give an example of some of the work we're doing in this area, which is the use of automated video analysis to road safety management. Road safety analysis has often been based on collision data. We wait for collision data to happen, and then we identify collisions and then find solutions. There are many problems with that. So we decided, instead of using collisions, to focus on what we call near misses and what we call traffic conflicts. So instead of, if you look at the safety pyramid, on the very top, you have your accidents, the very top of the pyramid. And these are rare events. They don't occur frequently. And to use them in the analysis, we have to wait for 2-3 years. But we are now capable of modeling what we call near misses and traffic conflicts. A near miss is a situation where you just avoid a collision by some evasive action. And we can automate that. And this is what I will show. But at the same time, this approach will lead to very detailed microscopic behavior data, which will allow us to better understand the problem and find solutions much easier than relying on collision data. So let's see an example. This is from Vancouver. We can track any object that's moving in a video in real time, and we can identify near misses for any conflict or a near miss. And we can do that in 3D or 2D. The approach is very accurate. This is an example of a traffic conflict. You see this pedestrian, and this is the van. It is in slow motion. The van has decelerated. You see on the top left, it decelerated to -4 meters per second square to avoid hitting this pedestrian. On the bottom left, time to collision, they were about 1.5 seconds away from hitting each other. On the top right, you have the vehicle speed. The vehicle just left the scene, so it will stop. And you also see the pedestrian speed in red on the bottom right. And you see the fluctuation because the pedestrian is taking steps. So this can be used automatically for classifying the type of road user. And as you will see, we'll collect very detailed behavior data from these videos. It works everywhere. This is from some work we're doing in Shanghai. And you see that it works even at a very complicated environment. That's an example. We can focus on one road user. You see how the near miss. We can get very detailed behavior data. This amount of swerving, what we call the yaw rate, is a very good indication of the design. And we can understand the speed, acceleration, deceleration, behavior, and so on. This is from some work we just finished in New York City for the New York City Department of Transportation. And this is an intersection that was unsafe. And they asked us to make corrections to make it safer. These are the heat maps. The red areas are where the problems are. And you can see some examples of conflicts. And we can identify these conflicts. You have the speed, you have why things are happening, and you can make changes quickly in a matter of hours to remove the safety problems. That's from Calgary. That's from Vancouver. In Vancouver, cycling is a huge issue. Vancouver is trying to achieve 50% walking and cycling mode share. So we want 50% of the trips made in Vancouver to be made as active travelers, either walking or cycling. We can analyze collisions. So I have very good understanding of why this collision took place. I have the acceleration, deceleration. I have the reaction time of the driver. I can tell the signal indication automatically. I have very good ideas of why things happen and why things occur. And I can calculate real-time collision probabilities. And I can use that for real-time optimization of safety. I can make traffic control changes to make the road safer in real time. We can calculate what we call shock waves, heat maps according to the signal timing, and we can optimize in real time. So let me give you some examples. This is how we're using this data for behavior, detailed microscopic behavior data collection. On top, it's a pedestrian. This is the speed profile of a pedestrian. At the middle, a cyclist. At the bottom, a vehicle. That's a speed profile, the change in speed and time. And you can see that the signal looks quite different, so we can automatically identify the road user type from the speed profile, from the fluctuation. So this is a signal. You can treat it as a signal. We can apply some statistical techniques to identify what we call the dominant frequency of the signal that will tell me whether I have a pedestrian, a cyclist, or a vehicle. We can classify with very high accuracy. On the top right, this is what we call a scramble phase, and this is becoming very popular as a sustainable safety treatment where we stop all vehicles and we allow pedestrians to cross in every direction. This is on the top right from a project we did in Oakland, California. We can pinpoint to a specific pedestrian and we can track in real time. That's an example. You see the pedestrians in red. There will be one coming from the bottom in green. He will stop to talk to his companion. You see the drop in speed, and then they move together again. We get very detailed microscopic behavior data. That's from some work we did in Mecca, and we can still track people who are at the Hajj very well. We can get, that's the speed distribution. We can get what we call jaywalking, pedestrians who are crossing from the middle block, and you can see that their speed is much faster. They are running because they are violating. We can take the signal. We can get at the very bottom what we call the dominant frequency of the signal, and we can get detailed on the walking mechanism, the step frequency and the step length. We can classify whether a pedestrian is a male or female without even looking at the shape. This is from the walking mechanism, the change in steps and the step length and time. So we can classify with 85 to 90% accuracy. This is old versus young pedestrians. And again, we can classify with very high accuracy. This is a study we've done with New York City, where we try to automatically identify pedestrians who are distracted, pedestrians who are looking at their phones. And their walking mechanism is different, it's less stable. And we can classify with about 80% accuracy. Without looking at the shape, just from their walking mechanism. Apply it to cyclists. This is Vancouver. That's my university, by the way. And you can get the cyclist speed. And you see that cyclists who are using the sidewalk are moving much slower than cyclists who are using the inside lanes. Cyclists who are using helmets move much faster than cyclists who are not wearing helmets. Again, very detailed microscopic behavior data. We can identify whether a cyclist is wearing a helmet or not. So we can pinpoint to the head, and from the shape of the head, I can tell whether a cyclist is wearing a helmet from the color, textures, and so on. And we can do that with about 85% accuracy. So again, remember, we're trying to get very detailed microscopic behavior data to allow me to design the system much better than relying on police records and accident records. We can automatically identify violations, jaywalking, which is a big issue in downtown Vancouver. That's a spatial violation in Shanghai. They're trying to get pedestrians to use the crosswalk more, and they wanted to identify who's doing what. And this is an interesting one because you will not find that in North America. You see the pedestrians, how many conflicts he will be involved in. And he's not moving at all. He's a very cool pedestrian. So a near miss in Shanghai is totally different than a near miss in Vancouver, for example. That's UBC, University of British Columbia again, and you can identify things like this. We derive on the right side, so that's wrong. But again, you can see that this driver doesn't know what's wrong. And we redesigned, by the way, like one of the things that we've done after this analysis, we completely redesigned the marking of the roundabout, leading to significant safety benefits. This is in Calgary, so we made this lane difficult for vehicles to use. You should not be using the bike lane. That's New York City downtown. Again, jaywalking is very common. And again, we found that usually most of the violations when you have a subway station. This is where you get most of your violations. Cairo. Again, people in North America, when they see a video like this, they say, wow, they cannot believe that this is happening. Of course, I mean, I've seen something similar in like many of these in the Middle East, but this is very difficult for them to adjust their speed, the vehicles and the drivers at the same time to be able to miss each other. This is one of the most important locations in Vancouver. Again, in Vancouver, cyclists and pedestrians take the top priority compared to vehicles. So we had issues with this famous location. And so you can see all the conflicts that are happening. Just in the interest of time, I will move quickly. So what we decided to do is to close this right turn ramp and bring all the vehicles to a signalized intersection approach. This is closed. All the vehicles will come here to make a right turn. And from 100 accidents in 3 years, we had 0 in the following 3 years. Again, we can predict these accidents. We can prevent them. This is one of the top collision-prone locations in city of Edmonton in Canada again. And you can see all the changes that we are recommending to make the location safer. We're working with the New York City DOT on improving the operation. This is the Brooklyn Bridge in New York City DOT. And you can see many violations. Cyclists are using the pedestrian walkway and the other way around. And we're coming up with techniques to eliminate these interactions. We can also do what we call before and after studies. So this is a location, again, in New York City DOT. New York City has what they call Vision Zero. The mayor there is very behind a program called Vision Zero, Sustainable Safety, where nobody should be killed or injured in New York City because of road accidents. And the mayor is putting significant resources into this. So we're fixing all of these black spots, and you can see the change from before to what we are recommending after, and again, significant safety benefits. We're saving lives. Against about 67% reduction in collisions after the improvements we made. That's Vancouver downtown. And one of the things we did, we implement what we call LPIs, or lead pedestrian intervals. So we do not allow vehicles to cross before about 5 seconds for pedestrians to cross. And again, it is sustainability. We need people to walk and cycle. And one of the major deterrents to walking and cycling is safety. Because these are vulnerable road users. If they are involved in a collision, it can be a bad injury. This is from California, from Oakland, city of Oakland. And we had many conflicts between pedestrians and right-turning vehicles. So we implemented a scramble phase. So now pedestrians can cross without any conflicts with vehicles at all. And we can quickly, this is an example of a conflict after we made the change, and pedestrians just entered the intersection late. But we get these heat maps. These are the location of all the conflicts. And again, we can make significant. So the blue is what's happening before. The red is what is happening after. Again, significant safety benefits. This is the top collision-prone location in city of Edmonton. And we have many of these, what we call rear-end conflicts. And again, we can make a change in road design, eliminating all of these collisions. Thank you. Vancouver, cycling is a top priority. So you can see these, what we call bike boxes. You can see all of these green areas where cyclists can wait in the phase before starting to cross. And again, we can go quickly and correct these things after a few hours of observations. These near misses are related to collisions. So if you reduce near misses, you will be reducing collisions. The new work now, we have significant funding from Australia. They are very interested in real-time safety optimization. Most of the real-time traffic management has focused on delay and travel time reduction. But we are showing we can change safety in real time to make locations safer in real time. So that's an example of some of the work we're doing in Brisbane with Queensland University, where we can, in real time, optimize traffic signals. So these are vehicles arriving at a signal. We convert them to what we call distributions of extreme values, predicting collisions, and in real time, we change the signal timing to eliminate crashes and near misses. This is an example of where the projects, we did one project in Kuwait some time ago with Dr. Fahd, but this approach is now expanding worldwide. Thank you very much, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I think we have pretty time for questions. Sure. Do you have...
Thank you, Professor Tara, for the presentation. What we have in Kuwait now with the construction projects, the road construction projects, are the detours. So you wake up in the morning and you go in, and there is a new detour, and there is no analysis for the detour. As a driver, I get confused. I don't know how, if you have to deal with these detours, how to safety measures in these construction sites or the project site and detours. I'm not talking about the construction project itself. I'm talking about the detours and how to manage these, because these are where we have the accidents, and some of them we have the records are fatal accidents in Kuwait. And as a pedestrian, as a driver, we get confused because they change every 2-3 months the details. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. This is an excellent question. One of the big concepts in transportation design in general is what we call the concept of positive guidance. We cannot surprise a driver or a road user. If you cannot build what a driver expects, you need to tell this driver what to expect through science, through information, a huge amount of information. So now, with all of these new technologies, you are capable of providing information to drivers in their vehicles, on the roadside, so they will not be surprised because of construction zone. And the operation for them will be very clear. And science will guide a driver or a vehicle of where to go at what speed and when to cross or not and things like that. So the application of these new technologies are likely to completely change the ways in which we use the road system, leading to a safer, more efficient system.
Yeah, we have one more question. Yeah.
First of all, thank you for the nice presentation. It seems that there is a good job has been done there. The problem is, the major problem, I mean, it depends on each country. They have either minor or major problem. Sometimes not the traffic, I mean, or the streets or something like that. The users, the behavior of the users. For example, in China, minor city, not main city, every morning there is 5 million bicycle users going in the same direction. There is no problem. But I'm talking about in Kuwait, one street, same thing in the early morning, less than 100 cars moving, whether in the same direction or an opposite. One guy, he want to say in WhatsApp, say hello, good morning, and while he's driving. What to do with the street? This is the behavior, okay? And the traffic accidents in Kuwait increased by this behavior, which is you want to use the mobile while he's driving. No, this is one of the major, now the RTA we call them in Kuwait. Okay, thank you.
Yes, I disagree that a solution to a problem will follow the cause of the problem. So let's say that you have collisions because of driver errors. We are interested in the most cost-effective solution to the problem, regardless of what causes the problem. And in many cases, you can make changes to the system to correct driver behavior. So we are not capable with new technologies to change the system to prevent drivers from making errors in the first place. I'm not saying that we should let drivers do whatever they want. I'm saying that the most cost-effective solution in many cases will come from infrastructure management. So we're not interested in who to blame. We engineers should focus on designing our product in a way that will not lead to collisions. Again, going back to this example I gave of the mechanical engineer that invented this machine that will cut wood. We can always say that the workers do not know how to use the machine, and if they use the machine properly, they will not cut their fingers. However, the most cost-effective solution can be changing the design of the machine so the finger of these workers will not go in a way that can be cut. So I truly believe that with these advanced technologies, we can make changes to the system in a cost-effective way to prevent many of the driver errors. But at the same time, we should have things like automated enforcement to prevent drivers from violating.
Yeah, we have time for maybe one more question. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Tariq, for the nice presentation, and I hope they like it, all the audience. Just one point we need maybe to elaborate about it and clarify it for the audience. How about the privacy issues regarding pedestrians? Especially you did some projects in Mecca. So how about if you want to introduce something like that in Kuwait? You know how customs is going on here.
That's an excellent question. Privacy, especially with videos now, and technology in general. I mean, your phone, you're using your phone, you're being tracked, whether you like it or not. So there are many issues, and there are, like in North America, for example, there are laws against how to use this information. We try not to focus on the face recognition, even so the technology is capable of face recognition, and there have to be laws against to protect privacy. And this is a huge issue. You know what's happening with Facebook, all of these social media software, same thing for phone use, same thing for many of these technologies. So privacy, in my opinion, should not prevent us from moving forward to improve society and the quality of life. And remember again, in religion, in Islam, whoever saves a life is like saving the whole humanity. So we can approach it from this way, and I'm sure it is in the same in many other religions. If you save one life, you're saving the whole world. we should not allow people to be killed on our road network. And we should work on making sure that people do not be killed or seriously injured on our networks.
Okay, and any question? Okay, we'll accept the last one. Yeah.
Thanks very much for an excellent presentation. I'd just like to talk about some first order effects, though. That you didn't mention the fact that most developing world cities are moving to limit private use of roads. Kuwait has a plan for a metro system. That would probably have more effect on road safety than anything else, but it's not progressing. So that's the number one first order effect. The number two first order effect is driver training. There isn't any strong driver training. I've never seen any presentations in Kuwait about irresponsible behavior. People here regard a car as an ego enhancement, and you've just got to look at the way they drive. Hooting, tailgating, this sort of thing. This has to stop. And the other issue is road signing. In Kuwait, the road signing is very bad. Quite often, the road sign is down the slip road. That's a major safety issue. So these are Kuwait-specific issues, the metro, driver training, and road signing. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, and I fully agree with you. You can improve safety by targeting the three elements of the road system: the vehicle, the driver or the road user, and the infrastructure. I think what I'm trying to say here that the most cost-effective solutions usually come from managing the infrastructure. And this doesn't mean that we should let drivers do whatever they want. But from our many studies, when you do evaluation of safety programs, road-related initiatives are usually the least cost-effective. I'm not saying that they should not be trained. Drivers should be trained, and enforcement should go ahead. However, most of the benefits come from changing the system. You mentioned tailgating. If I have a technology in the vehicles that will prevent tailgating, maybe this is the most cost-effective solution. So again, a solution to a problem doesn't need to follow the cause of the problem. And again, what I'm saying doesn't mean that I should let drivers do whatever they want. I'm saying we engineers should focus on improving the design of our system, which is usually the most cost-effective solution to the problem.
Okay, thank you, Professor Saeed.
Thank you.
It was a very nice presentation, and I totally believe this video-based approach will help improve our safety in the world for many, many cities. Okay.
Thank you.
So now let's welcome our second speaker, Leza Karabat. So Leza Karabat is a Deputy Director General for Planning and Design. He's also architect and one of the leaders in charge in transforming new city developments in Kuwait into smart, sustainable, and vibrant communities that are based on real economic basis and job creation opportunities, which are done on a clear strategic roadmap. Leza have planned and managed many new city and town developments for the Public Authority for Housing Welfare. In addition, Leza was a key person in charge, responsible for the new international government partnership between Kuwait and South Korea that is being carried out currently for the new city development in South Alberta. Leza also has a vast experience in the private sector as an architect and a project construction manager in many prestigious projects across Kuwait. So Leza will give us a talk about challenges to infrastructure projects with the Public Authority for Housing Welfare. Let's welcome Leza.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers because I'm in love with the topic. The challenges of sustainable infrastructure. This is very, very important topic, and hopefully through my presentation I will show the importance of sustainability. Of course, most of the attendants are of Kuwaiti locals, so they know who the Public Authority for Housing Welfare, but for our foreign experts and guests, I will give a very brief explanation who we are. Basically, we are an entity that the government have provided to provide housing welfare for the Kuwaiti families. In other words, you get married, you apply, you get a house. And not only the units we build, but we build comprehensive communities. We build all of the schools, all of the public buildings, the supermarkets, and so forth. Also all of the infrastructure. So we build a very comprehensive and complete community. So far we have completed over 80 projects with more than 120,000 units, over almost 2,000 public facility and projects that are exceeding $20 billion US. And as time has passed by and people and applicants are applying, the queue started to get longer and longer, so the government needed to shift gears and change from doing small towns into mega and large cities. And this by itself is a challenge. And this is where the importance of sustainable infrastructure will, I guess, have its effect. This is the lands that we own currently. Some of the projects are completed, under design, and some are under construction, and some will be designed soon. This is imposing some of the current urban developments. This is Kuwait City, or not only Kuwait City, this is the urban fabric of Kuwait City, so we are more than doubling the size. If we're talking about Barcelona, this is 8 times, twice the size of Singapore. So this is very large chunks of land which the government is embarking on to design those new cities. In order to design and double the size of the country between now and 2035, if we don't do sustainability, if we're doubling or tripling the size of the country, basically, this is tripling the amount of energy required. This is tripling the amount of water required. So this is only our projects is going to require 35,000 additional, 35,000 megawatts additional. Currently, the energy production is 15,000. So this is triple. And of course, that means we're going to be burning the oil instead of selling it. We have basically one source of income. Instead of selling it, we are burning it. Currently, we are producing 3 million barrels of oil a day. Imagine burning 1 million. This is 1/3 of our economy. So when we talk about sustainability, it is to be or not to be. It is a survival of a nation. It has stopped to be something that we say it's academic, or this is something that this guy is preaching. It is our survival. It's that important. And of course, to go back to His Highness the Emir, his vision in the climate change conference, UN, when Kuwait was committed that between now and 2030, 15% of our energy has to be of renewable energy. Again, because of the sheer size of our projects, we had to think outside the box. And as you know, around the world, and especially in the Middle East, plans change with people, plans change with minister go, he changed the plans. We must safeguard our projects and to have, and I like this word that they use in the States, a roadmap, a very clear roadmap, a strategic roadmap that we use. So we hired a strategic consultant to have a strategic roadmap and also to have a technical roadmap, which currently we are following through. And of course, we are also collaborating with the top international contractors and consultants to assist us in achieving that vision and that goal. Again, I'm in love with this slide because when you build a city, it is not a neighborhood. This is, what are the job creation opportunities? what are the things that are, that the city will evolve on. When you go to that place and you want to remember what are the memories that are created, when you want to take a selfie, want to remember when you have left that place. These are the things that we are trying to create, and this is, of course, is a big challenge. Again, these are some of our projects that are either under design or under construction. This is under construction. And back to our previous presentation and to your comment, you are correct. The social behavior is very important, and it really affects how we design projects and cities. For example, four-way intersections. This is almost not acceptable here in Kuwait because nobody will stop at the four-way. So we have to find some creative solution for the intersections. Back to the projects. These are some of the projects, and these are large projects, but this is 5,200 units. Now we're building the public facilities, and people are building their homes. This is Jabir Ahmed City. This is going to be a landmark project. This is Olympic Village. That is the design is finished, and hopefully will be tendered soon. This is an Islamic center. This is under construction, 100 square kilometers. That's a very large project in the north. This project, 500 houses under construction. This is 10,000 houses also under construction. This is South Saad Al Abdullah. This is a unique project. This is a partnership between the government of Kuwait and the government of South Korea, in which we're going to partner into creating this project. And also we aspire to create all of our projects to be smart and sustainable sustainable cities. We talk about sustainability, of course, sustainability, both technical and economic sustainability. This is very important, and to have our projects to be smart. And there is there is no one true thing to explain what is a smart city, but basically it is using technology to enhance people's lives. And this is what we aspire, want to enhance people's lives. Now everybody's using the iPhone and using the Android, and so we want to maximize the potential of the technology. These are some of the technologies that are currently we are through our projects with the Koreans trying to implement in our new city. There are smart elements in Kuwait. However, what we are trying to do is to integrate those into one IOC or integrated operating center, and to have whether it's smart mobility, smart safety, smart utility, welfare, environment, or smart living. And just to give very brief examples of each. Currently, regarding traffic management, if there is any accident, everybody knows it's a big mess. If our cities are designed to be smart, just take a picture with your phone and leave. Or if there is a traffic light, sometimes there is a big line and the traffic light is red, and the other way it's green for a long time because it's not a smart traffic light. So we want to change those traffic lights into smart. Also, infrastructure has to be smart, and this is where sustainability also comes. And this will definitely help us save our resources. If you have a break in the infrastructure is under the ground, there is no way to detect it until later on. Sometimes disaster happens or a sinkhole or something. But if you have a smart monitoring system, even the maintenance department in any ministry, they can even stay home with their phone. They can get an alert that this section or this manhole, there is a leakage. There was an incident personally happened to me that there was a leakage in the street near my home. I called Ministry of Public Works. I called Ministry of Electricity and Water. I called Public Authority of Agriculture because I didn't know whose water was it. Of course, by the time they responded, nobody knew, is it ours, is it theirs? 3 hours later, nothing happened. And of course, I don't know what happened then afterwards. If it was smart, you don't need to call anybody. In the IOC, you will get an alert that there is a leakage here, and the crew will go and fix it. If we talk about smart safety, and I think like the doctor explained, also using the CCTVs, this definitely will enhance also the safety. Utility, I explained. also the environment management and how to monitor the environment, and also smart living. This is definitely all of it will benefit not only the end user but the government into better management of our assets, better management of our networks, and also to save our resources. These are some of the things that we're trying to implement. This is the integrated operating center using, I guess, the street lights and to its maximum potential. Also, we are experimenting, studying also to use what we call waste management networks. Currently, there is no waste networks. It's just the bins, and you have the dump trucks come and pick them up. It's basically a big vacuum. You know, imagine you have just this bin. You tap your card, it opens, you put your trash bag, and it just sucks it away 20 kilometers away, and it will be sorted out. And this is something that is in the Scandinavian countries and all in the Eastern countries has been used widely. And just to also to give a funny story, in South Korea, when we visited their projects, the trash bin was so nice that we were taking selfies with it. You know, it had Wi-Fi, it had recharging, and when they take the trash, and then they sell the plastic, they sell the paper, and they sell the metal. The rest, there is another thing which they do it waste to energy. So they make energy out of it. This is sustainability. So it's, instead of throwing it and dumping it in the land, they're making energy. And even the ashes, the ash of the burning of the waste, they use it in the interlocking tiles and in the industry, so nothing gets wasted. This is through sustainability, and hopefully in our project we do something similar. Again, the detection of infrastructure, if there is any failure, if there is any piping. Again, these are some other projects that are either under construction or completed or under tendering. These are some, this is a cultural center, hopefully will be tendered soon. This is theaters and drawing areas and children's rooms, and so. This is an Islamic center. These are some of the public facilities that we're doing. This project is currently under design or distributing. This is a large city. And these are some of the projects. And back to the topic of the challenges of sustainable infrastructure. First thing we need to do is to educate ourselves and educate everybody, and to fight the fight. Because if we don't everybody fight the fight, then nothing is going to change. We're going to be doing the same infrastructure and the same design that we've been doing for the past 30 or 40 years. We need to lobby our parliament members and lobby our municipal council members to change the status quo, because the current laws and current regulations are an obstacle. And I'll give an example. Currently, we want to do district cooling. District cooling, basically, it's one big giant chiller to air condition all of the units instead of having split units on top of each building. This will have energy reduction of between 20 to 40%. With the sheer size of our projects, if we're talking about, if I want 35,000 additional megawatts, by having a district cooling, I will have one power plant or two power plants less. So I'm going to be saving either CapEx or on OpEx capital expenditures. I will save one or two power plants, and how much oil I'm saving, and this is billions we're talking about. By changing the codes, and when I talk codes, there is two codes. There is the building specifications, whether we're talking about the insulation, we're talking about the walls, or we're talking about the zoning code. Currently, the zoning code, municipal council, it's very laxed. With a unit, it's 210%. This is too much. But again, it's something difficult that I guess people to understand that this percent has a very massive effect. It's a big burden on the government to provide energy. Using state-of-the-art infrastructure to change all of our specifications of our networks, using, like I said, district cooling and like I said, lobbying and education to try to have parliament member to issue a law regarding the district cooling, because currently there is no law to organize it. So if the government we build the infrastructure, I cannot force the end user to buy cooling from me. So this is very, very important from our side. And sustainability, everybody should start, from the designers, from the, the architects, the engineers, everybody need to take it on board. They need to design accordingly, a sustainable design. When I was assigned to be a Deputy Director General, first decision I took is all of our public facilities, 20% to use renewable energies instantly. And now we have hundreds of buildings that are being constructed currently that are using, and it created a big market in the, because we're talking about hundreds of millions of Kuwaiti dinars of worth of public facilities under construction currently. And of course, and so all our projects. So everybody in his position can make a difference. You just need to start somewhere. Just to wrap things up, sorry, taking a long time. The new Kuwait, of course, there are the 7 pillars. One of the main pillars is developed infrastructure. This is very important, and the whole country has a vision. Environment, sustainable and living environment, also this is very important, and how our projects are, of course, reflecting on the National Development Plan. And not only that, but also we have to look on a broader scale on the United Nations 17 pillars. And of course, it's this, I don't want to say it's the same, it's different, but because our local or national vision, this is for us, this is the 17 pillars, but also how what we are doing also reflect on the country, on our national position, and all of these, I guess, and of course, sustainability is a big important aspect. And all of this comes under the umbrella, of course, we have the economic umbrella, which is New Kuwait, and the technical umbrella, which is the master plan of Kuwait. Kuwait is a leader in doing master plans, and also currently we are working with Kuwait municipality regarding the updated of Kuwait master plan. And also one of the main pillars inside the current draft of Kuwait master plan is smart, sustainable infrastructure. Thank you very much, and sorry for taking a long time.
We have time for a few questions.
Thank you for the great presentation. You have shown different types of tools and technology that have been used toward the smart cities. Do you have any idea which of these technology or tools has the priority for Kuwait plan, or for the public authority of housing?
Well, what I've shown here, this is a summary actually. There is, I think, 100 and something services, smart services in the smart infrastructure that we were investigating with our consultants. And our goal is not to be smart for the sake of being smart. Either there is an economic benefit or a social benefit. So these, the items that are shown here, that I showed in my presentation, these are the items currently being discussed. Again, because it's not only our role, we need to coordinate with all of the different stakeholders, Ministry of Interior, Public Authority of Environment, Ministry of Public Works, Citra, and so we have 20 different agencies, and currently we are working with them and to see and how can we implement this vision.
Yeah. I have a question, yeah?
Thank you for this presentation. Professor Tariq mentioned a very important part about the sustainability. It's about the walking and the cycling. So I saw a lot of new designs in Kuwait cities. does these cities have a lot of sideway pedestrians and sideways and for cycling to encourage people for this sustainable approach?
Definitely all of the projects, again, because the size that I was showing, they're too big, but all of them have walkways, have paths for bicycles, designed. Each project, it's project by project, each project is designed differently, but all of them have those walkways.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Engineer Nasser, for the presentation. We do a lot of concrete work in Kuwait because that's the main material we use. We have medium and large-sized projects, and they're done with international standards, I think. It's never perfect. That's how concrete construction is. But on our small projects, especially small houses, we have a lot of problems, and a lot of them are predictable. So if I want to use what Dr. Tariq said today about preventing even from day one, people don't make mistake even if they want to make mistake. Know what to do. There is a lot of improvement that can be done with minor effort, I would say. A big change can be done in terms of construction of houses, target the right people. I think Kuwait can improve a lot in that direction. I don't know if in ISKAN you're doing anything about that, because a lot of the mistakes that happen on small projects are preventable. For example, we don't have a specified code. Countries in GCC have already taken steps for that. We were part of the team at the beginning, but the recent changes kind of took it on the side. Do you have anything specific also in terms of code, building code for ISKAN?
Regarding codes, as just to go back, one of the most important issues, this is in the prevention side, is the codes and specifications. Yes, we do have codes, and currently we have an international consultant that is helping us in updating those codes. It's a French company called Aegis.
Okay, we have two more.
Well, we are all proud of these smart cities projects and the infrastructure you're building. The question is, when you finish these projects, you hand it over to the other government agencies, municipality, MPW, Ministry of Electricity. Are they capable of sustaining these infrastructures? Are they willing? Do they have the capability, like you trained your staff, your facilities, to sustain the facility management for these smart cities, to take them for the next 20, 30 years?
Yes. Again, regarding smart cities, our project that are targeting, the first one is South Adel Abdullah, which is the collaboration between Kuwait and Korea. And we are coordinating with the different ministries, hopefully, by the time we finish construction, that they've been, taking any measures regarding doing the operations side.
First of all, thank you, sir, for the presentation. It was very nice, and I'm very proud about it. And I wish that I'm in younger age-wise and to see these cities, inshallah, in near future. The question is, maybe we all know that the infrastructure, it costs more than the other structures or above the structure, or what they call it. So the infrastructure, costly. If we consider the infrastructure, it's a costly one,
It costs, yes.
maybe more than what you see over the thing. For example, if you give a land to the Ministry of the whatsoever who's going to make the infrastructure, will cost them a lot. But still, if we consider the latest two cities, which is Sabah Al Ahmed and Jabal Al Ahmed, if they are smart, as you said.
No, not smart.
Not smart.
No.
Because I was put the other.
Smart is the South Saad, which we're designing now.
Okay, perfect. Because as we can see on the last training, the first two cities, Sabah Al Ahmed and Jabal Al Ahmed, was suffering the people there.
Yes.
So this one is smart.
And
it's a disastrous thing.
And we have Dr. Ralkevi, of course, he was the head of the investigation committee, so it has its own issues. But you know, that through that committee was taken care. You know, they have pinpointed the problems.
Thank you very much.
It's very important to construct infrastructures, but how it's important to construct the spatial data infrastructure as you trying to approach right now with the KNSDI?
If you say again,
I'm saying constructing infrastructure is very important, but how it's important to take care of the data, the spatial data infrastructure, which you are trying to approach with CITRA and other agencies.
Of course, it's very important. That's why we are coordinating with CITRA, you know, regarding what is our national, you know, policy regarding smart cities. Of course, this is something, you know, that it's the responsibility of CITRA. We're coordinating with Ministry of Communication, also regarding the cabling and so. And it's not an easy task, but you know, through our coordinations and meetings and workshops that we had, you know, everybody is excited and on board, and because at the end, this is our nation, and everybody wants to do something that we will be proud of.
Thank you, Engineer Nasser, for this great presentation. You mentioned something about waste management for the waste itself. Are you planning to use any waste management system for the project itself? I mean, the waste and materials for the project, construction phase in the project in future?
During construction phase, again, it's too hard to, you know, during construction to have something constructed for the construction phase, you know, so this who comes first, the chicken or the egg, but, you know, of course, every construction site, as per EPA law, we need to have strict environmental monitoring, and also it requires the monitoring of the construction waste. And the EPA law is very, very strict, and currently, you know, everything we do is by the book, and if we deviate a little bit, they will, you know, audit us and prosecute us. So there is no system as, you know, like a network during construction phase, but there is a system.
Are you willing to implement something in future?
Well, if there is if you have any proposal, anybody,
Yeah,
of course,
sure.
you know, we seek to be better.
Yeah.
If there is any way and anything possible, definitely we'll look into it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, if no more questions, we will conclude this session. Let's give one more applause to Leza for the nice presentation. Okay, now we do have 15 minutes coffee break, so we'll come back at 10:30. Okay, thank you.
He told me that we have quite a few Kuwaitis, resident domestic Kuwaitis, of course. You also have Egyptians, so the Arabs would make up the primary, the majority of the Kuwaiti composition. So I started with Salam Alaikum. I was told that people of Indian ethnicity are second to Arabs in terms of making up the Kuwaiti population. So for those of you of Indian origin, namaste. I also was told that the third in terms of the pecking order of ethnicity is Filipino. And I believe it's Magandang Umaga, for those of you who know that. And finally, the Bangladeshis, at least in the pecking order, which is Suprabhat. So I thought it was interesting. The world is a wonderful place if we humans just let it be. It's something that my kids on a routine basis remind me of. Um, so I'm going to start with something more personal. One of my daughters, she went to Harvard for her bachelor's, and she's studying her master's at Yale. Um, and she is reasonably proficient in Arabic. She's learning Arabic as a formal language, and she had to make up a video for one of her projects. And do not ever let her know that I played a short clip of her video over here, because she will be mad. But I just wanted to give you a sense of how we all can coexist, and we all should coexist. So let me just play this, and you can tell me how authentic her pronunciation is.
أنا اسمي بريرنا بات. ولدت في مستشفى كولي ديكنسون في مدينة نورثامبتون في ولاية ماساتشوستس. يوم ميلادي هو تاريخ 12 في أكتوبر في سنة 1993. سكنت في ماساتشوستس فقط 3 سنوات. لذلك أنا فقط أتذكر طفولتي في ماساتشوستس.
I'm sure you would be interested in seeing the entire thing, but I just wanted to give you a sense, and I wanted to get a sense back from maybe Nasser. You can tell me later, did you understand what she was saying? But it's supposed to be Arabic. So with that, let me go into my main presentation. And what I want to talk about is infrastructure, and smart and sustainable infrastructure. I'm going to keep this quite informal, so please feel free if you have any clarifications to interject. So when you look at the Kuwaiti population, we all know that the Kuwaiti population has been increasing over time. Now you see the year upon year growth, and this is a little bit deceiving in the sense that you tend to see the year upon year growth to be decreasing over time. But the fact is, as the population number becomes higher, the percentage increase is going to keep decreasing. But the important point is the population has been increasing. It's in the order of 4.4 million, as I understand it right now. One of the speakers yesterday made a very good point. The Kuwaiti population, inhabitants, are pretty young, okay? And I think that is wonderful for the future of the country. But it also should be observed that the median age of the population is increasing and is projected to increase quite substantially when you play it out to 2050. So the Kuwaiti population, though youthful, is also aging. We should not lose sight of that. Now, this has issues and implications for how we plan things. In the United States, the elderly are making up a substantial percentage of our population, and they have unique needs, especially when it comes to safety. There are things that have to be examined in their context. Now, there's another statistic I found. When you look at the vehicles per capita, of course, no surprise that the United States takes the first place. 833 motor vehicles per 1,000 inhabitants, but Kuwait is the second in line from that standpoint. So you can see Bahrain, you can see Qatar, Oman, Saudi Arabia, of course. The Middle East countries have a high motor vehicles per 1,000 inhabitants too. But just giving you a sense that Kuwait, at least according to this statistic, has the highest motor vehicles per 1,000 inhabitants in the Middle East area. Now, you have the population aging, you have more vehicles on the roadway, more travel, but very interestingly, and I think this is a good statistic, if you can call any fatality good, that itself is a tragedy, but the number of deaths in Kuwait has been relatively flat at about 400 and odd. You might think this is good, but when you look at the roadway fatalities per capita, Saudi Arabia takes the cake. Oman, Yemen, Kuwait. Kuwait once again features in one of the higher deaths per 100,000 inhabitants. And you can see the United States at 10.04 and UK is 2.58. The Scandinavian countries have a wonderful safety record. I haven't shown them, but they come even below the UK. You know, one of the most humbling things for us as transportation professionals is that we have not been able to get down the number of fatalities, especially in the United States. It has been so sticky at about 40,000 deaths per year. Okay? It kept going down, and the past years have been good for us. Now, why do we see an uptick in terms of the fatalities? And I think this is where we have to be careful. Nazir was talking about system and technology and how we can choreograph technology to our benefit. I think as we move forward, and I'll come to this theme once again later on, we have to be very careful about how we choreograph the evolution of technology. We have that under our control, and we have to think about unintended consequences. Now, some statistics do show that in Kuwait, and I'll give you some information on that, part of the reason for fatalities is aggressive driving, okay? And also it is use of smartphones and cell phones while driving, right? Whoever would have thought that when we came up with smartphones, that it might actually impact fatalities on our roadways. So these are the kinds of unintended consequences that we should always be keeping in mind as we choreograph and harness technology. So most accidents related to crossing of red signals, excessive speeding, use of mobile phones, and reckless driving. That was a quote I got from the Al Shahid Daily. I'm not sure where from they got their statistics, but you cannot depend upon these dailies for scientific data, but that's the best I could get. Now, so we have issues of vehicle growth, population growth, leading to traffic congestion. We have safety issues that continue to plague many of our countries. And of course, we have the environment, right? So we are talking about global climate change. Global climate change has been linked unequivocally, if you can associate unequivocally with 99.9% certainty to human activity. And you know, it's very interesting that we got lucky being here. Earth is in what we call a Goldilocks zone from the sun, just about right distance from the sun. If you look at the next closest to the sun, Venus, the temperatures on the surface of Venus surpass 750 degrees centigrade. So we just got lucky, and Mars, on the other hand, is a freezing planet. But with all of that said, Earth's average surface temperature has been increasing over time, and this is an interesting statistic. Okay? The 5 warmest years in modern record were the previous 5 years. Okay? In this order: 2016, 2017, 2015, 2018, and 2014. But they were the 5 warmest years since modern records have been kept about temperatures. Now, I won't go through this slide, but what I do want to show is transportation contributes quite substantially to the entire greenhouse gas emissions that contributes to global climate change. So transportation is quite huge. Top 5 offenders of the CO2 emissions per capita. Middle East features very prominently, and this is the actual ordering, the best I could get from 2016. Qatar, Trinidad and Tobago, that's the only outlier, and then all the others are in the Middle East. Okay? The United States ranks at about 47 on a per capita basis. The United States is the highest emitter, cumulatively speaking, across the entire population, but on a per capita basis, the United States is number 47 or so. Okay, so what does this all have to do with transportation? Now, there are many ways that we can control, reduce congestion, reduce, improve safety, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. One is reduce growth in travel demand, through land use changes, having workplaces, having recreational areas, having restaurants within close proximity of one another, so that we call it mixed land use, so that walking and bicycling can be promoted. Provision of alternative modes, as we well know, and parking pricing, which I don't know that is implemented here, but it's being implemented in some other countries. Certainly in the United States, we have a little bit more. New York is the classic. London has cordon pricing. And of course, initiatives to reduce commuting and related pricing strategies. But the one other thing that we have going for us is the emerging transportation landscape, in particular technology. Okay, how can we harness technology? And I'll go through some of these quickly. One is connected and automated vehicles, the emerging sharing economy, our digital and physical world, and technology development by way of electrification. So let's start with the first one. When we talk about connected automated vehicles, the idea that we can collect a whole lot of traffic-related data and disseminate information. The key over here is processing the voluminous amounts of data we are able to collect in near real time. That is the key. Okay? How do we translate this voluminous amount of data into actionable intelligence, into something that we can say to motorists, for example, avoid this or do this, or provide them with some information that they can act upon. Okay? That leads to predictive analytics as being a core feature of this. Now, there are two types of technology that I'd like to talk about. One is the self-driving vehicle, the other is the connected vehicle. And there's quite a bit of distinction between the two. We believe that at the end of the day, it's going to be a combination. So vehicles are going to be both self-driving and also connected. So a self-driving vehicle is where the AI is located within the vehicle. Okay? So you have sensors in and around the vehicle. The sensors sense their environment and take the vehicle safely from point A to point B. So much of it is outward blasting. The sensors blast outward and they basically scope the environment. Okay? Now, I like to look at the self-driving vehicle as a more capitalistic type of setup, okay, in the political spectrum of things. The connected vehicle, on the other hand, is inward blasting. It collects information that's provided from others, uses that information to navigate its path safely, and it can be used in cooperation with other pieces of information to make decisions on what is best from a system optimal standpoint, and it can be shared, and so I would characterize it as a more socialistic setup. Now, in reality, we have done a whole lot of work on showing why we need both. Okay? A classic example is in the United States, the most dangerous place to be on a roadway is on a one-lane roadway in each direction. Okay? High speed. These are the rural roadways where you have speeds of 65, 70 miles per hour. And when you think about what's the most dangerous maneuver there, it's the passing maneuver. People, when they're overtaking, they make judgment mistakes. Now, if you had a purely self-driving vehicle, the type that Google is being proposing, you're having vehicles which are barreling toward each other at 150 miles per hour during a passing maneuver, oncoming vehicle and the vehicle wanting to overtake. Imagine you had only sensors. The problem with the sensors is they have a compact geographic footprint. Okay? About 4 or 5 seconds before an impending collision, perhaps, the sensors can tell you, oh, you're on a collision path. But sorry, the physics of vehicles takes over. You can't do much. 4 or 5 seconds before, you can't do much to avoid a collision. Connected vehicles, on the other hand, have a much longer range. They can communicate over a longer range and can help quite a bit. Okay? Now, the problem with only connected and no sensing is also, it's not just one way, it's the other way too. The problem with a lot of these connected vehicle systems is, where do I direct beams for torque? Okay? Especially with 5G, that becomes a big issue, and it can become a substantially challenging problem if you want to do things in near real time. Okay? Now, in that situation, if you have these sensors, the sensors can tell you, there's nothing over here, I have already scoped this area, do not direct your beam here. There's no need for communication in this particular point. So it can reduce the window, narrow down the window for connected communication. So they feed off one another, they're synergistic. Now, this is a simple example of how, even without too much of technology and data analysis, simply sharing raw sensor data can help. So this is a Samsung truck. Again, there's a 1 lane in each direction high-speed roadway. You have a camera retrofitted in the front, and that camera projects what the truck sees behind. Okay? And the vehicle that might be wanting to overtake knows what's going on. Okay? Just simple technology use, even without much of data processing. So raw sensor data can also be very helpful. I think once I come over here, it becomes too loud. Okay. With all of these, again, we should not forget that at the end of the day, it's the human, and we as humans, we have some skepticism, in some cases maybe healthy skepticism about technology. Okay? This is a survey we undertook in the Seattle area. We didn't undertake it, but someone else did, but we looked at the Seattle area primarily because it's perhaps the most technologically savvy population in the United States. You have Microsoft, you have many other companies there. But look at how many people are very concerned or somewhat concerned about autonomous vehicles in the context of safety, in the context of security, capability to react to environment. You have quite substantial percentages who are, not willing to give up control, perhaps, of driving. They like driving. Now, one of the other questions that all this poses is, in a democracy, will there be a time when I am able to tell someone, you know what, you shall not drive? Even if you want to drive, no, you cannot drive. Is that possible? Okay. So it's an interesting thought question. And my response is, yes, I can see it at some point as a regulation. Okay. The analogy I give is, about 30 or 40 years back in the United States, if someone told me I shall not smoke in public places. Now, I'm not a smoker, but that's irrelevant to my point. Okay. I might have got up in arms, figuratively speaking. I'm a very peaceful guy. Okay. But I might have got up in arms, figuratively, because, hey, how dare you? But today it's accepted all over, in the United States and in many other places, that you're not allowed to smoke. It's a rule, it's a regulation. Okay. Why did that happen? Because of secondhand smoke. We understand the ills of secondhand smoke. We understand that, freedom comes with responsibilities. Now, the same thing in this particular context. Why might there be a time when I shall say, you cannot drive? If I can show that in the United States, 40,000 fatalities can go down to 0, which I think is a distinct possibility I believe will happen, then you don't have a choice. That's your social obligation. Okay? So it's an interesting thought question. It's going to take a long time for that to happen, because we have to be cognizant of people who cannot purchase these autonomous vehicles when they come into being. There's going to be some time, but there might be a time. But the important point is also there is some healthy skepticism that we have to take account of. So, bottom line, there's a whole lot of talk about technology. There's a whole lot of talk about infrastructure. And my pitch always has been, but let's never forget the traveler in this context, the human person in this context. It is critical because if we do not, we are probably missing out on some unintended consequences that can come back to haunt us. Okay? Now, a simple example, a very simple example. Now, there could be many possibilities of how all this unfolds. But if I have a driverless car, first, why would I stay close to my workplace anymore? I'm not driving. I don't mind, commuting an hour and a half or 2 hours one way. I'm anyway doing all my work. I'm not driving. Okay? Now, what that could do is that could lead to increased vehicle miles of travel, more of sprawl, right? You're talking about energy dependence. It could increase energy dependence. Okay? Beyond that, if I'm going to spend quite a bit of time in my vehicle, why would I need my cocoon that I have right now? My cocoon is my current car. Very little space. Maybe I'll start going toward these large recreational vehicles. Okay? As soon as you go to large recreational vehicles, capacities on your roadways drop if we all have large vehicles. And large vehicles consume more energy. Okay? Now, the reason why we research some of these issues and see how humans will respond, these are unintended consequences, is we need to be proactive. We need to look forward and try to come up with some policies, some regulations that will harness technology to its utmost while reducing potentially unintended consequences. In this particular situation, again, we might come to a point where there might be a regulation that you shall not live more than X miles from your workplace. It's possible, okay? But without such regulations, I think technology can, while helping, can also reduce the benefits of using it. Of course, many of us have heard about the sharing economy. I won't go much into that. Certainly, if there are much more of pooling and sharing that can help. We have done quite a bit of work on vehicle fleet and use models to see how humans will respond to some of these changes. And the other thing that we have going for us is the digital-physical interplay. Should I stay or should I go? Should I do something virtually or should I go in person and participate in an activity? In yesterday's presentation, we were told, and I think it's a wonderful pathway, about the investment in telecommunications and ICT. Okay? So certainly there are ways that ICT, information and communication technologies, can be harnessed to reduce travel in the first place, and that can lead to sustainability, and that can lead to certain benefits. So you have various kinds of online versus in-person participation. In all of this, we come down to time, and how we spend our time is the key. How much time do I have as I'm talking about this? 5 minutes, okay. How we spend our time is the key, right? I have to complete this conversation I'm having in 5 minutes. So how I use my time is going to dictate what is going to come out from me in the next few minutes. But in the large scheme of things, broadening this, okay, something very interesting, and one of my very good friends sometimes pulls my leg saying, when did you start becoming an artist in your conversation? But I see time as a background canvas. It's a canvas and the background tapestry over which we all paint and drape our activity travel patterns. But one thing to notice, what technology does is it gives us better tools to paint our activity travel patterns, make it more intricate, have those lines much better done. It does offer that possibility, technology, but the background canvas is fixed. Time is fixed. 24 hours is fixed. That's not going to change. Okay? So how we use our time in a changing landscape is very important to study. It enhances our toolbox to paint, weave, and drape, but the background time canvas is a fixity. Okay? So we have been doing a lot of work on understanding how people will spend their time in a new technology landscape. Okay? I won't go over that in detail because I have 3 more minutes or so, but in the large scheme of things, there are lots of transportation issues, increasing congestion, inadequate infrastructure, crashes, mobile source emissions, fossil fuel dependence. We are trying to tackle all of these things. And in the interests of time, we have what we call activity-based models for any area. We have implemented this in Dallas-Fort Worth. We have done this in New York City. We have done this in Qatar most recently, trying to understand how people's time use will change and how that will get reflected into activity and travel patterns. That becomes the key of interest in our analysis. I have a lot of slides about why that possibly is important for Kuwait also, but I do want to end by saying Kuwait has been considering a lot of important transportation actions. That's an incredible opportunity to contribute. Transportation is a lifeline. It's key to trade, global economic competitiveness, and quality of life. The speaker yesterday was talking about Kuwait's strategic location as a land-sea junction. And I think that can be harnessed quite substantially if played appropriately. I do want to leave with this thought, in a knowledge-based economy, education is important, technology exchange and transfer is important, but I also would like us as civil engineers to be much more proactive in policy and leadership. We need to be able to articulate to the public and to our leaders. We have to be cognizant of our social, political existence realities, yes, but we should be bold. We should be able to venture and take positions on contemporary issues, be a think tank. I think that is important. That is our call, especially in this very exciting, transformative landscape. And I would just say for those of you who are young, many of us are young, I don't characterize any of us as old, what a wonderful time to be in the transportation arena. You are the leaders of tomorrow. You are the ones who will shape tomorrow. We are there. We are going to be obviously assisting until we fall off. But you have the responsibility to shape tomorrow. And I would just say it's such an incredible opportunity for you all. My pitch when I'm trying to talk with youngsters, and by the way, I'm not young by any standards. I would like to think I'm very young. I've been in this profession for 30 years. With that said, let me tell you this. Experience is overrated. Okay? Experience is overrated. You as youngsters have the ability, have the intellectual capability, and should have the leadership to shape tomorrow. So take it away, and I look forward to seeing what you all do tomorrow. With that, let me stop.
Thank you, Professor Akbar. Start with questions or comments.
For this informative and great presentation, I have actually 2 questions. The first one is regarding the survey that have been done for Seattle area, where people are concerning about using these autonomous cars. I think they have the right to think that way, because what do you think going to happen to a city or a crowded city when everything is connected through the internet and had a cyber attack to that system? What's going to come out of that thing? I think this is the future of problem. Maybe the terrorist attack will be the future of them is the cyber attacks. This is one concern. Second thing is regarding Kuwait. I think what you have shown here as technologies and Internet of Things is really important. I think also here in Kuwait we are missing the basics for public transportation. public transportation here in Kuwait is not to the level that is acceptable yet. I think we are enforcing people. I think the numbers that we have, the data, the statistics you show, Kuwait is the top of the like crowded, everything, traffic, is because of that the transportation system here in Kuwait, or the services, or the public transportation system, is very not that efficient. This is what enforcing people to using like cars. This is why we are on the top. I think we should first think on the public transportation, provide efficient transportation for like people. People will not be against like using public transportation, especially like low wages like workers. They would like to use the public transportation, but they want the public transportation to be efficient. What do you think about these 2 points?
Yeah, the second question is probably easier to handle. Yes, I do believe that countries have to invest in alternative transportation modes. For a long time, Texas is not very dissimilar from Kuwait. We do not have too many public transportation options in Texas as a whole. And when you don't give options, obviously people do not have a choice. They are going to drive. And I do know that as part of Kuwait Vision 2035, there are projects that focus on public transportation, metro rail, as well as the Kuwaiti national rail system that is being conceived of. So I think those are important directions to move forward. On the first question, yes, I think that's why it's more important to have both connectedness as well as having self-driving sensors. So if someone hacks into a connected system, they hopefully will still not be able to hack into the camera that's feeding into what the car is seeing. By combining the two, you can have a much more resilient system so that the vehicle does not only base its decisions on incoming communications, but actually sees things in and around. That's one more reason, if at all, to combine connectedness and automation rather than have them as diverging as it is currently in the United States. Google is doing only automation. Tesla is doing only automation. The US Department of Transportation is pushing much more on the connectedness side, and we have been saying it's both that's important. You gave one more reason for why that's important.
Any more questions? The back? Please be brief.
Hello, Professor. I have a question about how state agencies and academia should be reacting today to the aggressive timelines that OEMs are putting out for the deployment of AVs. Like 2 days ago, Elon Musk, the CEO of Tesla, announced that level 5 AVs will be on the streets, 500,000 AVs will be on the streets by next year, 2020. How should we react as state agencies and academics?
It's a very good question. It's a very broad question. I certainly cannot provide a response, but I think here is where academia can play a very strong role. What we have found in our interactions is that we have the industry, the Tesla, the Googles, etc. They do their thing, but they are not that well situated in terms of the ground, where the rubber meets the road. They do not quite appreciate too much of the nuances and intricacies of a traffic engineer, okay? And then we have on the other side, we have the planning agencies, the government agencies, who do the routine policy, who take the leadership in that, and there's much more of talk today between the policy bodies and the industries making the technology. But what is facilitating that to quite a good extent is academia. Because in academia, we are very well connected with departments of transportation, but we also, in certain fields like wireless communications, are very well connected with the industry. So I think academia can serve as a bridge between the two. Related to that point, and this is just my very, very humble opinion, you know, I was somewhat disappointed to see that even in the Vision 2035, the percentage of funding allocated to education was in the order of 7%. I would have liked to see that be much more. I think at the end of the day, for a nation, the most important thing for its global competitiveness is the skill and knowledge of its workforce. I believe it has to be in-house, it cannot be borrowed from outside, and it has, if you provide good quality education, you have ambassadors who position yourself, the country, in the global marketplace, if you will. And I think that education is a very, very critical part. And education, I do not mean bookish as we have done, but being able to navigate through and sift through the creativity, the analytic, critical thinking, all of these things I feel have to be imbibed into the education system. But I think that with that, I think the academia can serve a very, very important role in bridging that divide.
We have the last question in the back.
Hello. Yes, hi. First, thank you so much for the great presentation. I'm here.
Yeah.
And you mentioned earlier about the technologies, the smart technologies, and how it can be implemented in the United States. But as you know, in Kuwait, as we all know, driving behavior and driver's expectancy is odd. How can we mitigate this issue before implementing these technologies?
I didn't hear your previous statement.
Yes, I was saying in Kuwait, drivers' behavior and drivers' expectancy is not normal, and level of safety is also odd. So how can we mitigate this before implementing these technologies?
Yeah, I think as Professor Syed mentioned earlier, you know, these have to be tackled at the infrastructure level, at the technology environment level, and also at the human level. You know, a similar question could have been posed maybe about 25 to 30 years back in the United States. You know, drivers, why would they wear seat belts? Right? I mean, because the seat belt, you know, basically the use of seat belts was not very high. How did we get it to where it is now, which is in the order of 90% or so? There are techniques that we call behavioral modification that can take some time, but basically trying to inform, and I think that's where you have to inform without coming off as being patronizing. I think that's really the balance that is needed. You know, on a very similar note, it's like, you know, I like vegetarianism. I believe vegetarianism has a role to play in greenhouse gas emissions, but for me to go and tell others, hey, you have to convert to vegetarianism might not be appropriate, right? So I think that balance, so how do we communicate? And there's a whole science of behavioral modification related to human behavior.
Thank you, Professor Bat. Your talk complements the one earlier in the morning by Dr. Tariq Sayed. Now, the second presentation will be by Mr. Richard Meredith. He is the project director of Kuwait National Terminal 2. Has more than 35 years experience in the design, construction, and planning of civil engineering projects, and has worked on several large multifaceted projects, including Istanbul Grand Airport, Hong Kong International Airport, rail and Channel Tunnel. Richard has worked in the UK, Libya, Malaysia, Hong Kong, India, Maldives, Turkey, and Kuwait. He will be talking about airport terminal, achieving sustainability and resilience, vital transportation infrastructures. By the way, he will not talk about Terminal 2.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure and a privilege to be able to participate in this conference. I thank the organising committee for making it possible. I think the subject is an important one, and if we are to succeed, it is extremely useful to be able to exchange ideas through events such as this. Now, I've been involved in airports for the last 40 years. I've worked for government organizations, consultants and contractors. I've been involved in 4 terminals: Hyderabad in India, Sabiha Gökçen in Turkey, the Maldives and Istanbul New Airport, where with the company who has successfully won a PPP concession to operate the facility. I'm not sure if this experience means I have a great knowledge of sustainability, but I have put together some of my thoughts in the hope that they might be of interest. The presentation has 5 sections. First, to discuss the commitment required towards sustainability, and then to look at the roles of government and some of the key stakeholders, government, concession developers and contractors, and then how a sustainable project can be realized through the design, construction and operation phases. Then I wanted briefly to say something about how other airports are reporting the subject, and then to present outlining LIMAC's experience in this area. I think that some of the other presenters have touched upon it. Our society is changing when I look back over my 40 years of experience. Sustainability is important now. And sustainability has moved from being nice to have to being essential to our license to grow. And we as citizens of the earth and representing our various organizations have to have a vision for sustainability. Sustainability must be infused in everything we do. This means investment. Sometimes this investment can be cost effective at the start. From my own experience, let me tell you that a contractor building a building, if he uses a formwork system, he will end up using less wood. But the formwork system, which allows multiple reuse, will also be the most cost-effective way of casting the concrete. Often, the sustainability initiative will be cost-effective considering life cycle. If we insulate the building from heat gain, it reduces the aircon load, and over the lifetime of the building, it will pay for the initial initiative. Sometimes things are not so clear, and it just has to be an investment. This vision means that we have to collaborate with our communities. Recently, LIMAC were pleased to be the strategic partner for Project Yukon. This was initiated by the EPA and the Ministry of Public Works. The event took place in Al Shahid Park for a week in February. Its purpose was to initiate discussion in the community on sustainability by showcasing the green building philosophy being followed at Terminal 2. The vision means we have to empower our teams and we have to aim to reduce the environmental impact at all stages of implementation and operation of a project. I want to consider the roles of some of the major stakeholders in the development of airport terminals. First, government. Obviously, the role of government is to set the laws and regulations that terminal buildings have to follow. And as a policy, government should encourage, I think, more certified green buildings, as this introduces a measurable parameter into the process. Environmental limits can be introduced to control the burdens of air transport, noise and air quality on people's health. It's important that the policies and infrastructure also look towards sustainability. Terminals should be sized to be sufficient for the near to medium term. They should be planned to be easily expanded. They should not be excessive in size with unutilized capacity. I can give you an example here. DHMI, which is the Turkish equivalent of DGCA, let Istanbul New Airport as a concession. But recognizing that that airport would one day become one of the largest airports in the world, and it has a planned capacity of nearly 200 million, they put the concession triggers so that the facility would be built in phases. So you start with a terminal and 2 runways, and then when passenger numbers reach a certain size, you have to add a satellite, another runway, and again when passengers reach 120 million it is, you have to add another terminal and another runway. Concession developers also have a key part to play. Airport terminals often end up being run by private companies or consortiums. This can be a concession at the time of development or by a later switch to privatize the asset. The developers should obviously comply with sustainability goals set out in the concession. I also believe that they should try and achieve a green building certification, even if this is not required. And again, this is something that we have done at Istanbul New Airport. And we should also seek out strategies to maximize social benefits. The concession developer obviously has to consider sustainability during operation and maintenance, which brings us to life cycle cost. This has been mentioned by other speakers. Dr. Ali yesterday outlined with the asset management programs where money spent now means less costly maintenance in the future. The concession developer is ideally placed and motivated for this economic way of maximizing sustainability. This is because often the concession developer will also be the contractor for the project. However, unfortunately, my experience tells me that we're unable to really make use of life cycle studies. And I think that this is an area that has to be thought of more, and it has to be introduced into projects so that it is the key to really being able to build the building sustainably and operate it sustainably. The third stakeholder is the contractor. The contractor is more constrained by economic considerations. Obviously, he has to comply with the regulations. He should have a construction waste management plan, and he should try and control activities to reduce the impact on the environment, such as noise, erosion, and sedimentation. Good citizen contractors should also have a social awareness policy. This used to be called corporate social responsibility. Or in fact, I think it is still called that, but in LEMAC, we have renamed it as social investment. And this investment covers environmental initiatives, but it also involves investment in people. If you think about it, this is also necessary for sustainability in a society. At the airport, we are very pleased that we have managed to employ over 50 graduates from Kuwait, mainly from Kuwait University, but also from other institutions. Now I would like to look at the phases of the project so that we can see how sustainability is introduced. Obviously in the design you can integrate the building management system. This will make the building energy efficient. You can also improve energy efficiency by maximizing daylight usage. Usually in terminal buildings this is done by the use of skylights. It's important that the building does not waste water and has a good indoor air quality. These are important factors, but the key thing is they have to be considered early. If you wish to reduce the need for air conditioning by introducing natural ventilation, it has to be part of the concept phase of the design. Construction is an important phase. It has to consider issues like construction waste management, erosion and dust control, the use of sustainable materials such as certified wood, and it obviously has to protect and restore habitat where it has been damaged. But it should be noted that whilst it is at the forefront of the certification of green buildings, the construction's short time frame compared to the life of the building means that operation goals may be more significant. And in operation, it is important that the sustainable operation and maintenance has to be measured and verified. It too will have an operation waste management program. It too has to achieve energy efficient goals. And it has to look at how it will last over the life of the building, how it will renovate the building. The environmental friendly solution that we adopt is not always the most expensive. Now, what you're looking at is the Nongping cable car in Hong Kong. And the picture on the left, top left, shows the big Buddha, which is situated in Lantau Island. It's quite a remote place. And in the 1990s, the Hong Kong government and the Mass Transit Railway Corporation decided that what was needed to enhance the tourist attraction of the Big Buddha was to build a cable car. Now, to build a cable car up a mountain which is uninhabited, now the usual thing would have been to have built a road to be able to take up the construction materials necessary to build the cable car columns. I think actually because they wanted, this is the 1990s, they wanted something that looked good in the environmental plan. They came up with an innovative solution, which was to bring in a pack of donkeys and to actually carry all of the construction materials up the mountain by donkey and to bring all the waste down by donkey. And it was very successful. But the interesting thing was that afterwards, when they did the analysis, it turned out to actually be the cheapest way that the cable car could be constructed in this remote location. Now, I thought it might be useful in this section to look at how Kuwait International Terminal 2 is tackling the question of sustainability, and I think it is a story that has good points. I think when we were talking earlier this morning about smart cities and the need to introduce sustainability, the Ministry of Public Works has done a good job. The building has sustainable features. We have an integrated photovoltaic panels on the roof, generating some 16.5 megawatts of electricity, which is around 11% of the building's needs. It has energy efficient lighting systems. The lighting systems auto-adjust for daylight. There is also motion sensors so that lights are switched off in areas when they're unoccupied. It has water recycling systems. All the water that falls on the roof is collected and is recycled, as is all the water that's used in the sinks, in the kitchens and in the washrooms. And the treated water is used for flushing of toilets and for irrigation. There will be a high indoor environmental quality for passengers. We have increased fresh air flow over the design standards. The filters are similarly more efficient, and there have been controls made on the chemical emissions that come from materials such as flooring. We have done our part as the contractor. We have recycled more than 85% of the total waste that we have generated as the contractor for Terminal 2. I'm quite proud of that statistic. I would like to thank Mr. Orchan, who leads the team that makes that possible. As the next slide shows, we have been recycling our materials, cardboard, plastic, scrap metal. We've also been diverting our waste, and we reuse all of our wood waste. We use it to make furniture, you can see in the center, and we use it to make signs, and the bottom left picture is actually making cabinets for fire extinguishers. Some of the reuse has been fairly innovative. Those of you who are from Kuwait will remember that there was a Sheikh Zayed terminal road, which is now part of our site. This had a pavement. Rather than just demolish the pavement, we picked up all of the blocks and we've reused it in other areas, in our camp and in our office area. Dust control is obviously very important. We are next door to an operational airport, and so the dust has been well controlled during the construction process. Concrete recycling, there wasn't a slide, but we have sent all of our concrete waste to a recycling plant where it has been crushed for making aggregates for reuse. Now, I thought it might be interesting to see what other airports are doing about sustainability, and there is a lot of interest. I recently went to Passenger Terminal Conference. It's the world's leading conference on passenger terminals. It was in London this year. And the following airports made presentations about environmental sustainability. From the Far East, we had Thailand, and we also had Taiwan International Airport. From Europe, there was Zurich, Budapest, and Naples. Well, I suppose we can count Britain still part of Europe at the moment. But from the UK, there was Heathrow, Gatwick, and Bristol Airport. The Middle East was represented by Hamid. And there was a large contingent from North America, San Diego, Seattle, Toronto Airport. And these are the subjects that they introduced. The readiness for climate change, that was to do with how airports deal with weather events, and obviously with climate change, those events are going to become more prominent and potentially larger. There was a lot of talk on carbon reduction. The airline industry is a big carbon producer. Sustainability in design was mentioned. This was a collaboration between researchers and airport operations. I think this is interesting in relation to the remarks that Dr. Khalid said yesterday morning about there being 3 languages: government, academia, and private sector. There was also energy efficiency, in this instance, the switching of ground support vehicles, the vehicles that service aircraft to an all-electric, and transit systems, which is about introducing metro and other public transport in order to reduce the footprint. Two were of particular note. One was Heathrow Airport. They were planning for a sustainable expansion. You will see the list of things that they are doing there. Some of them, such as their noise action plan, are regulatory, but others are in an attempt to be more environmentally friendly. For example, they are supporting the idea that an aircraft doesn't have to use Jet A1 fuel, which is a very good initiative because the airline can make the change, but unless the airport is supplying the necessary fuel or making it possible for the airline to run the tests, it's not going to happen. I also thought that the presentation by Hamid International Airport was of interest in this context. This airport operates mainly together. There's a partnership between the airport operator and Qatar Airways. But the presentation was about, they are aiming, of course, for a seamless customer experience, but they're also cooperating on environment and sustainability. Limac Construction. You know Limac as the contractor that's building the airport, but actually we're not anymore just a contractor. We are, in fact, a conglomerate. We have expanded into hotels. We have some 7,000 beds, cement. We're in Africa. We're the second biggest producer in Turkey. But the main change has been investment in infrastructure and energy. We're vertically integrated. We produce electricity and distribute it in Kosovo and Turkey. And we also run a number of concessions for high-speed rail stations, for ports, and for airports. And we're currently building the world's longest suspension bridge, which will be finished in 2023. We have 11 airport projects. This shows you where they are. They are a mixture of concessions, Kosovo, Senegal in Dhaka, Istanbul, Sabiha Gökçen, Istanbul New Airport, and other airports like Cairo and Kuwait, where we are just constructing the building. This slide has already been put up this morning. We have made a conscious decision as a Limac group of companies to adopt the UN Sustainable Development Goals as the framework for identifying our key success indicators for our sustainability strategy. So we are trying to measure our improvement across our different business sectors. We have a history of successfully completing certified green buildings. You can see the high-speed train station in Ankara, Turkey, which is LEED Gold. Istanbul New Airport and is attempting to become LEED Silver. And of course, we hope in the fullness of time to be able to add Kuwait International Airport to that list. If I may have one more minute. There are a lot of people from Kuwait in the room, so I thought you might be interested just to see how your new airport terminal is coming along. We at Limac are very proud and privileged to be constructing this building for the Ministry of Public Works. Here you see the project metrics. It is the terminal building, will be one of the largest buildings in the world, and it will certainly be an iconic structure. We've been going for some 2.5 years. We have completed the excavation, we have completed the foundation, and we are now working on the mega columns, which are these large precast post-tension concrete arches. There are 807. We have cast some 500, and we have erected around 25% of them. We have a workforce of about 6,500 people. This inner roof will be substantially complete by the end of the year. You can also see this project now, both when you take off and land at Kuwait International Airport, and also when you drive up Highway 50. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Richard. We have time for just 2 questions, but please be brief in the question and also in the answer, please.
Engineer Richard, thank you so much for your perfect presentation. Actually, you talked about sustainability and renewable energy. And the last slide was for the top of the building, full of photovoltaic. It seems that you are covering 16%, something like that, 16.5% of the energy. As you know, we have a problem in Kuwait regarding the weather and the dust. How can you maintain and sustain the maintenance for the roof after a heavy sandstorm to clean the photovoltaic? Maybe you will tell me by sprinklers, because I had a long discussion in the beginning of the project with some of the top management of LIMAC in the beginning of the project, and he told me that we have sprinklers to clean the photovoltaic. I believe that it's one of the way, but the dust will come to the nozzle at the end. So if the nozzle blocked, then this 16.5 energy saving will be 0. Unless you manufacture the photovoltaic made by nanotechnology, which is maintenance-free forever. Thank you.
Yes, if I may respond, it's a very key point for life in Kuwait. In fact, I've seen statistics which indicate that a photovoltaic panel in the United Kingdom, which is not known for its sunshine, is actually more efficient than one placed in Kuwait because of the dust problem that you mentioned, sir. We have appointed our specialist subcontractor for this work, and there is indeed a requirement in the specifications to develop a design for cleaning of the panels after the dust storms or on a regular basis. But I think that your mention of nanotechnology highlights an actually interesting point with respect to working in Kuwait. We find it considerably difficult to make changes to the specification.
Okay. Okay. We have to conclude this session. Thank you, Mr. Meredith, and thank you, Professor Bat, and thank you everyone for this presentation. Thank you.
Very much appreciate the invitation to come and speak here. From what I've seen, it sounds like you have a great backdrop for the big projects that you have coming up. Thank you. So before I begin, I'd also like to commend the conference organizers. Really, the work and the team of academia and the professional engineering organization is a great combination to help owners of assets do their work better. Because it really starts in schools and it really gets done by the professionals. Those who own facilities and own assets and run assets, although in most cases we are also professional engineers and architects, we rely on the nimbleness and the forward thinking of academia and the efficiency and nimbleness also of the private sector. I'm speaking as the owner representative of assets. So unlike many of the delivery organizations that we heard from, you're hearing from, I'm, as a professional architect, I'm representing the owner. Design and construction is important, but maintenance is also important. Just go through this. See out there. Maintenance is also very important, and it needs to be kept in mind during design and construction. We've heard that during some of our presentations so far, and I will certainly support the effort. It is critical. Increasingly so as we realize the limited resources that we have to maintain the assets that we have. I'd like to talk just a little bit about the word sustainability. The portion of sustainability that I'll be talking about is a little bit different than some of the others. What we just heard a few minutes ago was sustainability in being more energy efficient, reducing our carbon footprint, being wiser with resources. The portion of sustainability that I work with is really maximizing the use of the facilities that we have, doing our maintenance in an efficient way so that we're not spending more money that we need to spend, so that we're maintaining and creating work in a way that we can maximize our resources so that we're not replacing them before the end of their useful life. So, a little bit about the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. Excuse me. We were established as an agency in 1921. We're responsible for maintaining, planning, designing, building, and constructing a vast number of assets throughout New York City and New Jersey. We have 5 lines of businesses and 25 facilities in both states. We're regulated by the states of New York and New Jersey, as well as several federal entities, and I'll go into some details in a few minutes. Our 2019 operating budget was over $3 billion. We have a capital plan forecast for the next 10 years to be approximately $30 billion. The agency is self-sustained, although we operate in a constrained budget environment. We have over 8,000 employees, and as of now, we have over 390,000 assets to date. Our recent executive director has put into place standard priorities and standards which have been driven home to all employees and those who deliver and manage our facilities. The key priority elements are safety and security, which is top priority, to support our capital plan, improve the customer experience for all of our airports, bridges, tunnels, etc., deliver operational excellence, sustainability, and to be an employer of choice so that we attract the best and brightest in our fields. Our standards, how do we do it? We'll do it with integrity, with diversity and inclusion, global best practices, 21st century technology, collaboration, and speed. There's no time for this government to be moving slowly. I'm going to walk through our lines of business. First, for aviation, we run John F. Kennedy International Airport, as well as LaGuardia and Newark Airport. In addition, Stewart Airport in upstate New York, and Teterboro, which is a general services airport. We have over 132 million passengers processed per year, and over 200,000 assets to date. We work with Federal Aviation Administration, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, Transportation Security, and Department of Agriculture. Tunnels, bridges, and terminals. We have 4 long-span bridges, one of which, the George Washington Bridge, is the most heavily traveled bridge in the world. We have 2 tunnels, Lincoln and Holland Tunnel, and 2 bus terminals. We process over 230 million vehicles annually and over 105,000 assets to date. And that department works with the Federal Highway Administration. Our port department, we have 4 New Jersey marine terminals and 2 New York terminals, over 40,000 assets to date. And I'll stop reading the regulatory agencies that we interface with because we deal with a lot. In addition, we own and operate the World Trade Center all of the towers, the transportation hub, over 10 million square feet of office space and 500,000 square feet of retail, over 15,000 assets to date. Lastly, for our lines of business, we run Port Authority Trans-Hudson, or PATH. It's essentially a subway line that connects portions of New York City to 4 or 5 cities in northern New Jersey. We work with Federal Railroad Administration and Federal Transit Administration. In addition, interestingly, we have centrally managed assets. We have traffic assets, signals, signs, lane attenuators, line striping, which is managed across all of our facilities, centrally managed. Radio and communications, so antennas, police radios, maintenance radios. Central Automotive Division, we have over 3,000 vehicles. We have the 6th largest police force in the United States. So all the vehicles that are required by those, runway snow plowing equipment, tunnel cleaning equipment, a lot of specialized vehicles, and several real estate holdings as well. So the case for asset management, first of all, there's a need. The technology is obsolete in most cases. Three of our departments are doing their asset management on a mainframe. Remember mainframes? It was installed in 1992. It's on its last legs, so there's a technology need to replace it. Second, there's asset management practices. There's been a much decentralized circumstance where each of the line businesses are doing their own thing, and it's difficult to manage and develop capital planning when businesses are doing their own thing. And there's opportunities for cross-pollination or basically learning from best practices, because there are pockets of best practices throughout the agency. Some of our ongoing challenges, as I mentioned, the maintenance planning function is no longer centralized. There's a reduced ability to provide consistent reporting and governance. In addition, what's happening increasingly in our facilities and what's also happening worldwide is the introduction or expansion of various operating models, triple Ps, design build, design bid build, design build, operate, maintain. All of these different operating models impact the way we do maintenance on our facilities. And I think that's something that most owners are really just starting to come to grips with now. It makes a big difference. In our case, we have changes in leadership and organizational structure. We report to 2 governors, the governor of New York and the governor of New Jersey. 1 governor is hard enough, 2 is really difficult. And we have continually shifting priorities, given economic issues, other issues that come from out of nowhere, security issues. We had Hurricane Sandy in 2012, things that affect the region that hit us significantly. So really what we did first was we did a SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Some of the strengths that we've looked at, that we have executive support and commitment for a new system and technologies, and also recognition that process improvements are necessary, among others. I'll just focus on some of the key elements of each of these. Weaknesses, the line departments have their own agendas and continually changing needs. As you can probably imagine, the priorities for the aviation department varies year to year from the port department. They're dealing with private sector, public sector, and all different things that are happening. Lack of process of documentation and integration, and challenges cleaning and migrating the data from the legacy systems to the enterprise system. Because there was no governance, the quality of data in our current systems is spotty and in many cases not reliable, which is something that maintainers don't like to admit because it makes it sound like they don't have the right information. But when they don't have the right resources to put the right information in, this is what happens. You wind up with garbage in, garbage out. In terms of opportunities, establishing a governance structure and unified approach to asset management, business process improvements, and data cleansing and standardization so we can improve and make more consistent the quality and quantity of the data. And our threats is the changes in leadership and changes in priorities, where this is not a short-term, this is not a sprint, it's a marathon. And it's something that is difficult to make people understand when, in our case, we're focused on election cycles and when certain things need to be done to cater to those things as opposed to the right time frame in which to do things. A lack of top-down guidance on priorities, and building a system that's too difficult or expensive to maintain. That's a critical issue that we'll be focusing on, not building something that will die under the weight of its own maintenance. So really what we did next is to look at how and where we currently track our assets. The shape on the left just identifies the lines of business and the functions and the current systems that are being used. Aviation, TB&T, and Port use a system called the mainframe, Maintenance Management Information System. World Trade Center had a work order system as well as PATH, and then the other cross-functional assets did their own thing. In many cases, assets showed up in more than one system depending on who did what to what, whether you're delivering the asset, installing the asset. So the overall plan is to establish an agency-wide standard. In our case, we determined that the agency is using Maximo. It's an IBM product with a data splice front end, which is where maintenance staff will use their smartphones and will do their work, in real time on their handheld to more efficiently gather information. This was a huge step. Making that decision was a linchpin in moving forward. The next thing we did was do a gap assessment. Technology is an important piece. However, it's absolutely not the only piece. The most important piece is really people, what they do, how they do it, and how they'll need to change how they do what they do in order to be more efficient. In our case, we're dealing with maintenance staff, thousands of people who are doing all of the cleaning and maintaining and operating on a daily basis. So you can imagine the challenge that will be in all of these different lines of business. And in our case, many of these staff are represented, the union staff, so it's working with all of the requirements that come with that. The gap assessment focused on change impacts, opportunities for data-driven decision-making, determining the implementation costs and benefits. Our financial folks are always looking to find out, what's it going to cost me and what am I going to get out of it? And developing an agency-wide asset management improvement plan. How can we improve further in the future, not just do it once and let it go? Our gap assessment focused on these 31 areas under 9 subheadings. We had extensive interviews with several different departments throughout the agency, in addition to those who operate the maintenance, operate the facilities. We looked at where we are now, which is represented in the blue in the center, and where we want to be by the year 2022, which is the orange. Each of these would be improving, so kind of not intuitive to me. You'd think that you'd want to get closer to a bullseye, but in this case, the bigger the spread, the better it is. That's how this spider chart works, as my consultant told me. The next thing we did was really developed a plan for how we're going to do it and how we're going to deliver it. We determined that there are really 5 tracks of asset management for our agency. Policy and governance. We're also adding metrics to this. So policy is the rule, governance is how you will effectuate the rule, and the metrics is how you'll measure how well you're doing. The second is asset management plans. So it's basically giving whoever manages an asset basically their rule book. This is what you do, this is how often you do it, this is the standard. Because in our case, we have a lot of staff turnover, whether it's on the management side, on the represented staff side, or on the contractor side, since we outsource a lot of our maintenance work. Asset management plans are very important to be able to move forward continually. Third is asset management improvements. How can we better do what we do? Fourth is system implementation. So that's where the technology really comes in. The technology is just a tool. It's not going to solve the problem. And lastly is organizational support. Having the right people in place at all different levels, whether it's financial support, operational support, maintenance, human resources, law, having all of that in place to support us. So a couple of mantras that I really repeat endlessly internally. This slide that you see is really what I preach to our internal staff. First of all, the system has to focus on maintenance first. If the maintenance staff, the men and women with boots on the ground in the field doing the maintenance, if they don't buy in, you'll have garbage in, garbage out. They have to have ownership, they have to believe in it, and they have to be part of the process. And second, it's very easy for the highest level people to say, just put the system in and it'll plug and play and it'll go. It's not that. It's really much more than that. So that's what those are my 2 mantras that I share with those people. I won't get into the detail here. This is just really breaking down what each of these tracks mean now and in our future phases. Next, what I really wanted to do was identify the relationship of maintenance to the total cost of the asset. Really what every owner wants to do, and what every consultant, and I really, it's kind of interesting, it's similar to what we heard at our last presentation. At the end of the day, what the owner needs to know is what is the total cost of the asset? Not just what does it cost to design it and build it, what does it cost to design, build, operate, and maintain through the life of the asset? There was a statement that our last presenter made which was very interesting and very true. The asset spends a lot more time during the operations and maintenance phase than it spends in the design and construction phase. So it's very important that the amount of money that we spend is spent wisely over the course of the time that it's there. What you see on the left for a capital project is the design and construction. Then at the point that it is turned over from, in our case, the resident engineer or the contractor, the keys are handed to the operator to maintain the facility. At that point, it starts to depreciate. The clock starts where the life of the terminal is 20 years. It starts to tick down. Within the terminal, the fan has a 7-year lifespan. The roof has a 15-year lifespan. The sidewalk has a 9-year lifespan. They may have potholes in front of the terminal, so it may need to be patched before then. So the little bumps that you see on the right-hand side are smaller operation or capital improvements that are done over the course of the life of the asset. And at the very end of the life of the asset, the entire asset is replaced. So breaking it down simply, CapEx, cost of capital on the left, OpEx, the cost of operating on the right, gives you TOTEX, the total cost of operating the asset. That's what we're striving to do. And this is where, similar to what our last presenter just talked about, it's something that we'll be looking to our consultants and our project delivery organizations to be focused on the big picture. There was a reference in the last presentation about JFK and the Port Authority. JFK just started a master plan redevelopment, and interestingly, the consultant firm that got that award is focusing not just on a master plan that has a pretty picture and will have a great facility that looks great, but it's starting with the pragmatic, tactical, operational functionality of the facility. What it's going to need to be to run well, and it's building from there. So from that point really is where really the hard work starts. It's developing the policy and governance documents, asset management standard protocol, enterprise condition ratings, enterprise criticality assessment protocol. When it comes to our condition ratings, all these regulatory agencies, if you're asking for money, they want to know why. What's the condition of the asset? They have standards. You have to comply to their standards. Aviation has different standards than highways, different than rail. So we're complying with all these different standards. From a system implementation standpoint, we developed a Port Authority hierarchy model, or POM model, and asset data specifications. Because with our 5 lines of business, only one department has runways, only one department has rail, only one department has wharves. However, everybody has fire alarms, everybody has fire extinguishers, everybody has facades, everybody has roofs. So there are a lot of facilities that are consistent through our departments. And these are areas where we need to be consistent to be able to tell our financial folks what we need and when we need it, and so that they can know that they're comparing apples to apples. In terms of transitioning from the current to the future, we currently have 2 implementation projects underway. The first is the MMIS phase-out, or the MPO. It's currently underway, and it's scheduled to be completed in the 3rd quarter of 2019. This will migrate the existing data from this mainframe, which is really at risk of failing any day, to its own island instance of Maximo. This will basically allow us to continue to do our maintenance in the short term. Concurrently, we have a project going on for Phase 1A, as we call it, which is all of our end users who will be coming into the enterprise instance, utilizing the standard hierarchy and asset data specification for all the asset classes. This is really where the efficiency will start. The early action work is really just for the 3 departments, as you saw on the earlier slide, aviation, port, and TB&T. But the exciting part is Phase 1A, also the hardest part. The future phases, as you see down below, phase 2 and phase 3 are really under development, and that's where we'll be incorporating elements like BIM, building information modeling, GIS, and how we'll do our work. I think what we'll learn in many cases as we sort of peel back the onion is as these different operating models will impact the way that we'll want to report on our maintenance and execute our maintenance. And as we see with turnover of staff, I see us getting a high value from building information modeling so that we know exactly where the runway light is, which one is having a problem in this 4,000 foot long runway, or in the World Trade Center where you have a 500,000 or several thousand square foot fan room with 5 monster fans cooling the Oculus, and you need to know exactly where you're going to do maintenance on which particular unit. And when you have high staff turnover and you lose time with these maintenance people getting to where they need to be. So all these things these improvements will build on themselves over time. So in addition to delivering or developing the message, we wanted to be sure we have continuous ongoing communication at all levels of the organization. We have regular meetings as needed, one-on-one, for engaging stakeholders depending on what the issues are. And it seems that there are always issues coming up, whether it's on the financial side or on a particular line business or other regulatory issue coming up. And our communications are tailored to the different level of stakeholders. We have executive meetings with executive staff on a quarterly basis. We have regular steering committee meetings, which is sort of one level down from the executives. We have bi-weekly end-user group meetings, which is one level down from there, really facility representatives and department representatives. And then work group meetings. We have 6 work groups focused on maintenance activities, structure, and all the different elements of asset management with different people from each department on each committee. So those groups meet as needed as the issues arise. Relative to our future vision, the first step that we're really in is standardizing to really just get to where we need to be to start. And that's really this phase 1A as I talked about. Once we get there, then we'll start to apply what we're learning, and from there we'll be performing. One of the questions I get from my financial folks are, what is the cost-benefit analysis? When will we start to see improvements? And unfortunately, the answer is, we won't start to see improvements until all the data is in, we have confidence in all the data, and we start to utilize the data to do what we need to do. So we're really talking about 2022 before you'll be able to start to measure the effectiveness of this work. It's difficult to tell people at the highest level that when they're looking for a turnaround in 6 months. So we're looking for quick wins like our MPO and finding small elements to measure in the meantime to get some of these quick wins. At the same time of doing the big project, there is a daily or weekly report that goes to our executive director on the status of every elevator and escalator in the entire Port Authority. So that's everything from 25 units throughout the path system to 53 units at the World Trade Center to 572 units at all 3 airports in every single terminal at every airport that we run, in addition to 50 some odd at the Port Authority bus terminal. So these things are something that we're developing with our technology department so that the staff can go out and just measure these units. In most cases that we don't operate, since, as we heard from some of our other presenters, when we outsource things like an airport terminal operation, we don't do the maintenance. So in a sense, we don't care if the elevator or escalator is running, except that the customer going through United Airlines terminal or American Airlines terminal or JetBlue or one of our privately operated terminals, if the elevator goes down, the customer doesn't say it's United Airlines' fault. They say it's the Port Authority's fault. So even though we don't operate it directly, it is incumbent upon the Port Authority facilities to know the performance of our assets. And that's one of the things that we're coming to grips with now, because in order for us to execute on the customer service element that you saw in a prior slide, we do need to know some of this information that our tenants are responsible for delivering. So just walking through these 3 steps for future vision. We have agency-wide standardization of maintenance activities. processes and information system configuration, the application of processes and practices across asset classes, and to continue to refine the implementation of best practices to aid analysis and improve decision making. It's an ongoing journey. It's not a one and done. In conclusion, this is a very wordy slide, and I apologize, but there are a lot of really important takeaways, so I'm gonna read through these. First, we focused on cross-functional teams and traceable changes driving toward a commonly understood vision and set of milestones. We developed the asset data specification and the hierarchy in-house. This is a case where, continually, at the same time that we're going through this process, we're in regular communication with our peers, airport peers, transit peers, in all of our lines of business. How are you doing? What are you doing? How can we learn from you? How can you learn from us? And the one thing that we've heard consistently is it was wise that we developed our hierarchy ourselves. No one knows our facilities like us. It's good we have support from a consultant, but we didn't say, here it is, go solve the problem. We sat with them, we walked through, we held hands, and sat with each of our facility managers and our facilities in order to do that. We had risk management at the program and project level, which we review and update every year. Organizational change management that starts from day one through stakeholder identification, analysis, and engagement. We established a common vision early and consistently delivered, because people have amnesia in government organizations, and probably in private organizations too, but it's often in public organizations. We had some momentum with some quick wins that will benefit multiple stakeholders. We're using an agile approach when it comes to technology implementation, and establishing the government structure from the outset, sharing our knowledge through the establishment of document management tools. We're utilizing SharePoint for all of our communication throughout the agency with different departments and our consultants, because it's a wide range of staff. So at least that's one common communication tool that we're using. And the selection of the right champions throughout the agency with internal and external stakeholders. That is my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions that anyone has.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you. We are ready to take some questions from the floor. Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a question, for this asset or for this infrastructure, you are talking about running this infrastructure or manage this infrastructure. What about have you any idea about what's going to happen if some kind of disruption? Disruption, like hurricane, flooding, earthquake. Have you looked to this thing? How much time it will take to recover this this infrastructure? I think resilience of infrastructure should be also in place.
Yes.
Not only sustainability.
Absolutely.
Because what we have in last November in Kuwait, we have that flooding, that we have our transportation system freezed for 3 days. And so we found out that our infrastructure, especially in transportation, is not resilient.
Yes.
So if you have any comments on that thing.
Absolutely. In our case, in 2012, we had Superstorm Sandy. It was a very large hurricane that devastated several of our facilities. At the time, actually, I was working on the construction of the World Trade Center Transportation Hub, where we had an open pit that was 70 feet deep, and the pit was filled with 18 feet of water. We had construction that was almost done, doing final inspections of electrical systems, all of which had to be completely ripped out because of the saltwater damage. So what we're focused on with this effort, because honestly, this effort is big enough, is regular operations. The Port Authority, as we develop our capital projects, we have different, basically, checkboxes as you go through for what are you doing for sustainability, what are you doing for security, how are you handling, we have a bicycle group where are you doing, we have groups that say you need to have bicycle access to our facilities. How are you doing that? So there's these different groups that look at these things. These are overlaid on capital projects in the capital development. So that point that so in addition to work on our existing assets, all of what you're talking about is built into when a new asset is designed and constructed, so that by the time it flips over that big hump and is turned over from a completed construction project to an asset that's in, not degrading, winding down, that's all baked in. So those things are really done as part of the design and construction process. All of that is laid in. Thank you. Good question.
Thank you, sir. As a matter of fact, two questions, fast ones. 2,000 employees, you said, right? 2,000 employees you have?
The agency has 8,000 employees.
8,000 employees.
Yes.
Is it a hierarchical structure of employees or horizontal, project-based, or a combination of both?
It's a combination of both.
Yeah. And the second question, have you experienced or put in plan the IoT, Internet of Things, for important assets you have?
Yes, excellent question. That's where we're going for our next phase. Part of my challenge is dealing with 5 lines of business. I don't know if you've ever heard of the term herding cats, where your cats just sort of do their own thing, and I feel like I'm herding cats to make them sort of march together and do the same thing. It's difficult because each department has their own priorities. I know the Kuwait Port Department has a major redevelopment project underway. We also have a major redevelopment project underway to get ready for the post-Panamax ships that are coming in. They want to put BIM and use building information modeling to do that. In addition, World Trade Center wants to look at some of their fans in the Freedom Tower in Tower 1 so that they'll be able to have remote monitoring of some of these things, also building information modeling. There are many different priorities. What I think is happening in case of me, although I'm defining my scope and trying to manage my scope and avoid scope creep, I'm being pulled into things like building information modeling. And I'm working, actually I've just been having regular meetings with the key people from Microdestic as our consultant, working with the BIM, Revit, and Civil 3D. Also, we have regular meetings with Esri, directly with Esri, who is the combination of BIM, which is basically it's a really great 3D model that's in the middle of, can be anywhere. Esri ties it to a place in the ground. So we're looking at how we're going to put our civil utilities in, whether that's done in Esri or in Civil 3D, and our building information in a 3D system. And also, this is a case where we need to build something that's sustainable and not something that's going to require, because it's not just building it once. When you're design and in your construction, BIM is a fantastic tool. When we built the World Trade Center, it was outstanding. But when you go into maintenance, you do a BIM for design and construction that lasts 3 or 4 or 5 years. You're in operations and maintenance for 50 years. You can't sustain the cost of that level of BIM for that many staff for all that time. So you have to simplify it, find a way to do it, and that's absolutely where we're going. But part of my challenge is looking for who's done it already, or am I going to be the first one to do it? To develop it, and I'm changing the name. I'm not calling it a building information model. In my view, this is just me. Design and construction, it's BIM. Operation and maintenance, FMM, facility maintenance model. So for me, it's pulled apart because the engineers, the design engineers, will take the BIM after construction is done. They're going to put it in a drawer so that when you see some of those bumps that happen, if they have to go, repair a facade or replace a roof or something, they can go look at that for their planning purposes. But the maintenance people, they don't need to see all that. They just need to know if there are key issues that change. But they want to know, where is the fan? Where is that pump? Where is that runway light? And you can just push a button and know where it is, and it has tremendous value in maintenance. But it's different than design and construction. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Sean. It was a nice presentation. I promise it won't be a bad question.
You did not show us the actual relation between the state and yourselves. Is it the assets that you're talking about, is it totally state-owned enterprise under your hand, under your auspices? That's the first question. The second question, what is it for the state from you? What is it in for the state from you? How much they can gain access to your financials? Can you give it piece of that part, or it's all for the Ports Authority?
Okay. So the first question is the state of the asset?
Yeah.
Like the condition of the asset?
Yeah, it's belonged to the states originally. Do you have the freedom for the SOE? Are you totally owning the state-owned enterprise? The ports, the paving, all that, is it yours?
Yes.
Or it's belonged to the state? I wanted to know the actual relation between the state and yourselves.
Okay. The state meaning the state, New York or New Jersey?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Very good question.
And the second thing is, what is it in for the state from your financials?
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure they have to have a piece of it.
Yes. So
Not totally to you, huh?
well, the Port Authority is self-sustaining. We don't get money from the states. So in some cases, we actually give money to the states because overall we make more money than we need. Each department varies. So when it comes to our airports, for example, and the Federal Aviation Administration, each landing and takeoff, there's a fee for every single person on a plane that lands or takes off from one of our airports. That fee goes into a bank, and our aviation projects are funded in part through that fund. So that's done through directly with the airport and the Federal Aviation Administration. The state's not really involved. In the case of our bridges and tunnels, our assets are, the Federal Highway Administration is done by the states. So in the case of the George Washington Bridge or the Lincoln or Holland Tunnel, we give information to New York, we give information to New Jersey, even though we cross, because all of that is done through the states. So the condition assessments and all of those standards by the federal authorities, we follow those standards and we feed information to the states for our bridges and tunnels and highways. In the case of rail, our path system is unique in that because it goes through 2 states and some other way in the structure of the rail system, unlike many transit agencies, it doesn't go through Federal Transit Administration, it goes through Federal Rail Administration. So that's also done by the system, not by the state. We do coordinate with, in the case of the Metropolitan Transportation Planning Organizations, there's one in New York City, on the New York side, and one in northern New Jersey. We coordinate with both of them. And in the case of the ports, it's done through the port and not through the state. So it's not an easy answer, which is really another level of complexity in terms of doing everything we do. Really, we give each entity what they need, and each of their condition ratings, as you can imagine, they vary. And sometimes, even though all of the FAA, FTA, FRA, FHWA, they're all under the United States Department of Transportation, the US DOT. So you'd think they'd speak the same language. No. So we work with each of them, and we're sure that each of them get what they need in the way that they need it. And our system is designed, it will be designed so that we'll be able to crosswalk from one department, one regulatory authority to another to be able to get that, we'll be able to do that. Does that answer your question? Thanks.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you. A big hand for Sean. Thank you. Our second speaker is from Kuwait. She's a graduate of Kuwait University. And she got her PhD from Manchester University in UK. Currently, she is the program manager of sustainability and reliability of infrastructure program energy in Kuwait Institute for Scientific Research. Her talk today will be on the development of renewable energy infrastructure of Kuwait, a Shagaya case study. Let's welcome Dr. Sheikh Al-Sanad.
Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Good afternoon. Thanks everybody for attendance.
I'd like to welcome all of you, my presentation today. I'm happy to meet all of you, some of my old colleagues, someone I just introduced them during the conference. So today we'll discuss, my talk will be highlight the challenges while developing the infrastructure of renewable energy project at the case study of Shigaya project. So our presentation today will highlight, first of all, a brief introduction about the importance of infrastructure and why you want to involve in about sustainable infrastructure, what are the benefits of sustainable infrastructure. Then we'll have a general overview about the Shigaya Renewable Energy Project for some of those who are not aware about the project, what the Shigaya project. Then we'll discuss and highlight what the main challenges that we faced during the development of the infrastructure for the renewable energy project. Then we'll close up by what lesson we learned during the project. So, development infrastructure in general is a vital component in the country economy. So, the infrastructure itself we can provide or highlight as a fundamental physical and organization structure essential for the operation of society, such as building, health, import, road, bridge, and so on. So, the development infrastructure itself enhance the country productivity alongside with can make the business more competitive. What I mean by make the business more competitive for those, let's say, in the private sector, we need to invest the infrastructure. That's why to make them more competitive. But however, we have to understand what the element of infrastructure in general. We are just talking about, let's say, the concept of the conference, the infrastructure. What are the main element? The main element, power and the source of the production, such as oil, railway, road, port, airport, communication, especially telecommunication. All these we can highlight as the element of the infrastructure. So how can we define the infrastructure? Just to provide simple definition of the infrastructure is a basic physical and organization structure need for the operation of society or reproduction system or service and facility necessary for economic for a function. It can be a reconnect set of a reconnect structure element that provide framework, supporting the entire structure of development. As the population and the economy expand, so there will be high demand and require for a high quality of infrastructure. Nevertheless, in order to be sustainable and provide a profit and benefit to the community, so the environmental direct also effects. For that reason, we have to look at the other side, how to invest or move towards sustainability for that type of the sector. So, in infrastructure, in that reason, it's an important component to overall sustainable development. It can be one main component in order to move towards sustainability. However, in order to move for this part of infrastructure to sustainability, we need to address the challenges. What are the challenges in moving towards sustainable infrastructure? The challenge will be addressed from different sides. For that reason, in Kuwait, recently there are many ongoing projects, a mega project, and they are also made target to reach sustainability. So for Kuwait as well, it's for additional alternative competitive development, economic boost, and integration. So let's have a look about general, the current GDP. The construction sector is only consume about 2%. However, the main percentage share go for the oil sector. But the infrastructure will be involved, the construction, real estate, transportation, the hotel, all these need to be developed. As been mentioned by Dr. Khalid Mahdi yesterday, the next target, 30% for the budget is being allocated for the infrastructure. As we understand, we know about the oil sector is the main vital role for Kuwait and still depend about the oil sector. However, the government target to reduce the dependence about the oil sector and invest in the other sectors such as the construction industry and development other sector, the infrastructure for the hotels, hospital, school, and so on. So now we move to sustainable infrastructure. What are the definition about sustainable infrastructure? First of all, we talk about the general infrastructure, but how be sustainable infrastructure? Infrastructure projects that are planned, designed, construct, operate in a manner to ensure economic, social, environmental, and organized sustainability during the life cycle of the project. So the sustainable infrastructure can assist that well. Increase international investment for the country, financial viable, increase employment and the growth job as well, motivate investment, for example, for education, and such as the research, lower carbon environmental footprint, and so on. Okay, for those companies, for example, in the private sector, if they want to invest to sustainability, what their benefit? Based on the literature review and perception of the researcher, is be able to have more product quality, increase profit for them, higher market share, and positively associate with competitive outcome for them. So what the rationale in case we want to connect the infrastructure to a sustainable development. As you mentioned earlier, I will just give you a few notes. Infrastructure is a key support of modern society, promote economic growth, and also enhance the competitive between the company. The adoption, of course, for the sustainable infrastructure will have some advanced technology for that. What the benefit for advanced technology, which minimize the cost, increase access, contribute to environmental sustainability. So we talk now in general about sustainability. Let's provide an example, recent example about sustainable infrastructure in Kuwait. For example, a Shigaya renewable energy project with a pioneer initiative in Kuwait to include a renewable energy Kuwait in supply mix. So a Shigaya project, a multiple renewable energy technologies include PV, CSP, and wind turbine, utilized scale plant with a total plant installed capacity more than 4,000 megawatts. Currently, the Shigaya project is being divided in 3 phases, phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. Now, currently, phase 1 is being operate and pave away from the upcoming phases. And in this talk, we'll highlight what the challenges, what we discovered during development the infrastructure phase 1 of the Shigaya project. Let's give you a brief information for those who are not aware about the Shigaya project, an overview about the project. Kuwait Institute for Scientific Research is developing the Shigaya Renewable Energy Demonstration Project to be built about approximately 87-kilometer desert area, approximately 100 kilometers west of Kuwait. Now we are in the phase, as I mentioned earlier, it consists of 3 phases. Phase 1 is being divided in 6 sub-projects. 50 megawatt of CSP plant, 10 megawatt PV plant using 2 technology, 10 megawatt of wind farm, which have 5 wind turbines, and 132 kV substation that inject to the national grid. Finally, the common infrastructure project. So for all these 6 projects involve different different project team. What the vision for the Shigaya project is to reach 15 of renewable generation by 2013, which will connect about the new Kuwait 2035 as well. The location of Shigaya, why you select the Shigaya project to be built at this park. The KISR researcher team conducted a survey, 7 different locations, potential location in Kuwait. Based on the survey, the Shigaya area, which is next to the Salmi, was found to be a most suitable location in terms of the weather resource because we want to use a renewable energy technology. As mentioned, some of these infrastructure projects being built there, some administration building, some other building, and external, internal road, and so on. This is the location of Shigaya project. It's next to the Salmi Road, which is west of Kuwait. This is top view of the Shigaya project. Will include a different technology, solar, PV, infrastructure. As you can see the external road, some of building over there. This is one of the building being constructed. It's called administration building, which consists with can help have a lab, laboratory, meeting room, and so on. So, we provide you an overview of the Shigaya project. So the Shigaya now we can call it a mega project. Shigaya project can consider a mega project. Why we call it a mega project? Mega project characteristics of a mega project is the complex investment project, expensive, the budget above $1 billion, consists of high risk, generate high public attention as well, large scale project. The construction phase is more than 5 years. So Shigayo will start to construct 2013. And the final phase 1 was being end of December 2018. And the official opening ceremony was on February 2019. So the construction for phase 1, all sub-projects been almost from 2013 to 2019, earlier 2019. So why Shigayo consider a mega project? The size is a big success, including different stakeholders, multiple sub-projects. The time for the construction more than 5 years. It's cost approximately over 100 million KD. Required a number of stakeholders and resources to operate during the construction and so on. This is general information about the mega project. We have actually 2 types of mega project. We can consider a combination of one project, each serving different function, but integrate under one umbrella, for example, Shigayo, or consider a single project or aggregate of project which can initiate to serve a primary infrastructure function. For example, bridge involve project component, a bridge, highway, all of them will be under single sector with transportation. What the important mega projects is they play 3 important roles in strategic development, satisfy human, economic, and social needs, elevating the country image, deliver international events. So, what are the challenges that we face during developing the infrastructure of Shigayo project? Based on the perception of a stakeholder, there are many challenges being highlighted during development of the infrastructure project. As we said, we already done from phase 1 from the Shigayo project. So these challenges highlight based on the interview with the construction stakeholder in the phase 1, and this lesson will need to to report it for the upcoming phases. Would need to get a benefit and how to manage the upcoming phases for Shigayo project. Based on the list of challenges being found, I categorize them based on 4 categories. Category 1, management-related challenges, technical-related challenges, stakeholder-related challenges, safety leadership-related challenges. First of all, let's discuss about the stakeholder challenges that we faced during development of the infrastructure project. As you mentioned earlier, phase 1 includes sub-projects, so involve several of stakeholders. So these stakeholders, of course, there will be conflict between them. Lack of knowledge or communication between them because we have an international and national contractor. A lot of challenge we find, for example, lack of communication, different in social culture between the stakeholder, multi-player level decision-making body, lack of promotion of sustainable products because we have a different technique we use, lack of knowledge about the stakeholder, about themselves. This is a chart I provided to explain for you who's my stakeholder. I divide them in internal stakeholder and external stakeholder. The external stakeholder that's been identified during the Shigayo project is a public and a private sector. Public sector, of course, the government agency. All the government agency, they are our stakeholder. The private sector, for example, we have professional associate, media, we call them as well stakeholder, environmentalists, and so on. The internal stakeholder for the project, I divide them in the demand side, supply side. The supply side, we have architect, engineer, the pricing, supply chain, providing the material. The demand side, we have the client itself, the owner of the project. We have the own organization structure, all these stakeholders. We have to get approval, paper approval, for example. This we call them stakeholder, finance, employee, project team. The second challenge we faced during development of the project, safety leadership key challenges. Safety is very important aspect during any project. But imagine this type of big project, how we need to manage all these, the behavior of the contractor, the behavior of supply chain during transportation, the material. Of course, some of these material will bring import from outside, for example, the wind turbine. So the safety for transportation, safety while they are producing the material. All these challenges. The safety leadership is always present a challenge to the project team and their ability. So consider what the key benefit of effective safety leadership in the project, to improve employee safety behavior by on-the-ground integration and corrective action, individually reduce the risk of lost time because we need to manage the time. The leadership, imagine if any accident happen, that will, of course, will affect the time of the project. That's why we need to manage during the development of the project. The safety leadership was very trying to manage very well and also to manage the quality of the project. Create better business and increase the productivity by avoiding accident, improve standing and reputation among the supplier, client and partner. The last challenge that will be faced as categorized, it's called technical challenge. Actually, many technical challenges based on the interview with the stakeholder. But I summarized most of them based on the time limit for the presentation. So I'll go through it very quick. These some of the technical challenge. Documentary life cycle, as we say it, طول الدورة المستندية. This is the main technical challenge. Site location. The Shigaya was, as we said, in the desert area, and very difficult to sometimes have a subcontractor or supplier agree to cooperate on the project because due to the site location. Incorrect sometimes project cost and time execution. That's one of the main challenges that faces, and they try to manage it very well. Quality of material, shortage in manpower. The manpower very one of the technical challenge. Lack in managing complex of the type of the work. This is also challenging. Failure sometimes to meet the specification. Of course, one of the challenges we have to meet the quality of the work. That's can consider one challenging. Let's provide you example. As we mentioned, we have three technology. We have PV, wind turbine, and CSP. Let's discuss the challenges that we highlighted during install the wind turbine. I divide them in logistic challenges, construction, and the operation. The wind turbine, of course, this technology being operated outside of Kuwait. It requires some technique, expert to install it, expert to transfer. So during the construction of the wind turbine farm, the desert area, there is no infrastructure existing. So imagine if you want to move the material itself, you have to safely, the floor itself. Imagine you have to access or control the behavior of the supplier. Okay, so one of the logistics, the size of a blade, imagine 45 long and weight 20 tons, requires special large flatbed trailer with multiple axles, with a steering capacity for better turn radius on the public road. And the transportation itself was very challenging. So during the construction as well, the construction, as we mentioned, one of the challenges that the behavior for the contractor, subcontractor, the cooperation between international and local, this conflict between them, you have to control all the time to install this technology. We'll not discuss about the operation, but this will provide you some photo during the install the wind farm. And imagine the land area while there is no infrastructure existing there and was very difficult to reach the location of the project. Okay. Another technical challenge being highlighted by the contractor. Let's take one example of the contract of this project. Site location, weather condition, because the site location there, while we select very windy, sometimes they're not able to work during especially the high temperature degree. The soil foundation about the area itself, they face very challenging. Increase the price of bitumen, and that will challenge for the contract to provide for the infrastructure, the external and internal road. Let's discuss and highlight what the challenges we've been highlighted from the project management team, the owner engineering. The documentary life cycle, as mentioned earlier, طول الدورة المستندية, reaching the project location, before the execution of the project, the infrastructure work was not existing there. So to reaching the project was actually very challenging. Since people have to drive all desert area, they don't know where the location of the project, it was consumed time to reach there. Sometimes that was difficult, they find some supplier or some subcontractor need to deal with this type of project. Contractor engineering and efficiency, contractor delay to submitting a design, a drawing, material supplier, the time is consumed to review the design. Design plan should be compliant with the requirement of the government agency. Sometimes they fail to achieve that requirement. And just we'll have very quick discussion about what the challenge from the project team. Quality and safety management system are very poor based on their perception. So they have to, especially for the local contractor, all the time they need to manage them. So that's what consumes for them a lot of effort to manage, to reach the quality as we respect as the owner. Contractor was developing unqualified, unprofessional subcontractor. We faced a lot of challenge with the subcontractor. Contractor will not follow the project management and proceed by approved by client. Lack of communication between contractor, subcontractor, and the international contractor, sometimes the language, because we have international contractor. Many mistakes in engineering drawing, which lead to many problems during the construction phase. The last challenge under category of management leadership challenges. I have my 5 minutes left. Okay. The management leadership challenges. Imagine this huge project. You need to lead it smart way. And each project, I mean phase one, as you say, we have 6 projects. Each project have their own team. Project manager team, employee below that, contractor, subcontractor, all of them have one guy was leading all these type of projects. The leadership's project is characterized by ability with scope, with change. They cannot be ruled in imagined infrastructure. So the leadership have to be recognized and need to change and have in each detail. So in mega project, leadership focus on several, including seeing the big picture while keeping eye on important detail, emphasize the team, motivate them, have to follow up the project in each several detail. There's no mistake allowance during the mega infrastructure project. That's one of the main challenge for the leadership or managing the project. Let's close up and highlight what the challenge from this lesson. This presentation explored the main challenge in developing infrastructure or renewable energy project. One of the important lessons from project shown that strong leadership is probably the most important success factor in the completion of a mega infrastructure and sustainable project. Mega project need motivated leader who impress excellent and empower their team. Some very essential lesson we learned already, and we have to report it for the next phases for the Shigaya. Early engagement project stakeholder with a member of the critical ministry and department is essential. Effective partner of international contractor with a local contractor, the key success. So we talk here about the communication and cooperation between them. If they are not successful, the project will not deliver on time and the quality we need. Advisor involvement in the contract negotiation is essential. One of the recommendations that also we standardize the substation design for generating renewable energy project. Because one example, we also suggest that the execution of critical infrastructure is essential before starting the project. In our phase, the infrastructure was being in the last phase. For example, developing the road was being in the last phase after we provide all the renewable energy technology. Supplier and subcontractor have to be, we have to provide list of approval subcontractor, qualified subcontractor. Have to make sure also about the safety, and we have to make sure minimum required part of the contract. List of challenge we already highlighted earlier. So what is success factor for managing infrastructure project? A legal aspect, risk aspect, political aspect, project management aspect. Many failure cases to not deliver the project on time or the quality need, for example, poor planning, bad leadership, ineffective risk allocation, poor communication, lack of coordination between stakeholders, and many lessons already right there. 1 minute, Doctor. So my recommendation for strategy for successful infrastructure mega projects, this is my own recommendation. First of all, we have to provide, apply approach, supply chain management approach, effective communication risk and between stakeholders, deliver strategy, a plan and execution process, effective organization structure for a team for the project, collaborative between among the collaboration is a very essential factor. Early building team, the team itself have to be expert and strong team. Effective risk identification. All projects are risky. There is no project with the zero risk. So identification, the risk is very essential part during the life cycle of the project. General recommendation for successful, if we need to achieve sustainable infrastructure, first of all, develop a framework to invest in sustainable infrastructure and public policy to support the concept as well. So I'll close up. Thank you for your attention, and I would like to express my thanks for the organization for the conference.
Thank you, Dr. Sheikha. Thank you. Let's give a big hand to Dr. Sheikha. Nice to see one of your students and sit and listen to her talking. Makes you happy. Let's have questions from the floor. Yes. Where is our microphone?
Thank you, Dr. Sheikha, for your perfect presentation. Really appreciate that. My first question, as you know, the infrastructure in Kuwait, along with decades of years, become an old one, and some of it deteriorated. What do you recommend? Are we going to change the whole system with an upgraded, a new system of infrastructure, or to keep maintaining? Second question, how do you keep sustainable maintenance of the photo cells and panels in Shagaya for a long time? As you know, I return to my first question in the other session about the dust and the sandstorm. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your question. First of all, of course, I support change for the change. First question about the change, I support the sustainable infrastructure. However, we have to have some methodology and strategy for implementation. We can't say like this, let's go ahead. Otherwise, we will fail for successful. That's why I recommend a framework, methodology to adopt the concept and support the concept. Also, policies to set a policy to support the concept as well. So all these projects, there is some lesson to learn, but however, we need to forward this lesson for the upcoming project to get benefits from all, other projects. For example, I would say the Shigaya, there is phase 2 and phase 3. For project team in phase 2, have to learn from the old lesson. That's why we need to document it, for example, through publication or so any other tools. So the second question, I believe, is about the maintenance. Of course. Sorry, of course, yeah. We have to maintain this level, and of course, the team now, the phase 2, the contracts will be signed soon, right? And of course, there will be cooperation between the team and also to maintain the level of the objective that we want to reach. Also for the new vision for the Kuwait at 2035.
As you know, if we keep maintaining the roads, you know the problem, the roads now, street and the asphalt, if we keep maintaining this, there is a limit for maintenance. Now, we can replace it, solve the traffic problem by a monorail. Let's take an example, for example, the Istiqlal Street. You have an island in the middle of the Istiqlal. You can put poles, columns, and you can construct 2 ways of monorail, and people can use it from the first at the end in downtown. So why to keep maintaining the asphalt and roads and not to use new ideas?
strategy to support that, of course.
Thank you.
We have to do some methodology to support or to maintain the quality that we want to reach. Okay?
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes. We have space for one more question. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Sheikha. First of all, would you please tell us, Shagaya project, is it a project that aims to expand more? Is it only, or there is a vision to have it as the center of renewable energy in Kuwait, such that any other project will merge into that, or it's only independent? That's one. The other thing, is there any involvement with the Kuwait University? Students come to this facilitation and have a life education, something like that? Any involvement with the students? Thank you.
Sorry, can you re-ask the question, clarify the question?
The universities in Kuwait, the students, is there any involvement with the station? They learn from it? They take units, active ones in the, any involvement of education in that facility or not?
Okay. As I mentioned earlier, the Shigaya project consists of 3 phases. Phase 1 is already operate. Phase 2 now, Kisar, we want to sell to a petrol company, which is called Mashru' al-Dabdaba. Okay, so of course there will be cooperation a lot between Kisar, Kuwait University, and managing. That's what I would say. One of the benefits is to invest in the research. This one of benefits. We're not just saying we want to deliver that renewable energy. Also, is the benefit for investing in research, for education. One of that I highlight about one of the infrastructure projects is the administration building. It's like education also. It consists some of lab, education lab. Some of the students might sleep there. We have like a sleeping room because they need to operate and have a look for, reading the output of from these 3 technology. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Sheikha. Let's give a big hand to Dr. Sheikha. Our third and final speaker today came all the way from Spain. He is specialized in airports with an MS degree from Polytechnic University of Madrid. Currently, he is the Middle East Regional Manager for a consulting firm, Spanish consulting firm, Enico. He will give us a speech on the sustainability management of transport infrastructure. Let's welcome Jose Armentroz.
Hello, good morning. First of all, let me thank the organizers for this great initiative to have this conference in Kuwait. Okay. I am Jose Armenteros, Middle East Regional Manager on behalf of INECO. Besides, I'm an airport engineer, and also I have been working in Kuwait here for more than 3 years, so it's a pleasure for me to be here with you. I'm going to distribute the presentation in 3 main blocks. The first one, allow me to introduce a little bit INECO, the company I hereby represent, and later on, I will show you 2 case studies related with infrastructure sustainability management under the basis and the experience of an engineering and consultancy firm. INECO is a public state-owned company owned by the Ministry of Public Works in Spain. Our shareholders, as you can check in the slide, are ADIF, that is the Spanish Railway Authority, Renfe, the Spanish railway operator, and ENAIRE, the Spanish air navigation service provider. We are an engineering firm with experience of more than 50 years. We are almost 4,000 professionals. If you check our figures with the biggest consultancy firms in the world, maybe you can think that we are small because we are just 4,000 professionals. But let me highlight that we are focused in transport. And when we speak about transport, we are focused mainly in airports and railways. If you check our main markets, we cover railways, we cover airports, air navigation, mobility, roads, urban development, and lastly, sustainability, which is one of the main topics, the main topic of this conference. We cover also the full life cycle of any project, from planning and consultancy, design, construction management, construction supervision, commissioning, operation, and maintenance. So this gives us a wide experience in the area of infrastructure and its in sustainability. We are present in 5 continents, and especially in the GCC. I will focus later on in the projects we are covering in the GCC. As I told you, we are experts in aviation. We have worked in more than 200 airports. We have designed more than 50 control towers in the world and more than 5 control centers. We are specialized in concept, design verification, project management, ORAT. ORAT means operational readiness and airport transfer, and also in the air side, land side, PPP projects, air navigations, all the projects in the aviation market. In terms of railways, we are expert in civil works, signaling systems, control center. We are independent safety assessment. We can do independent safety assessments. We are certified to do this duty. And we are experienced also in rolling stock, PPP projects, and smart mobility. Also roads, ports, and all the disciplines related to the transport. As I told you before, we have been working in the Middle East for more than 10 years, especially in Kuwait. Kuwait has been one of our strategic countries. In fact, if you check in our slide, we have been working here in the railroad. We developed, together with our partner in Kuwait, QD, one of the first metro master plans and railroad master plan, maybe 10 years ago. I don't remember exactly the dates, okay? We have also been working here for Kuwait Airport as project managers for the civil aviation. In Saudi Arabia, we are in charge of one of the most interesting rail projects right now in the world. That is the Haramain high-speed rails that connects Mecca and Medina. The most important topic about this project is that it's the first high-speed rail in the middle of the desert. We have had many challenges. One of the most important challenges we have faced in the construction was the sandstorms. Imagine the sandstorms in a high-speed rail in the middle of the desert. The friction between the wheel and the rail track, can make the trains to be destroyed. So we had to implement many measures to avoid sandstorms in this track, okay? Also, we have been working in Saudi Arabia recently to develop the King Fahd International Airport Master Plan. Specifically, we have developed a sustainability management plan for this airport, SMP. In the Emirates, we are in charge of the ORAT project in Abu Dhabi. The ORAT project, let me just explain you briefly. ORAT means Operational Readiness and Airport Transfer, and is the project that allows the terminal building to be put into operation. It's a major project itself. We are in charge also of the expansion of Fujairah Airport, and also we have developed some other projects in Oman. I have highlighted here just the main ones. Now, once you have a brief idea about who is INECO and what we do, I will go to the first case study, Kuwait International Airport. Okay? In this regard, let me just focus in what does sustainability infrastructure means. Sustainability infrastructure is the development of roads, buildings, energy, and water infrastructure, and requires careful consideration due to impact to the well-being of people and the planet. And as my colleague said before in her good presentation, sustainability infrastructure refers to infrastructure projects that are planned, designed, constructed, operated, and the Commission in a manner to ensure economic and financial, social, environment, and institutional sustainability over the entire life cycle of a project. These definitions are made by the Inter-American Development Bank and the International Institute for Sustainability Development. So, if you check this diagram, there are like 4 main dimensions to address sustainability infrastructure that are economic and financial sustainability, social sustainability, environmental, and institution sustainability. Within these main areas, work and engineering firms have a strong influence in developing sustainable infrastructures. Of course, in the environmental areas, okay? This is the main area where engineering firms can have a big influence. The other one depends on other organizations, public authorities, government regulations, but in the environmental area, engineering firms have a great influence and impact. Okay, let's go to what we did here in the airport master plan, okay? Back in 2012, you know, the airport master plans are usually done on a 10-year period, okay? So during the following years, most probably civil aviation should update master plan, okay? The last version of the airport master plan, I mean, was done in 2012, between 2012 and 2013. INECO and our partner QUD were awarded the update of the master plan. And what were the main topics within this master plan and in general within all airport master plans? So you have to analyze the existing situation of the airport. You have to establish a starting point for developing all the infrastructure. Of course, you have to do a traffic forecast and analysis of the future facility requirements. You have to estimate the future development of the airport. You have to establish also a schedule of development and intermediate steps for the airport. You have to give your client a rough order of magnitude of the CAPEX necessary for all the infrastructure that will have to be constructed. And lastly, the ultimate vision for Kuwait Airport, that in this case was set to 2040. Is there any item related with sustainability? Anything with an environment area? Yes, there was a specific chapter within the report called a Strategic Environmental Assessment for Kuwait International Airport Master Plan. Usually, this kind of studies, strategic environmental assessment, are known by the acronym SEA, okay? So I will refer to this acronym later on. Okay, this strategic environmental assessment is a procedure that ensures that the environmental, social, and economical implications resulting from the planning and development of a project are taken into account before decisions are made. Therefore, you can see that sustainable development is based on these 3 main areas: economy, environment, and social community. If we go to the diagram I showed you before, these are the areas where a strategic environmental assessment should work on. So we have to get within the analysis of these 3 main aspects: economy, social, and environment. Okay, in this assessment that we did for Kuwait Airport, what were the main aspects in terms of environment that were covered in this project? The first one, noise. This kind of assessment usually address the noise affection within an airport. This picture is self-explanatory. Okay? Imagine living in a home where the aircrafts are always following a route above your houses. Okay? You will have to avoid and reduce the damage to the human health because of the noise pollution. So if we have to set any kind of KPI, key performance indicator, we should try to achieve reduction in the noise emissions. Another one in terms of environment, the local atmospheric pollution. Of course, one of the main things will be that according to local regulations, we should not exceed the quality limits of the air, okay? What will be the KPI to address this matter? Of course, to reduce emissions and to reduce the populated areas where the air quality limits can be exceeded, okay? This is a very important issue because what you really need in these cases is that a lot of coordination should be done between the aviation authority in a country and the authority in charge of the urban planning. Because if these both authorities exchange the information, then you can prevent that any urban residential area is done within an area that can have polluted air. The next one that are usually addressed in this kind of projects, energy. We have to try to increase energy saving and efficiency. The previous speakers have been talking about the use of green energies, okay, to increase the energy saving and efficiency, and of course, to use this green energy as a renewable source. As an example, the previous presenter showed the T2 project, the new airport, that will have a photovoltaic plant at the roof. Okay, so this is a really good initiative to reduce the energy and to use green energy in this project. Another topic that is usually addressed in the strategic environmental assessment, waste. Of course, we have to reduce the generation of residues. We have to implement a KPI to increase the level of recycling. We have to reduce the generation of residues in design, construction, and operation. And lastly, there are more aspects, but I'm going to focus on in this one, water. Of course, we have to avoid water pollutions. We have to try to implement and to construct facilities for the water treatment, especially in those areas where water can be polluted somehow. Okay, now I'm not going to get into too much detail into all areas, but I want to focus in the evaluation of the noise caused by aircrafts close to an airport. And I'm going to give you the detail of what we did for Kuwait Airport, okay? You know, noise pollution in an airport is mainly produced by the aircraft that are taking off and landing in the airport, okay? Therefore, what data do we need to evaluate the noise within the airport vicinity? We will need the flight paths. We will need to know the lateral dispersion of these flight paths, the number of operations, methodological variables, and of course the terrain modeling, okay? Which are the noise limitations according to the law here in Kuwait? This table shows these results. It depends on the type of area, and of course if it's day, evening, or night, okay? First thing, which are the flight paths? This is a picture of the airport, okay, showing the existing scenario that has the airport with two runways, with the two configurations, south and north configuration, okay? And the first one at the left shows the south configuration where approaches are done to the south threshold. And the other one shows the north configurations where the approaches are done to the north threshold of the runways, okay? This is the existing scenario. We have two runways in the airport, okay? And I'm going to show you the future scenario, okay? The future scenario is 2040, and it shows 3 runways. It is expected that the airport will have a 3rd runway, and this will be the scenario in terms of the flight paths followed by the aircraft, okay? Let's go to the different, once we have analyzed the flight paths, I will go to the next step that is to analyze the evaluation of the noise, but with another factor, that is the lateral dispersion. What is the lateral dispersion? As you can imagine, the aircraft, when it's taking off, is allowed to move horizontally. So, although the aircraft should follow a single path when taking off, the wind sometimes obliges the pilot to change a little bit the flight path horizontally. Therefore, this effect is called lateral dispersion, and we have to consider that the flight path sometimes is not 100% followed. So we implement a statistic methodology to address this matter. Of course, the number of operations within an airport is something basic. I mean, the more operations you have on the airport, the more noise you will have. So we have to analyze the two scenarios. We analyze here the present scenario that, as you can check, it has around 77,000 total operations at the airport, compared with the future expected in 2040, that will have around 260,000 operations. So the change is massive, okay? In this method, of course, we have to analyze also some meteorological values. The temperatures and the air pressure has a big impact in the way the noise is distributed, okay? Unfortunately, here in Kuwait, the bigger temperatures, the worse for the noise. So this is a sensation that can be checked in summer, for example. If you check the measurements of noise compared to the same on winter, you will see that the noise is higher in summer, okay? And finally, the terrain model, okay? The terrain model has an impact also on the way of how the noise is distributed in the vicinity of an airport, okay? Now, I'm going to show you the results of this analysis, okay? As I told you, we have analyzed the existing scenario and the future scenario, and also we are going to analyze 3 different periods within a day: the day, evening, and night, okay? Because there are different levels of noise allowed for each stage in a day. The first one, this shows the noise control levels in the airport in the existing scenario during the day. We have considered the day from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m., okay? If you check those lines, you have to check the yellow one, okay? This is, I mean, of course, the blue one, 70 dBs, represents the highest level of noise, but it happens just in the airport, okay? The yellow one is the allowed noise limit based on regulations on the day of 55 dB, okay? Now I'm going to show you the future scenario, okay, that represents the level of noise in the future. The difference is impressive, okay? Now you see, before we had just 2 runways, now we had 3 runways, okay? If you see the 3rd runway, located back in the drawing, it is supposed to be at the west, okay? It's located far for residential areas, okay? This is what I told you. In order to ensure that nobody is damaged by noise, usually the Civil Aviation Authority and the Urban Development Authority should exchange information about what is going to be expected within the coming years to avoid any problem with noise. Now I'm going to show you the existing scenario in the evening. The existing scenario shows the level of noise in the evening, and now the limit is 50. Why is 50 and not 55? Of course, during the day, it is allowed to have more noise, so in the evening, we start cutting the level of noise and trying to reduce it. Sorry? Existing scenario. Existing scenario. And the green line represents the level of 50 dBs. Okay? This is the allowed level of noise. Everything within that area is supposed to exceed the level of noise. Of course, it depends on the number of operations. This will be the future scenario in the evening. Okay? Of course, the area is bigger, there are 3 runways, so it's logical that the effect of the noise will be bigger, okay? Will be worse. Finally, during the night, if you check the lower level, we have put 45 dBs. Of course, during the night, the allowed noise level should be lower, okay? So our limit is 45 dBs. This is the existing scenario within the night, and this is the future scenario in 2040, okay? These noise contours are usually the same shape in all the airports in the world. I mean, this is not something really exceptional, okay? It's not a major problem. Why? Because in other countries in the world, for example, I'm going to talk about our own experience in Spain. We have the airport, Madrid-Barajas Airport, that is very close to the city, even closer than here in Kuwait. And there are many urban residential areas close to the runway. But not only close to the runway, they are close to the flight path of aircrafts. Is this a problem? Not. It's just a matter of proper isolation of buildings. It's just a proper of using proper materials that allow that even if we have that noise outside of your home, you will not have any problem within your home, okay? So even if you can look at these curves and this noise contour and see, okay, we have a problem. No, you don't have it. I mean, this is something usual in every single airport in the world. And the bigger number of operations that you have, of course, the worse, okay? So, what can we do? What can we do to reduce the noise levels even if we continue growing? Okay, this is the key of sustainable development, to balance the growth of the economy without damaging the environment. There are ways of reducing the noise level. For example, with the modification of the takeoff and landing flight paths, okay? This modification should be done according to urban residential areas location. Of course, safety of aircraft operations is a must, okay? But you have to find a balance between the safety of the operations and the noise levels reduction. Another thing, a smart use of runways during critical periods such as night, okay? You can change the flight paths on a specific timing during a day, okay? So you can have a strategy to modify the flight path when the damage to the urban areas is bigger. Also, having a third runway will allow that the takeoff and landing operations can be done far from the residential areas. And finally, this is something really important, the renewal of the aircraft fleet, okay? New aircrafts are equipped with engines that cause less noise, okay? In this regard, although I showed you before the scenario for 2040, this scenario was based on the existing aircraft fleet. Therefore, if in the future it is expected that there will be new aircraft, new fleet to operate in the airport, and also it's expected that the noise will be lower, the noise level also will be reduced, okay? So this is something that also have to be considered, and as I told you before, and I have said many times, coordination between authorities is a must, between airlines, between civil aviation, between urban residential authorities, okay? I mean, this is the expected flight paths for the future. If you check, for example, the third runway, that is the one located at the west, there is one of the departure flight paths that avoids totally any urban residential area. So there will be no problem if you use that flight path. Finally, a good measure is to establish, to do a close follow-up of the noise levels in the airport vicinity. In this regard, let me just show you. I'm trying to show you this. I'm afraid it's not working. No. How can we put that slide? It's not connected to the internet, or I don't know what's happening. Let me go. Okay, let me go to the internet. Okay. It's not shown.
Let's go for the next slide, Jose. Whether we have
okay.
4 minutes.
I will try to show it later. It's not working. What I wanted to show you, it has not been possible. I wanted to connect to a web page. You can try later, okay? No, it's not working. Look, you see? No. It's not working. Okay, it doesn't matter. I will continue. Sorry, it's not. It's the same problem. Okay, I'm not going to try again.
Link, it's going to make a big problem.
Yeah. Okay, now it's just to, this website, okay, it's a link to Madrid-Barajas Airport. It is quite interesting because if you check that website, there is an on-time real status of Madrid-Barajas Airport with the location of different residential areas, and there is a 100% follow-up of the noise levels within the airport, okay? So if you want to check that website from your home, it will be quite interesting for you because just with a mouse, you can check the noise level in different locations in the vicinity of an airport. So this is located in a website, in a public website, so anybody can check the noise level at their location, okay? It is not based on any methodology. It's based on sensors that are located in the airport vicinity, okay? I will go quite quickly to the case study number 2. That is what we are doing in King Fahd International Airport for our client DACO, the Man Airports Company. Okay, they ask us, after doing the airport master plan, for an additional work that is the definition of a sustainability management plan. Okay, this was a fast-track project. We had to develop this plan in just 6 months. Okay, so a lot of coordination was needed. What were the tasks carried out in this project? I mean, it was task 1, stakeholders engagement, sustainability baseline assessment, sustainability goals and objectives, action and targets, and of course, an implementation and monitoring program and the management plan itself, okay? To do this study, okay, you can imagine that the stakeholders engagement is a must. And the coordination between all the authorities is really important to avoid any problems with effective communication, with coordinations, with planning. We, with the contribution from the previous task, when we got the stakeholders engagement, we developed the sustainability baseline assessment, okay? We identified some of the elements that should be included in the sustainability baseline, such as noise, local pollution, fauna and flora, soil, land management, energy, climate change, waste, water. These are all the elements that are considered within this baseline. The next 2 tasks was to set the sustainability management plan goals and objectives. And this is very important. These goals need to be smart. What does this SMART means? I mean, this is very common. It means specific. We need to have a clear idea of what we want to accomplish, measurable. We have to demonstrate how are we going to evaluate that the target was achieved. Also achievable. It has to be something that can be easily achieved. If you set an impossible goal, I mean, you will get frustration. It has to be relevant and time-bound. You have to set any time limit for performing this task. Also, we implemented the task number 4, that was that to reach the SMART goals and objectives in task 3, there were some recommendations. For example, definition of the goals. Define the metric used for tracking progress. This means that it's measurable. Definition of the year to reach the goal, or the implementation of any corrective measures, time-bound. And also, they had to name a person within the organization for the oversight of any particular task. This means relevant. Then the next step was the sustainability implementation and the monitoring program. This implementation should be done in order to, we have to set some recommended measures, such as tracking the effects on the environment, assess the level of compliance with the environmental objectives, as well as the enforcement of some actions, and of course a follow-up of the different actions taken through the implementation of KPIs. And finally, it is very important to detect and prevent the occurrence of any accident in line with this sustainability management plan. What we did in the last stage is the development and deployment of a website similar to what I showed you before for Madrid Airport, to show all the information in real time through a dashboard. For example, this was one of the energy dashboards, okay, when we are showing on real time the energy consumption. This was basically the schedule we had to follow to finally achieve the definition of the sustainability management plan in just 6 months. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we close, any questions to our speaker from the floor? Let's give the Microphone here, please.
Thank you for the presentation. You show for the sustainability of infrastructure, you show the integration of environmental metrics, social metrics, economic metrics, and institutional. You only talked about environmental and especially for noise. What about other like social and economic? What's their effect in the airport, for example?
Of course, it has a big effect on the other areas of knowledge, okay? But there are ones when you have an influence, and I insisted in the environmental because in fact this was the only area where an engineering consultancy firm can have a big impact, okay? Some others are institutional, social, or financial, are within another areas of, let's say, responsibility, okay? When you are talking about governmental responsibilities, is because you have to oblige by regulation that the measures recommended in a strategic environment assessment are followed in the future. In terms of economy, you have to provide the funds. If there are no funds, there is no way to implement those measures. And finally, in terms of social, it is important, as I said before, that the different authorities within a country are properly coordinated to allow the exchange of information. So in terms of social, everybody will be aware of the effects of the infrastructure in their area.
Do you think that reducing the noise is #1 objective of Kuwait International Airport? Is this their goal?
Yes, it's one of their goals. I mean,
but it is not the first, it is not the priority. Is it the priority goal of the airport to reduce the noise?
I mean, I'm not aware of the decisions within the aviation authority, but of course, if you check what everybody is doing at this time, I mean, everybody is focused on the growth of the economy, okay? Sustainability is about the balance between the growth of the economy and the environmental, okay? The reduction of the noise does not depend just on one single entity. It depends on many entities. For example, as I told you before, one of the things that the aviation sector can do to reduce the noise is to modify the flight paths. This requires a coordination with the airlines. This needs a coordination also with the urban and planning development authorities in Kuwait, because they should be aware of the flight paths to avoid putting any urban residential. But also it's a matter of legislation. If by including legislation requirements, when you are building any particular house or mall, hospital, school, wherever, that they have to limit the noise within the house by putting all the required measures that should be necessary, then there will be no problem.
I think the country with the new oil prices, they are like more toward the minimizing the life cycle cost, the maintenance. Maybe this is, I think, what they are thinking about as a priority.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. There is a chance to take one more question only.
I was very intrigued by your presentation, and just something came to mind. When you mentioned the railroad between Medina and Mecca, I found that very interesting. You mentioned the difficulties that you faced due to the sandstorms and different climates, etc. Since you're a Spanish company, the region of Andalusia is akin or at least closer to our kind of climate in comparison to the rest of Europe. In addition, Spain also has Ceuta, which is in the north of Africa anyways, neighboring Morocco. So did you draw on any data, whether by your company or other Spanish companies, of projects done in Ceuta or Andalusia, and use that to perhaps facilitate your projects or help, help have an idea of what to do in this region?
we had no idea what was going to happen in this high-speed rail. Okay, this is the first project that has been carried out in the Middle East, in the desert. Okay, so what we had to do is directly to build a kind of laboratory at the desert to analyze the movement of the sun when they were having some sandstorms, and do some tests during a 2-year period, okay, to simulate the behavior of the sun together with the rail. But not only the rail, you have to check also that, for example, if there is a rail right now in Saudi Arabia, there is a regular rail line, okay, it's not high speed. The problem with the high speed is the friction between the sun that is on the rail track and the wheel. That's the main problem, the friction of that sand between the wheel and the rail track, because it creates very high temperatures, okay, that damage the wheel and can cause any problem. But we had to develop a completely new laboratory test plan in Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Jose. I'm forced to close down, I'm sorry. We'll go for a break, lunch break, and we'll come back at 3:45. Okay, and there are also parallel technical session in my name and on your behalf. I would like to thank our 3 speakers. So let's give them a big hand. Thank you.
Thank you.
All of the countries in the world, a handful of countries that do not borrow from Kuwait Fund. Something very unique happened in transferring this table, so we don't have any numbers. But I will try to give you some of the numbers. I'll read them very quickly. So as of November 2018, excuse me, the number of loans that were extended so far exceeds 1,000 loans. The number of beneficiary countries exceeds 106 countries. Total disbursement loans exceeds $21 billion. The amount withdrawn reached about $18 billion. And the unwithdrawn is the balance of that, of course. The withdrawal rates reaches about 80% in the loan section. Under the government grants, it's about 90%. And the Kuwait Fund technical assistance grants also reaches about 80%. Utilization rates of the funds allocated for these projects is quite high. The distribution in terms of geographic, we cover, as we said, almost all countries around the world. There's a primary focus on Arab countries, which receive about 56% of all financial support. And then all the other countries have their commensurate share. In terms of sectorial, the transportation sector gets the lion's share with about 34 to 36%, followed by energy. And as you could see, we almost cover all the different infrastructure sectors in our operations. As to today's discussion, I wanted to illustrate something about sustainability through the operations of the Kuwait Fund. We do basically insist every time we deal with a government of a borrowing country, shall we call them beneficiary countries instead, we always insist on the project, various stages of establishing the project from the inception all the way to completion, that every single step contains an aspect of sustainability. In the project selection area, in the project studies, and what else required to complete the studies. The project design takes a lot of effort and concentration from our side. And then the implementation process, which is all the contracting required to bring in the contractors and the consultants to oversee the construction. And after the completion, the most and very important aspect, which is the operation and maintenance of the facilities after they have been completed. So when you look at the selection of the infrastructure projects, the priority for the project that the Kuwait Fund looks at, any project submitted to the Kuwait Fund, this project must be part of the development plan of that country. So the countries initially are requested among Kuwait Fund and many other organizations that participate in setting up the investment strategies for the development of a particular country. Nowadays, there is no such a country that does not have a strategic development plan. Almost all of them do. And the strategic development plans for these countries covers the areas of, that they need to focus on, which serves the SDGs. Each country has a set of SDGs that have been identified, strategic development goals, so-called, and prior to that there used to be another terminology, Millennium Development Goals, which ended in 2015 and was replaced by SDGs. So each country has SDGs. If you talk about in terms of water systems, it has criteria for what is the coverage or how many liters of drinkable water each person in that country should get, and sanitation per 1,000 people, education, and so forth. All of these things have criteria and targets that need to be met. And we help in that selection process. When it comes to the studies, all of it revolves around sustainability. So the techno-economic study takes care of, if we're talking about a road project, like my colleague now will speak about a road project, we will definitely insist on surveys, traffic surveys, the terrain, the impact this project will have on people and on the environment. So all those studies that are expected to participate in the sustainability of the project after its completion are taken care of by all of these extensive studies. When it comes to specific requirements for a specific project, all those aspects will be engaged. If it is a dam, for example, or a water production project, hydrology is extremely important. For road projects in tropical areas with heavy rainfall, and we're trying to build an all-weather road. So all the hydrology studies have to be completed in advance, and those studies will have an impact on the project design afterwards. Geology, of course, and as everybody knows, some of the places around the world are susceptible to earthquakes. So the design have to take care of matters of earthquakes, or if you are close to areas that have significant rainfall or winds, and so forth. Bridges, for example, suspension bridges are very susceptible to certain level of wind conditions, so the design have to accommodate the strength required, the tensile strength, and so forth, to handle this. Geological information, specifically when we're doing things to do with roads and the terrain, the roads will go through a 100-kilometer road, or we have looking at a road right now, a 1,000-kilometer road. So this information is extremely important to allocate all those services that are required, so you know where they are. There is no road that you lay down a road without perhaps cutting underneath it some kind of ducts to supply water, electricity, or telephone communication systems. So we prepare all of this in advance. We know where those things are going to be to minimize the damage to the finished product, which is the finished road. So we don't have to dig around the road again and to put in a duct underneath to supply electricity to a village on the other side of the road. So all of these things will be considered in advance and included in the design. Always the health and safety aspects of the project are taken care of in the contracting language and the provisions included in the contracts. And the consultants, of course, who are working on this project also ensure the respect to the health and safety issues during the implementation. One of the most important things, I'm sure a lot of other people talked about this during this conference, which is materials. The choice of materials is key for sustainability, and each project has specifics and materials that are suitable for it. We add to this another level of complexity, where is the economics. When we carry out economics for a project, that helps us assess the stringent requirements that we will put in the design. I'll give a quick, simple example for this. If we were asked to support construction of a road that is in the middle of a city or on the suburbs of a city and requires a long, at least 20-year lifetime or so, we would require significant material and the specification for this material to help ensure that the project will survive for that period of time, with, of course, the regular routine and periodic maintenance. But if you're talking about a project that is kind of in a remote area and is going to a location that only a few people will need, then the economics will tell you that you have to minimize and reduce the specifications in order to minimize the cost. Because at the end of the day, it is money for value, or value for money. And we don't want the borrower to spend too much money on something they do not need. So we ensure that the design fits the requirements, and therefore we help the governments to achieve that difficult formula, which is value for money. In the implementation stage, we spend a lot of effort and focus on the selection of the consultants, because at the end of the day, we realize that consultants play a major role in ensuring that whatever we agreed on with the borrower in terms of specifications and design will be implemented as such. And they are the eyes and ears and the people who will ensure for us that whatever we approve to finance with the borrowing government will be done according to those specifications. The same thing we do with the selection of the contractors. We do multiple stages in the selection process to ensure that the contractors are up to the level and the qualifications required for the nature of the project. We also do a lot of follow-up during the implementation to ensure everything is on track. The goal of all of this is to ensure that the projects are constructed with adequate materials, specifications, and appropriate engineering standards. The project operation and maintenance, again, this part of it is the limitations of the Kuwait Fund. Once we finish the project, it is handed over to the entity that the government chooses according to the project. If it's a school, it goes to the Ministry of Education of that country. If it's a health clinic or a hospital, it goes to the appropriate ministry, and so forth. And once they take over the responsibility for maintaining and operating those facilities, and that infrastructure lies with that entity and that government. On our side, as a Kuwait Fund, to ensure that the government is doing the right thing, we carry out an appraisal of the administrative capacity of that entity. So we assess their organizational structure and the human resources, the training that they apply to their human resources and how they develop them. And we also insist on allocation, appropriate, adequate allocation, annual allocation of budgets for maintenance purposes. How do we implement this? Is when the next time comes when they ask us for another loan. When they come again and they say we want another loan, we tell them, show us what you have done in the previous project, and give us reports on how you maintained it. And if they did not provide this information to us, then their process will be delayed and the money will not be given to them. So I need to correct that one last statement. We never give the money to the government. We only give them projects. We pay for the services done to the consultants directly and to the contractors directly. The government does not see the money, the government sees a finished project. Thank you very much for your attention. I'll move ahead now with my colleague, please.
I will be presenting today Jahra Road Project RA166 and Jamal Abdel Nasser Street Project RA167. Both projects are strategic projects to the government in Kuwait. The purpose of both projects are actually to enhance the existing infrastructure and transportation networks. The Ministry of Public Works had appointed Louis Berger in joint venture with Space to carry out the design and supervision, and also appointed two mega contractors. The Arab contractors is to carry out the work for RA166, and the joint venture of Rizani, OHL, Budai, and Trevi is to carry out the works for RA167. Both projects valued as 1.5 million KD. The completion, the progress of both projects actually achieved 95% complete. The design of both projects actually is to achieve 100 years lifespan and to accommodate the traffic for the next 50 years. Both projects actually are connected to Jaber Causeway and Doha Link, which is connecting Kuwait City to Mubarak al-Kabir Seaport and Silk City. This is part of the vision of the master plan of Kuwait. The location of Jamal Abdel Nasser Street is along the west side of Kuwait, starting from Granada area, going through Hospitals Road, Ghazali Street, Airport Road, and Second Ring Road. Parallel to Jamal Abdel Nasser Street is RA166 or Jahra Road Street. Both projects are serving residential areas, commercial areas, hospitals, educational, and industrial commercial. Briefly, both projects faced some challenges. The first challenge is the limited right-of-way. To construct both jobs, we have to divert the traffic to be able to execute the bridge, and we have a minimal right-of-way or limited area for right-of-way. We have also major stakeholders, around 50 stakeholders involved in the project. We had to coordinate with all of them. Moreover, we have to coordinate with Ministry of Interior regarding the traffic diversions. Also, the utilities. We had major challenge regarding the utilities, which they are not in the same location which were in the drawings or the contract drawings. Also, the existing heavy traffic during construction created major issues to us while executing both jobs. A sample of the stakeholders involved in the projects. All of these lists are stakeholders involved in the project. There are around 50 stakeholders along the sides of the road. Moreover, the utilities, networks, and Ministry of Interior to coordinate the transportation and traffic diversions. The purpose of both projects is actually to segregate the bypass traffic from the highway traffic, increase the highway capacity, reducing the number of accidents, and increase the security level of the roads. We considered the existing traffic at 2005, in year 2005, and the new design is considering the traffic in 2030. The existing road was 4 lanes, and we improved the number of lanes to be 12. So the capacity was 3,600 vehicle per hour per direction, which is increased to 6,400 vehicle per hour each direction. So this is a cross section. This is a cross section showing on the top the existing traffic, which is 3 lanes each direction. At the bottom, the proposed traffic, which is 3 lanes at grade and 3 lanes at the elevated road. We have in each project 1 trough, which is also constructed in the area of phase 1. Again, this is also increasing the capacity of the traffic in phase 1. The project was constructed, executed in phases. We had 5 phases. The purpose of phasing is to relocate the utilities in phases, minimum disruptions to traffic, and also the segmental erection was in phases. By looking at Ghazali interchange in both projects was the most complex part of both projects. They were at 4 levels: the at-grade level, level 1 of the Ghazali Bridge, level 2, which is crossing Jamal Abdel Nasser and Jahra Road, crossing the bridges, and level 3 are the flyovers. As described, both projects valued as 500 million KD. The contractor of RA166 project is Arab Contractors. The contractor of RA167 project is Rizani, in a joint venture with OHL Spanish, and Trevi Italian, and Budai, the local Kuwaiti. By looking at the scope of work for both projects, you can see that each project includes 18 kilometers of segmental viaduct, 1 trough 700 meters, multi-level interchanges, and 20 kilometer service roads, 150,000 square meter precast yard, more than 1,000 number of segments, precast segments, and we have major utilities in both projects. Both projects were designed based on durability consideration according to the ASH2 and Kuwait MPW Bridges Highway Design Manual. The durability requirements or design life of 100 years, and we have considered measure all the material to be for the maintaining the lifespan which we considered in the design. Also, the design life load, we considered the ASH2 standards and the Kuwait standards. The concrete cement grades are according to the lifespan which we set. The concrete cover also we considered 100 mm for the piles, 90 mm for the foundation, and the purpose that we have big cover of concrete because the projects are near to the sea and we were avoiding the corrosion to the steel. Concrete surface protection also. For the exposed concrete, we consider the anti-carbonation. For the buried concrete, we considered the fully waterproofing, and the bridge deck, we considered waterproofing with sand asphalt layer. Pre-stressing material also, including a material which is having 100 years lifespan, of course with the proper maintenance. Footbridge material, drainage, and drainage access of the bridges also consider the lifespan. The method of bridge erection is basically the span by span and balance cantilever methods. Both are basically casting segments at a precast yard, transporting the segments to the site, and erecting the segments using the launching gantries. In 166, we used 3 launching gantries, and 167 used 2 launching gantries. The advantage of the launching gantry that it is cost effective and minimizing the traffic disruptions, and it is fast. So basically we had to cross roundabouts with existing traffic moving on it. So we crossed the roundabout during the weekends in 2 days. So this is minimizing the disruption to traffic. These are some nice photos for the erection sequence. I will show now a video for the construction of both project sequence. So by looking at the execution of the works in both projects, this project is showing the sequence of works. We start by diverting the traffic to temporary traffic or detours. So now the first stage is constructing the detours to divert the traffic from the existing roads to be able to build the bridges. So stage 1 is diverting the traffic to the new detours. Stage 2 will be construction of the bridge, starting from the substructure, digging the piles. The first step will be digging the piles. The next stage will be constructing the foundation or the pile caps. Then the third stage will be going up with the piers. This is called a pier head on top of the pier. After completing the pier head, we will start, this is called the substructure of the bridge. Now we will start the superstructure by constructing the diaphragms. There is a huge scaffolding for the diaphragms, which required huge safety precautions and measures. In 167, we constructed the diaphragm through erecting 4 segments and adding reinforcement and casting concrete. In 166, the full diaphragm was cast in situ. The next stage after casting the diaphragms is the erection of segments. The method of erection here is span by span, which is erecting a full span together. this method of erection was implemented only in 167 as span by span. So basically we erect the full span together and then we do or execute the post tensioning. After completing the superstructure and the erection, we will finally start the finishing works, including the asphalt painting, asphalt on top of the bridge and at the bottom at the service road. This will be Ghazali intersection after we complete it. The method used the method used in 166 is called balance cantilever. Instead of erecting a full, instead of erection of the full span, we erect one segment from the right side of the pier and the other one from the left side of the pier. And we make balance during the erection stage so that we don't affect the structures. So this method is called balance cantilever. Balance and cantilever. Cantilever. As explained, the sequence of work started by diversion of utilities and traffic, then starting the demolishing of existing rocks, constructing piles, pile caps, piers, diaphragms, and segment erection and final road finishing works. So the service and utilities, we have a huge amount of utilities relocations. The sequence of the utilities relocations, this is a sample existing line within the project. This existing line is conflict with one of the bridge piers. So what we are doing is basically constructing a new line, connecting the new line, then after connecting the new line, we remove the old line so that we can go up with the pier. This is a sample or photo from the water lines. This is HT cables, telephone, storm water, and box culvert. This is also street lighting, gallery works. This is the sequence of road works, starting from the earthwork, then asphalt work, and then the interlock paving. The slopes are 2% in the roads and in the paving 2.5%. The statistics or the numbers of piles in each project approximately 4,000. Pile caps 400. We have 400 piers, 250 diaphragms each, and segment around 8,000 each. We have huge precast yard in each project. The precast yard area is approximately 150,000 square meters. The precast yard includes gantry cranes, mobile cranes, transit mixers, generators, and loaders. The precast yard, the 150,000 square meters, include rebar area offices and labs, malls and sheds, canteen, batching plant, and segment storage area. These are photos of the precast yard. Each precast yard costed around 1,000 plus segments. This is the steel yard in the precast yard, and this is the storage of the precast yard, transportation of segments, segment weight. This is showing the dimensions of the segments and the segment weight. A quick view of the trough, depressed road. We have in each project a depressed road in phase 1. The sequence of the trough or the depressed road is starting by piles and then going with slabs and walls, and finally there will be the roundabout bridges, waterproofing, and asphalt works. A quick view of piling, pile caps, all of this we saw in the video, piers, pier heads, diaphragms, construction, and segment erection. This is the launching gantry for the span by span method. After completing the erection, we have to do the expansion joints, and before completing or starting the asphalt works. Finally, we have to complete the deck finishing. On top of the waterproofing, we have to execute a layer called sand asphalt. This layer, the purpose of the layer, it's colored layer, okay, so that during maintenance, they don't cut or damage the waterproofing during the milling of the asphalt. Finally, this is the deck finishing asphalt works and gantries, painting works. We had to manage the environment, our environmental protection. We were coordinating with APA and submitting from day one an environmental impact studies, environmental plans, and we have environmental reports. We have also a lab on site, which is measuring the air quality, the noise levels, the groundwater, and solid waste and liquid waste. Again, also the environmental coverage was all including the precast yard. These are the ramp. These are photos for a ramp in RA166. Also, we had to carefully manage safety. So we have to conduct toolbox meetings. We have to complete safety plans. In March, we have completed the erection on 167. 166 completed long time back. This was the last area for segment erection. We have completed it last month. This is Ghazali interchange currently. The bridge of Ghazali is open to traffic, connected to Jabir Causeway, only remaining the ramps. These are recent photos from Ghazali, and this is Ghazali Bridge when it's finished. These are the finished roads. Finally, I will describe briefly our awards. We got the Mead Award last year. And we got ACI Award. Engineer Sharif Salam, the project director of 166, is sitting here, who got the ACI Award. And we got also the IRF Global Award, which is one of the biggest awards worldwide for the transportation projects. These are some links for the awards and the project's websites. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdullah, for this presentation. I'm sure my colleague here has some questions.
Some comments and questions.
I would
Bismillah
request Engineer Sharif to be present to answer questions also because he is more aware about the project.
Inshallah. بعد ما سألنا. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Engineer Abdullah. No, he can hear from us. I think thank you for the presentation. It was very informative, especially for those two main projects. In Kuwait, I think the Al Jahra Road and Jamal Abdel Nasser Street projects contributed to the improvement of the transportation network in Kuwait. Taking into consideration from 1985 to almost 1990 to 2015, the network was increased for only 15%. Taking into consideration that during this period, the population increased to a double, and the number of vehicles in the street increased to triple. So we think the execution of those two projects were very important and critical, although it was late for 6 years, supposed to be completed 5 years ago. Not because of the delay in the projects, no, because of delay in making a decision at the country level. So my consideration is also that those two projects helped the improvement in the urban planning, or let's say the expansion that occurred in Kuwait, especially for the youth. We know that in the north of Kuwait we have new cities, and now Medinat al-Mitla' city, Jabr al-Ahmed city, new cities, residential cities, Shamal Gharb Slabikhat. All those cities in the north of Kuwait are connected to Kuwait city. So it is very important to have those projects, and we are looking for new projects, and maybe this picture, Jisr Jabr al-Ahmed bridge, will open maybe next week. This completed, it will connect Kuwait city to north of to the Subbiya and the other part of Kuwait, north of Kuwait. My question regarding Al Ghazal Street, since Al Ghazal Street intersects with the two projects, and the importance of Al Ghazal, it's going to be a heavy loaded street because Al Ghazal connects you to Jabr al-Ahmed Street to the other side of Kuwait, north of Kuwait. So is it considered in the future traffic at this line, which is a main line, considering that it will connect at Al Ghazali with those two areas? In those two areas, connected areas, this is one point. The other point I'm considering is the maintenance strategies for those projects. We realized in Kuwait when a project is completed, it's left over, that's it. So no maintenance system or strategies are planned for those mega projects. So is there any long-term strategy for maintenance? This is number two. Number three, trucks. Heavy loaded vehicles, trucks. They're supposed to be under those bridges, the two bridges, 2 floors, يعني عدل, Jamal Abdel Nasser, for example. Is there any regulations, any rules, any enforcement that prevents those trucks to use those bridges? Because definitely, if we do not have such kind of regulations, the life period of the roads that you designed for 100 years, it will be reduced to half. So those three are my main concern and questions. So, here he comes.
Good afternoon. Regarding your first question for Ghazali interchange and the connection between the 3 projects, actually, Jahra and Jamal Abdel Nasser and Jabr Causeway, they are all linked through a viaduct. First of all, this viaduct or the bridge is continuation to existing bridge. So part of the development happened, the existing bridge at the end, which is just after Jahra Road, was 2 lanes each direction. So part of our development, we increased the width from 20 to 31 meters each direction, and to accommodate 1 more lane. So now anybody is driving on the Ghazali Viaduct right now will find 3 lanes each direction in that area. We removed two existing bridges. One of them was concrete bridge over Jahra intersection, and one was a steel bridge over Jamal Abdel Nasser. So that's also another development. Regarding the traffic, now this viaduct is connecting the port, Shueikh Port, and also connecting Subiya and Silk City. But also, let's not forget there is a link called Doha Link, which is another project, Doha Link. وصلت
Doha Link.
Okay. Doha Link is supposed to be MOI. They have a plan that once Jaber Causeway open to traffic, Doha Link, all the trucks coming out from the port, it will go through Doha Link and then to 7th Ring Road or 6th Ring Road. So it will not pass through Shueikh. So this is once Jaber Causeway open to traffic, so there will be, Ghazali Viaduct itself, it will be particular to the traffic going to Subiya and also to the free zone. But trucks, they will have different route. Regarding the trucks itself or the weight of the trucks over the bridges, as we explained in the presentation, the design considered the maximum weight of truck in design. So the design, even for 100 years lifetime, it's accounted for that kind of trucks. So then the operation of the bridges, it's depending on, of course, MOI and the municipality and the public authority of roads. So, but in any case, if they allow the trucks to go over the viaducts, which is happening right now, there will be no issues. Regarding your question regarding maintenance, this project, part of 100 years lifespan, we are using post-tension system for the bridges. This post-tension system, it allow inside the box, inside the viaduct, it allow for future ducts, which is, let's say, after 30 or 40 years, if any deflection happen to the bridge, even before it happens, we can insert new post-tension cables, and we stress them in those empty slots to make the bridge back to original or original capacity, and then we remove, let's say we add 2, we remove 2, and then we leave another 2 spaces for another future. So we can do big maintenance for those viaducts every 40 years or so to make the lifespan of the viaduct even more than 100 years. It's not a problem.
Do you have a contract with parts for maintenance?
Now,
for the next 4 years, 10 years, 20 years?
No, that's maybe is not our responsibility, but as per the contract, there is 5 years maintenance period. So the contractor is obliged by the contract to provide 5 years. After 5 years, the maintenance will go back to PART or MPW, and also there is 10 years, which is another guarantee for the structural parts of it.
I'd like to continue on the line of the heavy loads, the axle loads. I have no doubt the concrete structures that you described, and we saw these things could live for 100 years or maybe more. But the problem is the asphaltic concrete surface layer, which is the one that gets affected by the heavy loads and the high temperature of our summers, which makes the viscosity of the bitumen itself softer, and then the heavy load of trucks, the axle loads, could deform the surface layer. Have you taken in consideration different specifications for two parts? The first, the specifications of the asphaltic concrete to handle loads, maybe 10.5 tons or 11 tons and so forth per axle load. And the second is does the plan include weigh stations in order to to ensure that the trucks do not exceed the allowable load for the asphaltic concrete purposes, not the concrete structures?
Okay, regarding asphalt itself, fortunately that this new specification has already happened recently, which is like 2 months ago. So there is a new specification which will account for loads. Now Kuwait specification for 2012 already replaced with a new specification is already in place. And we can see now the road works which is going on Road 40 since beginning of the month. They are applying the new mixed design of asphalt. The new mixed design of asphalt include polymers for the first time in Kuwait, and include also better material to account for the heavy loads and for the weather. For the rain, it will be resistant to raveling. So all the new mix, all asphalt mixes which will be constructed starting from April 2019 forward, it will account for this. But by the time we did our project, no, we followed the normal MPW specification, which is not taking in consideration the loads. So we expect in the future the new mix design will resist rotting, it will resist thermal cracks, and it will give better performance. Now, regarding the trucks measuring weights, I understand there is a plan from municipality and from other authority to monitor the weight. Now, it doesn't need to be like a platform which the truck will stand over it. It can be through even cameras and electronic systems. So there is a system now which is in place. Within 1 or 2 years, I believe it will be ready, and then it will control the weight of the trucks.
Let me congratulate you on a very nice project. I enjoyed the presentation. I'm afraid I have similar questions. I think the questions came along very well. It happens that I consider this like a segmental box girder construction, a more modern way than some of the bridges that I've been involved. And it happens that we are now rehabbing and putting sensors in some of the bridges that we built in mid-70s and mid-80s. One of the, and we had expectations for over 100 years old, 100 years for, age of those bridges. What happens is that after 5 years, and although this is also related to climatic conditions, but the first problem we had was we constructed these segmental sections with keyways where you connect the two sections and pre-stress, but you also have an epoxy layer in between. And the first thing that happened, some of the segments with epoxy, the epoxy didn't dry. And we start having cracking at those sections after 3-4 years. Not because of heavy traffic load, just because of the epoxy. Once we fixed that by putting external post-tensioning, the next problem we had was once in a while we had heavy traffic of the trucks and heavyweight. At that point they started having army vehicles going through that route. And some of the sections were cracked, and through those keys we had seepage and corrosion. So the bridge had to be, certain segments had to be rebuilt. So the question regarding heavy trucks, in my opinion, is important. And now what we are doing, there are these systems that we call bridge weighing motion system, because the infrastructure around some of these bridges was not enough to put a weigh station. So we are installing sensors actually in almost all of them on the bridge inside, with strain gauges, so that we can measure the weight of the trucks. And there are more heavy trucks going through these bridges than none. In this area, I also concerned about alkali silica reactivity. I don't know if you have any in Kuwait or in this area, but I noticed in some of the publications I read that there are issues related to that. But again, let me congratulate you on your project.
Now, okay, the viaducts already open to traffic since beginning of 2016 till now. We didn't encounter anything, and even 2 viaducts also opened even before that in January 15, and nothing happened. One of the points which we refer to, when this project started to be designed, the client, he requested a very high load to be considered, which is a trailer carrying a tank over it. So the axial load is even higher than any other standard. So we didn't design for normal standard. We designed for even higher than that. So, and regarding corrosion, there are few things we consider during construction to avoid corrosion. We used, for example, kind of UPVC ducts to put the strands inside, so we didn't use any metal. We did grout after stressing within 2 weeks. We grout the space, and we were very strict in assuring that grouting is done correctly to avoid any gaps or any air to be interrupted. So. And so I believe we will not have issues regarding this. And yeah.
Great, thank you very much. Now it's open to the public, please. We have about 6-7 minutes. But
I think I asked Sharif the same questions too many times, but thank you for all that you asked the same questions that I was going to ask. But I have one more question here regarding design and maintenance. As Causeway Bridge here, that's Long Bridge over the water, is any and your project as well, very long spans and almost how many kilometers?
18 kilometers of viaduct each project.
Yeah, is any incident emergency plan put it in? Number one questions. Number two is the asphalt overlay. Here's the Kuwait specifications and the US specification. Actually, you can have concrete all the way to the top. That will reduce the maintenance, have more durable bridges and surfaces, which is actually minimize the cost of maintenance is part of the design. So is that was considered? Because in their Kuwait specifications and international specification, you can use concrete all the way to the top. That will reduce the cross sections, reduce the dead load, reduce the cost for the entire project. Actually, in my project, I'm working on one of the contract here in Kuwait. We're trying to do that. But there is a problem with value engineering. We don't have value engineering here, which is very important to have cost-effective projects. We don't have that. You cannot innovate. Whatever you have to implement. So is that was considered during the design?
Let me clarify. You are talking about increasing concrete to replace asphalt?
Not increase, but replace the asphalt with concrete to the top, be considered in the cross sections or reduce the cross section depth, which is, reduce the entire cost of the project.
Okay.
Before you answer that question, may I just add a little comment on this? I was totally surprised when I spent some time in Houston, Texas, a city, as you know, in an area that is full of oil refineries and bitumen, but all their roads, all their bridges, the surface cover, the top surface where cars drive, is concrete. There is no asphalt at all. I never understood the reason why they did that in Houston, but it's a good question. Why don't we consider this in Kuwait and eliminate the asphalt altogether?
Okay, as far as I know, okay, the concrete is costly at the beginning, but the maintenance along the way is cheaper. But also asphalt is supposed to last for not, I mean, the top layer should last for almost 12 years, not less. So if the asphalt layer lasts like for 12 years, it will be equivalent. I mean, cost-wise, if we do it concrete or we have to replace the final layer every 12 years. But the structure, pavement itself, like sub-base, base course, and then the other layers of asphalt, it's supposed to last not less than 30 years without maintenance. The only maintenance should happen in the last 5 years, 5 centimeter, which is the top layer. But there is big difference between concrete and asphalt in riding quality. Concrete is very disturbing. Some countries are moving from concrete because while you are driving, if you drive more than 2 hours on concrete, you will feel tired. But asphalt is much smoother, so it has better benefits. I believe also they are using concrete for weather and for freezing and for different reasons which we don't have here. I think, but I believe Adil, he mentioned that he doesn't want to replace the whole asphalt with concrete. He wants to keep the last layer. Okay, on bridges, the thickness of asphalt is not much anyway. You are talking about 7 centimeter, which is only 2 centimeter a protection layer for the waterproof membrane, and then the 5 centimeter wearing course. Okay, that's an argument question. Some other Gulf countries, they are not using deck waterproof over the bridges because the weather in GCC, the rain is not that frequent. And some of them, like UAE, they stopped using the waterproof membrane for bridges for like 20 years. So, but,
Okay. We'll speak with the Kuwait's Engineering Society so that they include value engineering in their certification, as you say. Okay, another question, please.
I would like to thank you so much for your presentation. Actually, it's not an easy job, it's a big job. And you are doing your job while keeping the traffic going on. My question is, as per many countries in the world, Japan included, we can see the monorail all over the place, even below the highways. In the early stage of the design, have you ever think that you can suspend a monorail under the wing, both wings of the bridge, of the highway? This is the first question, because if you do that,
you will save.
You can imagine how much you save energy. I mean, pollution, let's say. Easy traffic for people, and also as you know, the monorail can be one-seated design or two-seated design, and the aisle in between. And the weight of the monorail is too little. It's not that heavy that you can suspend it in the bottom. So I can imagine you have one in each direction, giving the people that good service for transportation. Second, in the previous lecture, he talked about the sensor, the fiber sensor. Correct me if I'm wrong, it's okay. So now I'm asking you if you have a sensor about the column settlement. If any column, the big columns, the structure, got some settlement. Do you have a sensor for that? Number 3, what about the heavy rainwater? You know, you remember a few years back on the Ghazali Street, the Ghazali Bridge, it turns off to Ghazali River. You know, it was full of water. Are you going to submit normal pump, or you have another system? And is there any pathway for the fire brigades and ambulance? Thank you.
Thank you. Regarding the idea of installing monorail under the viaduct, I believe it's a good idea anyway, but it was not requirement during the design to take it in consideration. Yeah, so...
You're looking for 50 years long. on the way in the future?
No, because of the clearance. Now we have minimum clearance between the bottom of the soffit of the viaduct and the service road is 6 meters. So in case that we add monorail under the viaduct, we should account for that height. So that's not considered. Yeah, yeah. So it's the metro anyway, it will have maybe different direction. This is a good point regarding coordinating or having the master plan, having all the project coordinated. So at that time when this project was designed, 2007, that idea was not there.
We can apply the idea of monorail also on Istiklal Street. You know, in Istiklal Street you have a small island in the middle. Then you can construct one column, then a small bridge, and you can fix one monorail in each side. It solved the problem of heavy traffic in peak hour in Ghazali in Istiklal Street.
These are all good ideas, but let's focus on sustainability, if you could. So we could
Actually, I gave this idea to the Ministry of Interior a long time.
They're working with. Yes, thank you very much.
Anything which need to be added to the viaduct, it's better to have it during the design stage, but doing modification after construction, it will be very difficult. So that's one thing. The other thing regarding the columns doesn't have any sensor. So I believe it's not required. It's not in the ASH2, it's not in the design code to have it. Regarding the flooding, during the flooding, the new roads are not really conflicting much in adding more water to the stormwater network because the catchment area of the road is the same. So even in our case, we have the viaduct at the top, so the catchment area the same, but instead of here, it become here, and the service road will not receive any rain, so the rain was shifted up. But the point of all the system or the network, it will drain to major box culverts. So those box culverts, sometimes if the tide is high and the flood is much, so there will be, the capacity of the box culvert will not be function fully. So that's why the network sometimes will fail if there is heavy flood is coming and there is high tide. So this now, I believe, design department, they are working on something for this one.
Okay, thank you very much.
There is emergency lane 3 meters on the right side.
Do you have a microphone? Another question there? Okay.
Thank you very much. Actually, it's a great project. It's a mega project. I'm concerned about the environmental aspects. Do you have any noise barriers on the highways?
We don't have noise barriers in Jahra Road. In the other road, Jamal Abdel Nasser, there was a stretch which was requested by some citizen to have vision and noise barrier. But if we want to discuss about noise, the noise is not only from the viaduct, it's also from the service road. So it's not right to consider just the noise coming from the bridge and there is road under the bridge. If we want to consider the noise, it will be noise always because, so we know that, and also the area is not residential. Most, as we see here, it's hospitals, universities, business, industrial, so it's not a business area except in Shuweikh and Shamia and Gharnata Andalus. So that's the two areas. But no, noise is not considered as one of the requirements in the design to be accounted for. Usually we request to have vision barrier, not noise. So we have vision barrier against Ministry of Defense for security reason. So vision is come first, then noise is not accounted for.
Okay, great. Next question.
How do you substantiate design for structural vibration and differential thermal expansion between the bridge structure and the ground?
Sorry, can you say it again? Sorry.
Issues of substantiation, proving the design. First is structural vibration, and some of these curved sections vibrate significantly. traffic element. Potentially, there's a problem there. The other thing is, in this plan, significant differential expansion between airborne structure and ground. So you've got to substantiate both. I wonder, is that done by code or is it done by analysis?
Yes, of course. Let me ask about the expansion first. Yeah, all thermal expansion is considered during design as per AASHTO. And we can notice, for example, over the bridge, we have expansion joints every 220 meters. And these expansion joints actually it can accommodate very big range of expansion, bigger than any other bridge in Kuwait. So it's considered. And also during the installation of the expansion joint, the gaps are measured based on the weather at the time of installation, and then it will allow for contraction and expansion of, so thermal reactions are considered in the model for the structure, in the structure design, and also in the expansion joint, and also the number of piers. If we look at any unit of the viaduct, we can say it's around 7 piers. We can notice the 3 piers in the center are integral with the deck, so that those 3 piers in the center are fully connected with the bridge. Then the other 2 piers each side, they are moving on bearings, so they can slide in this direction. So all this considered during the model, during the construction, the number of bearings and the expansion joint. Regarding the vibration, it's considered as per AASHTO code, so it's part of the design. And those 2 projects was designed with by one of very important bridge engineers in the world. His name is Peter Fox. So he worked on this, the design of this project for almost 2-3 years in 2006, 7, and 8 until he completed. So he's a very experienced guy.
Things are interactive, aren't they? Structural vibration and expansion joints interact.
I'm not structural engineer, so there could be some interaction between the vibration and the expansion, but I can tell you it has to be taken in consideration during the design.
Okay, we have time for one last question. Anybody from the back there? Anyone? Sheikha? You'd like to make a comment? Okay.
Thank you for the presentation. If there is no more questions, I just wanted to add that this project had the award of IRF, which is International Road Federation. And it was for a first Arabic country got this project. So just wanted to congratulate Kuwait as a Kuwaiti, as an Arabian project for an Arabian consultant and contractor for sure.
Thank you, Sheikha. Thank you, gentlemen, for a wonderful presentation.
Thank you very much.
Time is up. Thank you. Thank you very much.
يعطيكم العافية واسفين على التأخير بس لأنه الانستراكتور صار معه ظرف وما قدر يحضر المحاضرة. حسام سويلم من شركة اوبن وير من قسم البروفيشنال سيرفيس. وظيفتي البروفيشنال سيرفيس مانجر في اوبن وير. راح تكون محاضرتنا اليوم بخصوص الار جي اي اس فور 3 دي as a functions or extensions. ما بعرف إذا في بس سؤال مبدئي، في حدا من الجماعة اليوم موجود استخدم الار جي اس از 3 دي في اي تولز او سوفت وير او اكستنشن؟ في حدا استخدم الار جي اس برو؟ ازري بخصوص الجي اي اس اعطتنا اول فانكشنز كان هو على شكل 2 دي، فاحنا لما بنحكي على شكل الفيكتور داتا راح تكون على شكل 2 دي، لكن من ميزات ازري قدمت لنا اللي هو الاكستنشن اللي بدنا نشتغل فيه من خلال الداتا ونحولها ل 3 دي فيو. من البرامج اللي بتشتغل مع ازري او الازري زودتنا فيها بتشتغل على ال 3 دي، عندنا نسخه الار جي اس برو، وهذه النسخه بتستخدم ال 2 دي وال 3 دي at the same time وبنفس البرنامج، وبتقدر تشوف الداتا في التو ويندو، واحدة 2 دي والثانية 3 دي. بالإضافة قبل 3 سنوات إزري ضافت اكستنشن براند نيم صار لإزري اللي هو سيتي انجن، وهو نظام على شكل أكبر بيشتغل على الريال استيت وبيشتغل على البيلدينج كونستراكشنز وبيشتغل على مور ليفلز ومور فانكشنز كاستم فور 3 دي. بالإضافة إنه إحنا عندنا اكستنشن اوريدي بيشتغل على الارك ماب فور 3 دي ار جي اس 3 دي اناليست. ميزة وقوة الار جي اس في ال 3 دي إنه بيعمل علاقة بين أرض الواقع وبين ما تحتويه الجي اس من فيكتور داتا وبيانات. راح نطلع بس اليوم بشكل بسيط على انترودكشن، وراح يكون في جزء نعمل فيه ديمو على كيفية استخدام الار جي اس برو في ال 3 دي وكيف ممكن نستخدم هذه البيانات على الكلاود او ار جي اس ويب ابلكيشنز او على البورتال، وكيف نقدر نستخدمها على شكل ويب. من الفانكشنز المهمه في استخدام الار جي اس برو في عندنا بيانات تستخدم نقدر نعمل كريت للداتا اللي هي ان جنرال از 2 دي وبنقدر نستخدمها از 3 دي، وبنقدر نعمل منها اللاي اوت ونطلع منها البيانات والعلاقات اللي المتعلقه بالجي اس، وبنقدر نعمل ريليشنز. اذا بنحكي على مستوى 3 دي ناخذ اكزامبل بنحكي على مستوى بيلدينج، بالبيس ليفل بنرسم البيلدينج 2 دي بيطلع عندي اما باوندري او بيطلع عندي لاينز بيطلع شكل 2 دي. في تحويلته ل 3 دي ان انا بقدر اشتغل عليه، بدي اضيف طبقه الفلورز على هذه البيلدينج، فبصير عندي مالتيبل فلورز، كل فلورز فعليا احنا بنرسمه 2 دي، لكن مع وجود الاليفيشنز والهاي اليفيشن لكل بيلدينج والارتفاع الفلور هاي بيطلع عندي 3 دي، بقدر استخدم بياناته، بقدر اعمل السبيشال جوين اللي بيخصني حسب الاتريبيوت الموجوده في المؤسسه تبعتي، بقدر اعمل تيبلز اذا على مستوى الفلورز واعمل ريليشن شيب على كل فلورز، واقدر اعرف الاسيت اللي موجوده في كل فلورز عندي، اليونتس اللي موجوده، وبقدر اعرضها 2 دي و 3 دي ان ذا سيم تايم، وبقدر ابني ويب ابلكيشن يطلع فيه 2 ويندو يعرض لي 2 ابلكيشن او 2 سيناريوز اللي موجودين عندي. لو جينا نحكي بس على النقطه اللي هي الاخير قبل الاخير هي اللاير بروبرتيز او الليبلنج، بالاضافه بان انا بقدر اعمل كل بياناتي على مستوى ليفل فلورز على شكل 2 دي و 3 دي، بالاضافه ان انا بقدر ما بنقص اي معلومه من حيث المعلومات تاعت الفيكتور داتا او الاتريبيوت اللي موجوده، هو فقط بيعمل ريبريزنت للداتا تبعتي على شكل 3 دي حتى تكون اكثر رياليتي واكثر شفافيه ووضوح للاشخاص اللي بيتعاملوا معها. وهي بتهمنا كثير في موضوع الانفراستراكشر لانه بتهمنا في النيو بيلت اب اريا. انا راح نشوف في عندي ميزات ان انا لما اجي اعمل بيلت اب اريا بيكون في عندي سيناريوز. من ميزات الجي اس انه بقدر اعمل السيناريو من ضمن دراسه الجدوى اللي بنعملها والدراسه الاقتصاديه اللي بنعملها، بنقدر نعمل على الجي اس اللي هو بنعمل السيناريو الشوب دروينج وبنشوف الشكل الحقيقي كيف ممكن يطلع معنا، ممكن نشوف كيف قابليته مع الانفراستراكشر اللي احنا حاطينه، هل فعليا هذا الحكي صحيح ولا ممكن نعمل ابديت او نعمل تشينج على المخططات اللي احنا نشتغلها. واللي تابع معنا محاضرات امبارح بنحكي على الانفراستراكشر بتاعت الووتر والالكتريكال واليوتيليتيز بشكل عام. انا هون مع الهيدروليك سيستم ومع ال 3 دي انا بقدر اعرف الكابابيلتي بتاعت النتورك اللي انا بدي ابنيها لهي المنطقه حسب شكل المباني او الكاباسيتي بتاعت المباني اللي انا ببنيها. فانا ممكن انا كل بلان تبعتي انه نعمل هذه المباني في هذه المنطقه اب تو 10 فلورز لكل هاي المنطقه. ففعليا بنروح احنا نعمل هذا الدروينج او شوب دروينج على الجي اس على شكل 3 دي. بالاضافه انا اوريدي عندي قسم ثاني عم بشتغل وببني اليوتيليتيز انفراستراكشر، عندي الكتريكال، عندي الووتر، عندي السيور. لكن هل في علاقه بينهم؟ هل في ماتشنج انه نعرف هاي الكابابيلتي بتاعت اليوتيليتي اللي بشتغل فيها او الشبكه او النتورك اللي بشتغل فيها هل فعليا هي كومبيرنج مع حجم الكونستراكشنز اللي انا بدي ابني فيها المنطقه؟ هل القدره الاستيعابيه لهذه المباني راح تستوعبها الشبكه اللي انا صممتها؟ فعليا احنا ما بنقدر نجاوب. ليش؟ لانه فعليا اللي بيعمل الكونستراكشن هي انتيتي مختلفه او وزاره مختلفه او اشخاص مختلفين، واللي بيعمل الشبكه او اليوتيليتي هم فعليا ديبارتمنت مختلفه او مؤسسه مختلفه. فهون انا بقدر اعمل الشغل تبع اعمل له شيرنج، وهي اللاير بروبرتيز اطلعها از سيرفيس واشيرها واعملها بارتيسيبيت مع الاشخاص المعنيين اللي بيعملوا الدراسه للبنيه التحتيه. فبناء على الكونستراكشنز اللي انا شايفه وال 3 دي اللي طالع عندي بقدر انا اتحكم في النتورك اللي انا بدي ارسمها واعملها ديزاين او اللي اعملها بروبوز. فهذا الحكي كلياته فعليا لما اعمل له ميرج توجذر انه بيطلع عندي وان اوتبوت بالشكل اللي احنا نتطلع انه يكون في الاخر امبلمنتيشن صحيح. موضوع انه نحكي على المابنج ريفيو هو في النهايه هاي الاتريبيوت وهذه الديتيلز وهي الفيكتور داتا مو مطلوب مثلا من كل شخص انه يكون اكسبرت في الجي اس او اكسبرت في مجال معين. واحنا في النهايه هي عباره عن تيم، كل شخص بيشتغل في الانتيتي حسب السكوب اللي هو مختص فيه وبيطلع الريزلت اللي هو مختص فيها، لكن ما يضيف ويعطيني ادد فاليو ان انا اطلع قرار صحيح في شغلي ان انا اعمل مابينج. فانا لما اطلع الشغل تبعي بشكل مابينج، في اشخاص راح يشتغلوا على 2 دي مابينج يعملوا الاناليسيس تبعتهم، وفي اشخاص معنيين اكثر مور ديتيلز راح يشتغلوا على ليفل 3 دي على اساس يطلعوا الاناليسيس تبعهم اكثر. يعني لو بدي احكي انا الاشخاص اللي الجزء الاول من الاشخاص اللي معنيين في اليوتيليتيز راح يرسم الشوب دروينج اس 2 دي وياخذ بعين الاعتبار الاريا اللي هو بيشتغل فيها. لكن في جزء ثاني مختص اكثر ديتيلز راح يروح على ليفل الهيدروليك. انا النتورك تبعتي بعد ما ارسمها فعليا انا بدي اوديها على هيدروليك سيستم عشان اطلع ريزلت. الهيدروليك سيستم ما بيقبل فقط انه تعطيه يوتيليتي انفورميشن او اتريبيوت، في داتا بتتطلب انه يشتغلها بالهيدروليك مثل الاليفيشن للمنطقه اللي انت بدك تشتغل فيها. فانا مجرد حكيت اليفيشن احنا نحكي على زد فاليو، بنحكي على 3 ليفل، دخلنا على 3 دايمنشن بنحكي على 3 دي. فانا عشان اطلع لك هيدروليك صحيح انا بدي اليفيشن لهي المنطقه، بدي البيلدينج هاي لكل كونستراكشن انت تبنيه انا بدي البيلدينج هاي معه، وبدي السلو بتاعت هاي المنطقه. فانا عشان الهيدروليك سيستم يطلع الفاليو منه صحيحه بتطلب مني هاي المعلومات. فانا فعليا نحكي 3 دي انا ممكن ازود اياها از اكسل شيت او نمبر ويدخلهم على الهيدروليك. الجي اس هون بعطيني الكابابيلتي انه لا انا اعطي الداتا كامله بشكل بلاتفورم متكامل للاشخاص المعنيين للجهات المعنيه اللي يعملوا الديتيلز ستدي حسب كل ليفل. فمو شرط انه مثلا ال 2 دي او ال 3 دي نعطوا لنفس الشخص او لنفس التيم اللي بيشتغل على الانفراستراكشر. ايش بيفيدنا لو جينا نحكي على موضوع الجولز من المابينج ونحكي على ال 3 دي وال 2 دي؟ في النهايه هاي الجولز وين بتوصلنا؟ او why I need GIS in my study, why I need GIS as a primary component in my infrastructure. لانه فعليا انا كل الانفراستراكشر ديزاين اللي انا ببنيه هو فعليا بدايه اول ليفل فيه وانا بعمل شوب دروينج، انا بعمل ديزاين، انا ما راح اروح اعمل امبلمنتيشن دايركت. فانا فعليا بقدر اعمل ديزاين وبنفس الوقت بقدر اعمل تشينجز عليه. ممكن يجي مختص مهندس في مجال معين يقول هاي الباراميترز حسب الدروينج اللي احنا بنشتغل فيه ما طلعت مناسبه في الدروينج تبعنا، فما راح اغير الديزاين كله. في عندي كابابيلتي هون بجهاز ان انا بقدر اغير هذه الفاليو وهو اوتوماتيك يعكسها على الاستراكشرز اللي انا بانيه. وهذا شفناه في محاضرات امبارح اللي حضر انه انا مجرد بنيت مثلا يوتيليتي نتورك انفراستراكشر، اي فاليو في هاي اليوتيليتي نتورك انا غيرتها، انا جيت عملت هيدروليك موديل، بعد ما عملت الهيدروليك اعطاني انه هذه المناطق من البيلت اب اريا اللي انت بدك تبنيها ما راح يكون في قدره استيعابيه لها، ان كان في شبكه الصرف الصحي او كان مثلا في قدره تزويد المياه. فانا بضطر اغير اليوتيليتي ديزاين تبعي واضيف مثلا اما اني احط بايب لاين اكبر او اصغر مثلا البايب لاين او ازيد الديستريبيوشن او اقلل حسب الفاليو. اوتوماتيك هو الجي اس راح يفهم انه شو التغيير اللي انت عملته في هذا الديزاين ويعمل ريفلكت على كل الداتا از وان باكج. فانا بعمل التغيير لمره واحده. فبنفس الشيء انا لما اشتغل 2 دي او 3 دي انا فعليا عم بشتغل ضمن بلاتفورم، فانا ما بشتغل على اكستنشن منفصل عن السيستم اللي احنا بنشتغل فيه. وهذا الحكي انه بعمل شيرنج مع الانتيتيز اللي بتشتغل معي، لانه احنا بنحكي على انفراستراكشر معناها عندك مالتيبل انتيتيز ومالتيبل ديبارتمنت ومالتيبل تيم، ففعليا مش كلهم خبراء في مجال معين. فهذه الشيرنج فاليو اللي انت بتصير هي بتعمل عمالها ريفلكت لكل التيمز اللي بيشتغل معك في هذا الليفل. فاحنا فعليا لو انتبهنا نفس موضوعنا كنا نحكي على اليوتيليتي نتورك از مين كومبوننت فور ذا انفراستراكشر. اليوتيليتي هي مين كومبوننت من ضمن الانفراستراكشرز كومبوننت. فعليا احنا في ال2 دي لو نطلع عليها هي عباره عن بارسلز، احنا مجموعه بارسلز يعني عملنا بيلت اب اريا جديده نيو ستدي، عملنا مخطط او ديزاين لبيلدينج، عملنا ديزاين للستريت والرودز والديستريبيوشن نتورك وكل الامور الداخليه خلصناها. جينا عملنا ديزاين لموضوع الالكتريكال نتورك. لكن فعليا هذا الحكي انا كله عم بشوفه اس 2 دي ودراسات. شو ميزني انا اشوفه 3 دي؟ انا بهذا الشكل فعليا هذا الجهاز انا بطلع على الشبكه تبعتي از 3 دي، فانا بصير عندي ستيريو ماب او ثينكينج ان انا بطلع على فعليا على اللايف اللي راح يطلع بطلع عليه فعليا قبل الامبلمنتيشن، لانه صارت الطرق مرسومه عندي، الانفراستراكشر از يوتيليتي موجوده، البيلدينج موجوده وارتفاعاتها وشكل المباني موجود، فانا فعليا بقدر اعمل ستريمينج واشوف الداتا تبعتي بالارتفاعات المناسبه لي، بالمباني، بالشكل، حتى على مستوى اذا انت مثلا كان في عندك ديزاين انك تعمل حدائق، يكون في عندك مثلا مناطق زراعيه، يكون مثلا حتى نوع الشجر تقدر تتحكم فيه كيف ممكن يكون شكله، ممكن هذا الحكي كلياته تعمله ديزاين في الجي اس وتشوفه على اساس انه طلع امبلمنتيشن، لكنه فعليا ما زال تحت الدراسه. فهذا بوفر عليك الوقت واعاده الديزاين، سيف ماني للموضوع اللي انت تشتغل فيه، وجهود التيم اللي بيشتغلوا فيه، لانه انا تيم واحد يغير وانا اضل مكمل في شغلي في التراك اللي انا بشتغل فيه، بناء على انه المنطقه هاي راح تسع الكباسيتي تبعتها 100,000 مثلا مبنى، لكن فعليا قسم المباني عمل غير في الديزاين تبعه وغير في الدراسه وصار العدد مثلا 150,000 بيلدينج او 100,000 بيلدينج، ففعليا انا الدراسه تبعت المفروض تتاثر. هذا الحكي انا لما تكون عندي كل شيء از مابينج ريفيو فانا بقدر اشوف هذه التعديلات واعكسها على الشغل تبعي. وعم نحكي بنفس المجال بنفس الاختصاص انه انا كيف ممكن طيب كارك ماب ممكن اشوف هذا الفاليو از 3 دي سوليوشنز او 2 دي سوليوشنز. هون بنحكي بتفاصيل اكثر انه انا طبيعه الاوتبوت للجي اس، احنا الكل بيشتغل الجي اس راح يكون اوتبوت ارك ماب او الارك برو، لكن نفس المجال اللي انا بشتغل فيه ونفس البلاتفورم هون بيختلف انه انا اذا استخدمت ال 3 دي التايب تاع الاوتبوت راح يشتغل على شيء اسمه ويب سين اللي هو بارت من احنا اللي بيشتغل ار جي اس عنده تو اوبشن، اما بيفتح ارك ماب او الارك برو. نفس الارك ماب في نسخه منها اسمها ارك سين مش ارك. ليش؟ لانه الارك سين هو اللي بيسمح لي اعمل ايديت على ال 3 دي. ميزه الارك برو اجت قوته هون، ميزه الارك برو انه انا بقدر اعمل التعديل على ال 3 دي بدون ما انا استخدم ارك سين، فصرت استخدم الارك برو اعمل فيه ايديت على 3 دي واببلشه، لكن انا ببلشه في النهايه احنا بنسمي نوع السيرفيس اللي طلعت اللي هي ويب سين، هي نوع السيرفيس عشان اميز انه هاي 3 دي وهاي يعني بارت من السوفت وير وليس مش مانيوال تتحكم فيها. هون بنحكي على اختلافات في نوع كيف تعرض الماب فيو، كيف تعرضها از 3 دي. ازري بتعطيك اكثر من اوتبوت اور لاي اوت عشان تعرض فيها الداتا، اما بعرضه على شكل ارك سي اللي احنا بنحكي فيه بيطلع معي بالشكل الواقعي اللي احنا شايفينه، او على شكل جلوبال انا بقدر اعرضه على شكل جلوبال واطلعه كيف موقعه على الكره الارضيه بشكل عام، لكن الارك جلوبال هي احنا ما بنعتبرهاش للشغل او للديتيلز. احنا فعليا للانفراستراكشر لما نشتغل عشان يكون رياليتي اكثر احنا بنستخدم الارك سير لاي اوت، هو الاكثر بينيفيتس وهو الاكثر دايناميك وفلكسبيليتي للشغل. الجلوبال جاست فور ريفيو ان جنرال. هون بنقدر احنا طبعا بالتري نتحكم بالسيمبولوجي بالبوينت بالفيو كل، وفي عندنا في ازري بتعطيك سبيشال سيمبولوجي لل 3 دي، يعني انت نفس السيمبول بتقدر تستخدمه 2 دي وادي 3 دي، بالاضافه انه عندك اوريدي سيمبولز تستخدمها خاصه فقط في ال 3 دي. هون عندنا بنحكي على اللي اوت وكيف ممكن تحسن شكل اللي اوت، كيف ممكن تعرضه، كيف الفيو اللي ممكن تعرضه. layout capabilities and functionalities. طبعا هاي احنا بنحكي عن شكل اللي اوت، احنا من ضمن الاشكال اللي احنا بتساعدنا بالدراسه. انا ممكن بابا شكل اللي اوت، اكون ادرس في منطقه معينه، انا اختصاصي او التيم تبعي بيشتغل في زون معين، انا مثلا بدي اشتغل محافظه الاحمدي، زميلي ثاني بده يشتغل محافظه العاصمه، فاحنا بنقدر في هاي الماب فيو نقدر نحدد الشغل ونعمل الجريد تبعنا ونقسم الشغل از بارت بناء على التيم اللي بيشتغلوا والليفلز، وبنقدر نعرض الفيو بالشكل المناسب. بالاضافه طبعا ميزه الجهاز انه بتعمل اكسبورت للماب وللفيكتور داتا 2 دي 3 دي باكثر من فورمات ممكن تعرض هذه البيانات. شوي بس نشوف اكزامبلز وسامبل على داتا، وداتا للكويت هي مش سامبل، هي فعلا شغل حقيقي طالع لايف. هذا الشكل هو لإحدى المدارس موجود في الكويت، أعتقد في منطقة الأندلس احنا نطلع نشوف شكله كيف تم رسمه. فعليا هذا مدرسة تم رسمها بالجدران اللي فيها بالأبواب اللي فيها، هاي مرحلة الرسم تكون بهذا الشكل، وبقدر أعرضها بشكل 3D المناسب لها. بالإضافة أنا لو عندي شبكة اليوتيليتي وكانت أندر جراوند راح أشوف هذه الشبكة أندر جراوند فعليا. إذا احنا هيك بنطلع لو كانت عندي راح أشوفها أندر جراوند، وهذه ميزة إنه فعليا أنا بشوف الرياليتي فيو لكل الداتا اللي موجوده عندي. وهون بقدر اشوف الشكل الكامل والمغلق، هو فعليا الشكل المغلق، وبقدر اشوف الفلورز. هلا ممكن اشوفه از 1 باكج، هذا شكل 3 دي اللي انا بشوفه كون بيلدينج بدون تفاصيل بدون ديتيلز، بكون لي اوت. باللي اوت بالاضافه انه انا بقدر اشتغل فيهم باي ديتيلز، وبقدر اعرف كل الاتريبيوت اللي بدي على كل فلور فعليا، نوعه، الحجم والارتفاع، واذا كان في له معلومات اخرى، واي طابق موجود باي فلورز موجود. احنا فعليا بنحكي على اللاي اوت 2 دي، احنا بنطلع على هذا المبنى لما اترسم على شكل 2 دي. وهذا فندق سيمفوني رابط الجراوند ليفل. برضه واحدة نفس الفندق تم رسمه بال2 دي بدون ارتفاعات، في حال انه احنا اشتغلنا وحطينا الارتفاعات يعني هذا كل فلورز انا بشوفه على شكل 2 دي. الجهاز هو نفسه اوتوماتيك. انا عندي مشكله في المايك وفي القياسات تبعته. فهذا الشكل هو فعليا احنا في الدراسه الاولى في الليفل الاول اللي كنا نحكي فيه، انا هذا هو الليفل الاول، انا برسم على شكل 2 دي، برسم الفلورز، القاعده الارضيه، الجراوند ليفل، البيسمنت، كل الامور برسمها في الليفل الاول. ما بعد ذلك الجهاز بيقوم بتحويل كل هذه البيانات من خلال الارك برو او السيتي انجن. انا بحول هذه الرسومات حسب الاتريبيوت اللي تم ادخالها على هذه المباني على شكل 3 دي، من خلال ارتفاع الجدران في كل طابق، ارتفاع المبنى، ففعليا بنشوفه بالشكل ال 3 دي. شوف احدى المباني بس. هذا عندنا مبنى ال 89 مول. طبعا هي احنا فعليا لما يتم رسمه، هو فعليا بيتم رسمه اما من خلال ارك برو او سيتي انجن. ميزه انه نعمل شيرنج مع الانتيتيز هي اللي احنا بنحكي عنها ويب سيرفيس، انا بقدر اعملها شير والكل يكون شايفها، واي تعديل راح يشوفه كله بنفس الوقت. انا بقدر اشوف كل اللايرز اللي موجوده، كل اللايرز المستخدمه. لو جينا على الطابق، هذا احدى الطوابق اللي احنا بنسميه الميزانين، موجود في الرسم وبالشكل اللي فيه. يعني فعليا هذه الابواب لو جينا هون مثلا على الاتريبيوت هذا الرسم اللي له. وحتى ميزت هي اللي كنا نحكي فيها اللي هي موضوع البروبرتيز. هذا الباب اليمين وهذا باب للمصاعد، يعني حتى تفاصيل الكونستراكشنز اللي انت بتشتغل فيه كلياته بينعكس على ارض الواقع. طبعا اذا بنلاحظ الكونستراكشنز نخفي الوولز. انا بالطابق بقدر اخفي الوولز الداخليه والخارجيه حتى انا اشوف شو تفاصيل هذا الطابق في كامل الديتيلز تاعت الكونستراكشنز. فعليا طبعا هون احنا بنمثل هذا اللاين بيمثل الستير كيس او الاليفيترز ترانزيشن لاين، حتى برسم الشبكه الداخليه بين الفلورز، حتى انه في عندنا اكستنشن ثاني بنحكي على اندور مابين في المستقبل، انه انا بدي اعرف او بدي اصل لمكان معين داخل هذا المبنى. ففعليا في استخدام هاي الرسم انا بقدر من باب المبنى اذا حددت محل او يونت معينه حاب اروح عليها في هذا المبنى، هو مباشره بيعمل لي انترنال راوت، بوديني بيرشدك على الطوابق اللي تطلع عليها، بيرشدك تستخدم المصعد او تستخدم الستير كيس اللي موجوده في كامل اتجاهاتك حتى يوصلك از نافيجيشن للوكيشن اللي رايح عليه داخل المبنى. هذا احنا سوليوشنز من ازري بناء على هذا الرسم نقدر نستخدم سوليوشنز اسمه اندور مابينج. اندور مابينج حتى انك تشتغل كل التفاصيل الداخليه للمبنى من خلال ابلكيشن وسوليوشنز للاندور مابينج. لحديت هون في حدا عنده اي سؤال؟ لما نفوت شوي على الارك برو ونشوف كيف ممكن نشتغل 2 دي و 3 دي في هذا الابلكيشن. راح نعطي مثال، نشوف مثال لايف على ال 89 مول كيف تم عمليه رسمه وكيف ممكن نتحكم فيه as 2 دي و 3 دي من خلال 1 سوفت وير و1 فاحنا بنشوف اذا بنشوف الارك برو اللي اشتغل على الارك ماب بلاحظ هنا انه ما في اختلاف لحد الان الا بالانترفيس، بعض الفانكشنز موجوده. انا فعليا هون بشتغل وعمليه الرسم او الديجيتايزنج او الكونفيرجن من كاد للجي اس بتتم بالطرق المتعارف عليها بالجي اس، اما ديجيتايزنج او تعمل داتا كونفيرجن. فعليا احنا عم نشتغل 2 دي، كل البيانات اللي احنا بنشتغل عليها بهذا الشكل هاي احنا فعليا في 2 دي. ميزه الارك برو ان انا بقدر احول على ال 3 دي وبكون عندي 2 اللي هم خيارات، اما يكون جلوبال او اركسين، نفس البيانات اللي عندي بقدر اشتغل عليها بنفس الوقت 2 دي و 3 دي ان ذا سيم تايم، وبقدر اشوفها بشكل 2 دي، واي تعديل بعمله عليها بال 2 دي بقدر اشوف الريفلكت تبعه على ال 3 دي. فانا فعليا هون نفس البروجكت الارك برو بتعامل مع الماب او مع البرودكت او مع الدوكيومنت از بروجكت نوت فايل اور دوكيومنت، هو اسمه بروجكت لانه بتقدر داخل هذا البروجكت بقدر انا اعمل بروجكت زي اللي اشتغل اذا في حدا اشتغل اوتوكاد از لي اوت، انا بقدر اعمل البروجكت الرئيسي اللي البيج الرئيسيه، وبقدر انا اعمل بدي اشتغل بالفلور الاول بعمل له فيو بسميه مثلا فيرست فلور سكند فلور، وبقدر اعمل اكثر من لاي اوت، فيها داتا خاصه فيها داخل نفس البروجكت. فانا فعليا البيانات عندي موجوده بهذا الشكل عشان انا اشوفها بشكل 3D. بختار فأنا فعليا لو عملت إيديت على أي ضلع أو على أي ارتفاع في البيانات هاي، يعني لو جيت مثلا عملت إيديت وغيرت ارتفاع المبنى أو الفلورز elevation أو الفلور هاي أو شكل إحدى أضلع أو زوايا أو أعمدة المبنى، فعليا أنا في 3D راح أشوف التعديل بشكل مباشر. فأنا هون الميزة إنه بتشتغل 2 فيو نفس الويندو والثنتين نفس التعديل. أنا بقدر أجي از أوتوكاد درور، أنا شاطر مهندس أوتوكاد، بشتغل على الأوتوكاد أكثر ما بشتغل على 3D. فأنا ما راح أرسم وأعدل على 3D، لأنه اللي بيشتغل 3D بيعرف إن التعديل عليه مش بس سهولة هاي إنك تعدل على 3D. فأنا ممكن أروح أستخدم بياناتي على شكل 2D وأعدل الزوايا أو الإحداثيات أو المسافات أو الارتفاعات اللي بتناسبني، ومباشرة أنا بقدر أخلي الجي اس من خلال الأرك برو يعرض لي هذا التعديل وأشوفه بهذا الشكل. لكن لأن إذا بدي أجي أعدل مباشرة على شكل 3D بتقدر تعدل، لكن مهاراته والتولز في التعديل تختلف عن الشخص اللي بيعدل وبيستخدم ال 2D دايمنشن للتعديل. ممكن أعمل فيو ثالث وأشوف الماب تبعتي على شكل جلوبال. فاحنا لو نطلع بشكل عام على شكل الانفراستراكشر بشكل متكامل، شو راح نلاحظ؟ الكونستراكشنز بيلدينج موجود عندي، اليوتيليتي موجود، البيس ماب او الباك جراوند موجوده عندي للمنطقه اللي انا بدي اشتغل فيها، الدراسات اللي انا بدي اشتغلها من حيث نيو بيلت اب اريا او نيو كونستراكشنز لمباني او نيو كونستراكشن فور رود نتورك او يوتيليتيز نتورك. فانت بتطلع على شكل راح بشكل عام انت شايف كل شيء هون، بتقدر تعمل شغلك وتعديلك. يعني اذا بتلاحظ حتى على مستوى الباركينج تاع السيارات ممكن انت تفكر في فكره معينه تشتغل الباركينج بطريقه مختلفه ما انك تفكر فيها بشكل نظري او بشكل دروينج، لانه انت فعليا على الدروينج بدك تشتغل راح يكون عندك قياسات معينه وترسم على اوتوكاد او على الورق وبترسم مو شايف شيء. هون اللي بيختلف انه انت عم ترسم في شيء انت شايفه وشايف الاوتبوت تبعه قبل الامبلمنتيشن، فانت تقدر تميز انه انت اللي بتشتغل فيه صح ولا لا، هل هو مطابق للواقع ولا لا، هل هو فعليا بعد شاره وبعد الشوب دروينج والتعب هذا كله راح ارجع اعيد شغل من اول، ولا ممكن اختصر وقت واشتغل واعمل الريديزاين وانا بشتغل. لانه الريديزاين عاده بعد ما ينتهي الديزاين تبعك من الشغل راح تضطر انك تروح وتعمل ريفيو للشغل تبعك وترجع تعمل ريفيو للديزاين هل بده تعديل ولا لا. انت فعليا في هاي المرحله بتشتغل وبتشوف الديزاين وبتقدر تعدل بنفس الوقت، لانه ريبريزنتنج قدامك وشايفه بشكل واقعي. وهذا الحكي فعليا انت لما تيجي ونحن بنحكي على المشاركه في الانفراستراكشر بشكل عام، هون بيكمل الصوره معك لما مثلا الجهات المختصه باليوتيليتي تزودك المعلومه تبعتك، لما الجهات المختصه بالطرق راح تزودك هاي المعلومه. فانت فعليا يوتيليتيز موجوده كلايرز وشايفها، عندك الطرق موجوده وشايفها از 3 دي، وعندك الكونستراكشن انت اوريدي مشتغل وعامل الديزاين وطالع بالشوب دروينج تاع المباني اللي لك. فهون الصوره اصبحت كامله، وبنرجع بنعيد انه هذا في النهايه في الدراسه تبعتك انت بترفق الماب والفيو مابنج اللي انت بتشتغل فيها. فهون ميزت ال 3 دي من خلال الجي اس، لانه فعليا احنا الانفراستراكشر هو من الكومبوننت الرئيسيه تشتغل مع الانفراستراكشر اللي عندك هو موضوع الجي اس، لانه هو يمثل انت فعليا في الانفراستراكشر تمثل لوكيشن واحداثيات. فالجي اس هو المين او الميجر فانكشنز تبعته انه هو يعمل لك ريبريزنت لهذا اللوكيشن ولهي الاحداثيات وللاسيت اللي موجوده عليه. احنا فعليا كل شيء بنشغله هو فعليا اسيت، يعني احنا في النهايه قاعد نحكي على هاي الاوبجكت كلها في النهايه هي اسيت. واحنا قلنا الاسيت هي بتكون نوعين، اما بدها تكون فيكتور داتا اللي تمثل بالاكس والواي، وفي اسيت تمثل الاوبجكت اسيت اللي هي تمثل المعلومات او الاتريبيوت الموجوده لكل عنصر عندك موجود في الديزاين او في التكوين اللي انت بانيه على شكل تيبل. يعني هذا مثلا الاعمده، الجدران، الطرق، هاي في النهايه كلها لها كوست ولها معلومات ماليه ولها قياسات، هاي ما راح ادخلها بالجي اس كفيو او راح تدخل على شكل فيكتور ريبريزنتد لك انك تشوفها. هي فعليا مهمه لشغلك بس ما راح تشوفها. فانا فعليا شو بعمل هون؟ بعمل الريليشنز، فانا بقدر اشوف من خلال ربط واعمل انتجريشن مع السيستمز الموجوده عندي، فبقدر اعرف هذه المواد. احنا شفنا في المحاضرات على الانفراستراكشر بيحكوا على طبيعه الخرسانه المستخدمه، ميزاتها، قدرتها، القدره اللي هي التفاصيل احنا مثلا ما بنعرف فيها، المهندس المختص في الخرسانه هو اللي بيعطينا هاي المعلومات. فانا فعليا ليش ما استفيد منها؟ هي اوريدي صارت موجوده لكن هي لا تمثل جي اي اس، او ما بقدر اضيفها على الاوتوكاد. لو بدي ارسم اوتوكاد ما بقدر اضيفها لانه هي فعليا هي بتحكي على دراسات، وهي معلومات خاصه في هاي الدراسات وفي هاي المقاييس وجدول وحساب الكميات وجدول الكميات اللي مختص في شغلك. لكن انا ممكن اضيفها كعنصر داخل الجي اي اس من خلال العلاقه والانتجريشن. فانا مجرد عملت كليك على هذا مثلا الجدار، ممكن هون اذا عامل انتجريشن مع الانظمه الاخرى والبيانات الاخرى او الجداول الاخرى موجوده راح يطلع لي من ضمنها هون مثلا كليك هون انه other information او join information. نعم. الريفت مختص بال 3 دي ريفت، وهلا حاليا في الانتجريشن واضح بين الريفت وبين الازري اللي هو موضوع الاوتو ديسك والبيم. فانت فعليا هذا اللي بحكي، انت تشتغل اوتوكاد تشتغل فعليا انت مهندس بتصمم 3 دي من خلال الريفت او الكاد او السيفل كاد او بتستخدم السكتش اب وبتشتغل في هذه البرودكت. لكن هذه البرودكت از اوتبوت ما راح تعطيك ريال داتا، ما راح تعطيك ريال ريفيو، راح تعطيك ديزاين معماري لهذه المنطقه بغض النظر شو في حولها، مختص في 1 اوبجكت اللي انت المبنى اللي انت بترسم فيه. طب انا رسمته بدي اشوف تاثيره على الواقع بشكل الواقعي اكثر، هل راح تشوفه في الريفت بهذا الشكل؟ فانا باخذ ال 3 دي الفاليو هي الانتجريشن، انا باخذ الداتا من الريفت اللي انت استخدمته او الاوتوكاد اللي انت استخدمته وبضيفه داخل الجي اس. الجي اس بيقراه اوتوماتيك وهو متعارف انه يقرا وبيقرا من السكتش اب. نعم، يعني انت لو تيجي في الاوتوكاد ما بتقدر تضيف اتريبيوت. تقدر تبدا من هون، بس تقدر تبدا من هون زي ما بتبدا في الريفت، وممكن تبدا بحسب شو الفانكشنز اللي بدك تستخدمها. هلا ممكن في الريفت لانه هو باعتبار ريال ابلكيشن اكثر، ممكن تستخدم فيه باراميترز معينه او قياسات معينه في الريفت هي ادق من انك تستخدمها بالجي اي اس. فانت بتروح تعملها بالريفت لانك انت الخلفيه تبعته اما من الاوتوكاد او ريفت، تروح تستخدمها لقياسات معينه في خلال الابلكيشن اللي عندك، بعدين بتدخلها في الجي اي اس. او ممكن يكون انت راسم هاي الداتا كلها بالتوتال ستيشنز، بالقياسات، بالاكس واي اللي مشتغله بشكل صحيح، وبتدخلها على الجي اس بشكل 2 دي، ومن الجي اس بتبلش ترفع فيها 3 دي. لكن فعليا البيس تبعك فعليا عاده في الكونستراكشن انت بتروح على الديزاين على الريال سيتويشن، بتروح على الاوتوكاد لانه يمكن تاخذ الفاليو الفلات، تتعامل مع الفلات فاليو، يكون عندك الجي بي اس او التوتال ستيشن بتشتغل عليه، والجي اس بكمل هذه المهمه. وبتقدر تسحب كل شغلك من بدايته على الجي اس وتشتغله، وبدك تكون دقيق في القياسات، نفس القياسات اللي بتجيبها بتدخلها في الاوتوكاد هي نفسها راح تستخدمها في الجي اس. لكن الميزه انه انت شايفه اللي اشتغل على الريفت او اشتغل على الكاد، هل الفيو نفسه؟ هل انا بعد ما ارسم وات ايفر اي ابلكيشن، بعد ما ارسم الاوبجكت اللي انا بدي اياه، ان كان الرود نتورك او اليوتيليتي نتورك او البيلدينج او الكونستراكشنز، هل فعليا انا راح اشوف بالشكل النهائي الشوب دروينج تبعي هذا اللي اخذ عليه قرار؟ صاحب القرار اذا وصلوا للفيو، هي اهم شيء احنا عندنا الريبريزنت مابينج الفيو، هل اذا صاحب القرار وصلوا هذا الفيو لاوبجكت معين او كونستراكشنز معينه او بلان ستدي لنيو بيلت اب اريا اور بيلدينج، هل اذا شاف هذا الاوتبوت زي ما انا اودي له الاوتبوت على شكل كاد او بنحكي فلات اوتبوت، اكيد راح يكون الوضع مختلف. هل انا في هذا الشكل لو اجي مثلا مختار، اذا بتلاحظ طلع وين الباركينج، لو انا مثلا في الرسمه تبعت الباركينج مش في هذا المكان، الباركينج كان في المنطقه الخلفيه، هل راح يقرر يقول لك هذا مناسب او غير مناسب؟ المنطقه الخلفيه اذا بتطلع خلف المبنى في كمان مبنى، يعني بنحكي على هاي المنطقه، فعليا انا لو جيت في الرسم تبعي حطيت الباركينج في هاي المنطقه، بعته از اوتبوت للاشخاص المعنيين او للديسيشن ميكر، هل راح يقول لك هذا الباركينج هون صح او خطا؟ هل هو مناسب او غير مناسب؟ هل هذا الباركينج في المستقبل اذا صار عندي تعديل وبدي اعمل اكسبانشن له، بدي هل هذا هون مقبول ممكن انا بعد سنه او سنتين اوسع هذا الباركينج ازيد من حجمه؟ ما بقدر اعطيك القرار لانه مو شايف. فهون الرؤيه اختلفت، الاوتبوت اختلف. هي ميزه الجهاز انه بعطيك الفيو، هي قوه، يعني هون في ميزه انه بدك تطلع وين كيف شكل الفيو. في النهايه انا وانت كاوبريشنز او انجينيرنج، احنا مجرد انت عملت ديليفر للدروينج اللي معك انتهى دورك. انت ما راح تتابع الاجراءات الديسيشن ميكر او تيجي تحط ارائك في القرارات. انت وظيفتك ترسم، انا رسمت. هلا وظيفتك انه انت توصل الصوره النهائيه اللي بنحكي عنها الفينيشنج في الفيو. هنا الفيو بيشتغل في هذا المجال، وهو يعني المين او الميجر اوبجيكتيف من هذا الحكي كله انه احنا يكون عندنا الفيو واضح مطابق للرياليتي اكشنز اللي صايره عندي، اللي اخذ قرار صحيح عليه. لكن في معلومات كثير رح تيجي، انت بتحكي على انفراستراكشر، احنا بنحكي على سستينابيلتي. سستينابيلتي معناها انا بدي يكون عندي شيرنج في الانتيتيز اللي بتشتغل، جروبس ممبرز بتشتغل بشكل متكامل، وان تيم. لان انا في النهايه هذا المبنى بهذا الشكل تبعه انا ما بطلع عليه بس على هذا الشكل، بتطلع عليه بشكل اكبر انه هذا المبنى بده يوصله خدمات، في انفراستراكشر بده تصله، في طرق وفي شبكات مي، شبكات كهرباء، شبكات صرف صحي، هذا كله بده يوصله. فعليا انا عشان هذا يوصله، هل في شوارع انا بدي اعمل بيلت اب اريا في منطقه ما في عليها شوارع رئيسيه؟ بدي احسب حساب انه انا فعليا هالمنطقه اذا بنيتها في تكلفه انت مش حاططها من ضمن الدراسه تبعتك، انه ما في عندك شارع رئيسي مدخل إلها، مثلا انت عامل الشوارع الداخليه، لكن انت مش ماخذ بعين الاعتبار دراستك انه اقرب شارع رئيسي بده يعمل انبوت على المنطقه اللي انت فيها مثلا بعيد 3 كيلو، فراح تروح تبني المنطقه، وبعد ما تخلص تعمل الشوارع الداخليه راح تيجي بدك تعمل كونكت بين هاي المنطقه ومثلا وبين منطقه ثانيه، شو اقرب نقطه؟ 3 كيلو. انت ما كنت حاطها بالدراسه. ليش مو حاطها بالدراسه؟ لانه انت بتطلع في 1 اكستنت 1 فيو، انت مو شايف اوت. هون بتطلع مثلا لو بتطلع على الرسمه هون، انا مثلا واضح عندي مثلا الشارع واضحه عندي مثلا التفرعات لهي المنطقه، فانا يوم افكر نعمل بيلت اب اريا بدي اكون عارف شو في، ممكن اروح على بيلت اب اريا فعليا ما فيش خدمات حولها، فانا هون بصير اصعب علي. ليش؟ لانه الانفراستراكشر بده يروح لهي المنطقه. كيف؟ معناها انا بدي اعمل كونكت على شبكات المي وشبكات الكهرباء واخذ منها ديستريبيوشن نتورك ادخلها على المنطقه اللي بدي اشتغلها. اذا انا فعليا هاي المنطقه اقرب منطقه لها 10 كيلو رايح على الصحراء مثلا اعمل منطقه بيلت اب اريا، فانت فعليا شو زيد وين الكوست هون بدك تحسبه والجدول كيف؟ ليش انت تروح تبعد 10 كيلو عن اقرب منطقه خدمات؟ ليش ما تروح تفكر مثلا في اي عندي هاي المناطق هاي كلها بيلت اب اريا اوريدي مبنيه، انا ليش ما افكر اعمل هون بيلت اب اريا مثلا؟ هاي منطقه فاضيه قريبه على الخدمات. كيف؟ طب ليش انا بدي اياها هون في دراستك وانت هون بدك تحط الاسباب انه هاي المنطقه قريبه على الخدمات، في طرق اوريدي قريبه عليها ومؤسسه، في شبكات مياه وصرف صحي والكتريكال موجوده، فانت صفى موضوعك انه انت بتاخذ بعين الاعتبار الكونستراكشنز ديزاين اللي انت بدك تشتغل فيه، باقي الامور متوفره. غير لما اروح شخص ويجي هون ويقول لك انا بدي اعمل بيلت اب اريا هون، انت فعليا انا كصاحب قرار لو جبت لي المخطط في هاي المنطقه وكان عاجبني وشكله حلو راح اقول لك موافق از فيو. ليش؟ انا انت عامل لي مدينه حلوه بشكل كونستراكشن جميل والاوتبوت جميل، كل شيء مطابق، قياسات صحيحه، الكوست مناسب، البادجت مناسب للبادجت، كل شيء تمام، راح اوافق. بس انا ما شفت هاي وين بايدي، انا هذا كله ما شفته، كل البروجكت بشكل عام انا ما اطلعت عليه بيجي فيو. فالابلكيشن كنا اذا بدك ترجع زمان كانوا يشتغلوا مانيوال، اذا بدك ترجع لزمان كانوا يشتغلوا مانيوال، يجي يطلع شخص بيعرف المنطقه يطلعوا يعملوا انسبكشن، يشوفوا اقرب منطقه ويشوفوا اقرب مبنى وين واصل اخر خدمه ويرجع يقول لك بدنا نعمل هون. ما كان في رولز انها تقول لك وين تروح، ما كان في شيء انفورس الشخص انه يشتغل ضمن ليميتيشن، ما كان في ليميتيشنز عائده للمشرف او صاحب القرار. يعني ممكن يخليك تبني بالصحراء ما حدا راح يقول له لا. هون في عندك رولز وقواعد، بس هاي الرولز والقواعد او هاي السستينابيلتي اللي بنحكي عنها اللي هدف المؤتمر، التولز والسوفت وير هو اللي بده يساعدك فيها. يعني احنا فعليا في الواقع بنحكي على سستينابيلتي وبنحكي على انفراستراكشر، بنحكي على موضوع كبير، بتحكي على انتيتيز كثير، بتحكي على باراميترز كثير. من غير سوفت وير وسيستم وبروسيجرز ما في كنترول. انا بدي اجي اعمل كونستراكشنز لبيلت اب اريا وبس يكون تفكيري اني انا اعمل بيلدينج ويكون شكل البيلدينج كيف شكله وكيف الاركتكت تبعه وكيف الديزاين تبعه وكيف عدد طوابق، وما اخذ بعين الاعتبار باقي الانفراستراكشر اللي موجوده عندي. فعليا انت يعني تطلع برا البادجت، بتضيع كوست زياده. حتى على مستوى بدي ابني طرق، انا بدي ابني طريق واعمل بريدج، من وين بدك تعمله؟ بناء على ايش بدك تعمل البريدج اللي عندك؟ هل عندك الترافيك فاليو عشان تعمل انا اختار انه هاي المنطقه انا بدي اعمل فيها بريدج، او بدي اعمل اوسع الشارع في هاي المنطقه، او اعمل شارع موازي لهذا الشارع حتى يخفف الترافيك؟ هذا بدون فاليو بدون اتريبيوت اي شخص بده يجي يعمل لك هذا الديزاين. كيف بدك تاخذه بعين الاعتبار؟ بدك تروح على سوري على الكاد على الريفت روح ارسمه، راح يطلع معك اوتبوت وراح ترسمه وفي النهايه وراح يطلع رسمه جميل وراح يعجب الاغلب، راح يتفرج عليه راح يقول لك ممتاز شكله، بس البيز فاليو تبعه من وين اجى؟ الاكشنز اللي بدي اخذه عليه بناء على ايش؟ انا لما يكون عندي اتريبيوت وفاليو وهذا الشارع عندي معلوماته وبعرف شو الخدمات اللي واصليته وبعرف مثلا، ما انت عشان تيجي تعمل انفراستراكشر بدك ترجع هون انا بدي ابني منطقه، ما انا بدي ارجع لوزاره المياه والكهرباء واشوف القدره اللي عندها، هل قدره المضخات المتوفره تزويد المياه هل هو افيلبل انه انا لو جيت عملت بيلت اب اريا هون هل هو متوفر انه يخدمني؟ ولا ممكن يقول لي لا احنا متوفر لكن احنا البلان تبعتنا انه بعد 4 سنوات نعمل بايب لاينز جديد يخدم هاي المناطق. طيب بدي اروح على جماعه الالكتريكال، هل في سب ستيشنز او مين ستيشنز او وات ايفر، ممكن يعطيني الكابابيلتي او الكي في اللي بدي اياه لهي المنطقه، ممكن يقول لك لا هاي كل المنطقه هاي فولتج، هاي المنطقه اللي انت جاي تختارها هاي كلها بالنسبه لي هي مناطق هاي فولتج، ما بقدر اعطيك على ليفل الديستريبيوشن نتورك، لانه ما راح يقدر ينزل من ليفل هاي فولتج للو فولتج بدون ستيبس معينه او كومبوننت يحط، فراح يقول لك لا هاي المنطقه كلها ابراج اصلا لا تصلح انه انا انزل لك فيها للديستريبيوشن نتورك، لانه سيجنالز تاعت الهاي فولتج بتاثر على في اماكن معينه لها تاثير سلبي، فهو ما راح يجي يعمل لك موف لبولز هاي فولتج عشان انت تعمل بيلت اب اريا هون. هاي الدراسات كلها هون عم نحكي احنا دروينج ديجيتايزنج، بس انت قاعد فعليا بزنس ثينكينج بتفكر. باقي الابلكيشنز الميزه انه ما في عندي اتريبيوت، انا عباره عن درور او ديجيتايزر بشتغل وبرسم. هون لا، هون الليفل اعلى شوي، هون انت بترسم وبتفكر وفي لوجيك يعطيك الاوتبوت. يعني انا مجرد مثلا بدي ارسم، جيت على هاي المنطقه فعليا وانت بتشتغل ممكن تطلع هون هاي منطقه هاي عندي هاي فولتج، هاي مثلا في 3 دي هاي عملت هاي فولتج، فانا ليش ارسم؟ خلص يعني منطقيا بيجبرك السوفت وير هون انه انت تاخذ بعين الاعتبار فاكتورز وباراميترز مختلفه، انا ما بقدر اشتغل هون لان عندي عمليه هاي فولتج واضحه بالصوره. واذا عندك الايمج عاده بتكون في ايمج 3 دي، فانا لو مشتري 3 دي هاي الاعمده راح اشوفها على شكل 3 دي وراح اشوفه بحجمه، فهذا اعمده صعب تعملها نقل او تيجي شركه الكهرباء بتقول لك عشان تعمل بلت اب هدول بدي اشيلهم. هون احنا بنحكي على انه يكون شغلك فيه 3 دي، شو الكابابيلتي وشو الادد فاليو اللي بدك تحصل عليها اذا انت اشتغلت في 3 دي. اذا بتشتغل 2 دي انا ممكن اشوف هذا التاور كله او البول كله واشوفه على شكل بوينت، فما راح يكون ما راح ياثر علي كثير. اذا شفت بوينت ومكتوب عليها بول ما راح يكون مهم كثير بالنسبه لي، يعني ممكن ما تاثر عليك بشكل كبير، بوينت وشفتها. لكن لما تيجي تطلع عليها شكل 3 دي وتشوف التاور او البولز حجمه بخليك تعيد التفكير في الديزاين تبعك وتعمل ريهابيليتيشنز للبروسيجر او الورك فلو اللي انت ماشي فيه. اي سؤال؟ انا اعتبرها هاي جلسه مناقشه، وبعتذر مره ثانيه لانه الشخص اللي المفروض يقدم هاي البرزنتيشن معاه البرزنتيشن ومعاه الماتيريال ومعاه كل الديمو اللي لازم ينعمل، فلا اجى هو ولا الاغراض اللي معه، صار معه ظرف فانا قاعد عم بشرح لايف من الافيلبل الموجود عندي. تفضل.
نحن عم نحكي عن الشغلات الموجودة على الأرض فوق سطح الأرض. نبحث عن الشغلات يلي مثلا مثل آبار النفط أو آبار المياه أو شبكات الصرف الصحي أو مثلا التانلز الأنفاق تحت الأرض. هل فينا نعمل هي الدراسات عليها باستخدام هذا البرنامج؟
نعم، لانه انت اصلا اوريدي هذا موجود. الحكي عن جماعه اذا في حدا من جماعه البترول او النفط موجود اكيد موجود عندهم، لانه انا الشبكه زي ما هي موجوده عندي، الانفراستراكشر زي ما هي موجوده عندي. ما هو في عندك انفراستراكشر نوعين، اب جراوند واندر جراوند، ما هو بدها تكون موجوده عندك. انا لما اشتغل في البترول بتكون عندي معلومات الاندر جراوند اللي بشتغل عليها، وباخذوا الاكسس كنترول بوينتس ويعملوا تيستينج لكل منطقه بيشتغلوا فيها، فهو عنده فاليو اندر جراوند لكل بيعمل سيجمنتيشن. هم عندهم هاي المعلومات لكل سيجمنتيشن. ممكن يجي يقول لك هون تيجي تمد مثلا كيبل، انا بدي اعمل حفريه هون امد فايبر كيبل، فايبر نتورك، بدك راح يقول لك لا هون ما بزبط، ما بينفع تعمل هون فايبر نتورك لانه هاي المنطقه نوع التربه فيها 1 2 3 ما راح تشتغل الانفراستراكشر او ما راح تعمل الديزاين انت بدك اياه في هاي المنطقه. هلا اذا جيت انا اشتغلت في منطقه الصرف الصحي، شو بدي اخذ يعني الصرف الصحي المين فانكشنز تبعه ايش هو؟ انه غالبا هو بيشتغل باي جرافيتي، فانا شو بهمني؟ السلوب. فانا في 2 دي و 3 دي هون انا بقدر اضيف الماب على اللوكال فيو تبع اللي بدي اياه، وباجي بقول له انا بدي شكل ال 3 دي لو تيرين، وبناء على راح يكون عندك فاليو اللي هي الكنترول لاين والكنترول بوينت، وتطلع منهم شكل الارض الحقيقي وتعرف ارتفاعاتك وتاخذ النقطه الاعلى وتاخذ النقطه الادنى الاوطى اللي بدك اياه وتطلع السلوب بينهم وتعمل الديزاين تاعت الشبكه تبعتك بناء عليه. انه انت مثلا عندك الخط طوله مثلا 7 كيلو، انا 7 كيلو الستاندر يكون 50 متر بين المانهول والثاني. طيب المانهول الاول الاليفيشن بوينت تبعته او التوب ليفل تبعه 2 متر، انا الستاندر اني انزل 3 سم او 4 سم بين المانهول الاول والثاني حتى تشتغل باي جرافيتي. هذا الديزاين انت بتعمله بناء على هذا الحكي، وهنا بعرض لك اياه اندر جراوند، راح تشوفه بالسلوب تبعه بالمقاطع اللي هو فيها، راح تشوفه بالشكل يعني فعليا. فانت ما زي ما الفيو بعطيك فوق الارض راح يعطيك اياه تحت الارض، بس راح يكون الاليفيشن تبعه ايش؟ بالماينس. فانت راح تشوفه تحت المبنى. يعني انت فعليا لما تيجي على بيلدينج او عنده شبكه.
انا هذا قصدي، يعني انه انا كطالب هندسه او كمهندس بتقبل انه اشوف هذا المنظر، بس اما اذا جيت لحدا ثاني من عامه الناس ارجيه منظر تحت الارض بجوز يعني.
لا احنا عندنا الفلور راح تشوف تحت الارض، احنا عندنا البيسمنت اصلا اوريدي. انا عندك البيسمنت انا في المباني اللي بشتغل فيها البيسمنت والليفل ماينس 1 والبيم 1 تاع الباركينج في المباني موجود كله بالماينس مود، فكله راح تشوفه تحت الارض. بس انا بشوف لك اذا في بس في البيسمنت لانه موجود عندي، بس اتاكد انه هذا الثيرد فلور، هاي البيسمنت ثيرد فلور. second floor. كل اليوتيليتيز اللي اندر جراوند راح تشوفها تحت الارض وتشوفها بالشكل اللي فيها. واذا كانت عندك اليوتيليتي نتورك اللي حضرناها امبارح، كل اليوتيليتي نتورك بالستركشرز اللي انت بانيه بالفانكشنز بالكومبوننت راح تشوفها كامله تحت الارض بتفاصيلها بالكونكتيفيتي اللي فيها في كامل مقاطعها. زي ما انت شايفها فوق الارض راح تشوفها تحت الارض. وفعليا المبنى اصلا راح تشوفه تحت الارض، لانه اغلب لو بتيجي مثلا على مستوى الكويت اغلب المباني والبيلدينج في الكويت في عندهم باركينج تاع السيارات ماينس 3 وماينس 4 وماينس 5، فهذول كلهم اصلا راح تشوفهم اندر جراوند. اي سؤال ثاني؟ دكتور ديج اي سؤال؟ اي تفضلوا، اي سؤال، اي ملاحظه؟ وسامحونا مره ثانيه وشكرا لكم. واحنا بالنسبه لنا في عندنا ماتيريالز على موضوع ال 3 دي، في عندنا ماتيريالز الارك برو ال 3 دي وعندنا السيتي انجن، فاحنا بنقدر نزودكم في هاي الماتيريالز. وفي عندنا سامبل داتا للطلاب الجامعه، اذا بنقدر نزودهم بالسامبل داتا اللي موجود، بقدر يشتغل عليها 2 دي و 3 دي. والارك برو افيلبل عندكم في جامعه الكويت، وبنقدر نعمل لكم بوث في الجامعه ونودي شخص منا يتابع مع الطلاب ويساعدهم في حل واجهوا اي مشكله لمده يومين او 3 حسب النسق مع الدكتور. وبالنسبه للسيتي انجن برضه بنعمل لكم ديمو عنه، لايف ديمو، بس عاده السيتي انجن شوي لانه السبيكس تاعت الهاردوير بتختلف، فمضطرين نتعامل مع هاردوير تكون مواصفاته. لكن احنا افيلبل للارك برو، راح نودي شاب من عندنا من المهندسين يشتغل على الارك برو ويزودكم بالبيانات اللي انتم بتطلبوها ويشتغل معكم وتشوفوا. اللي عنده مشروع تخرج او حابب يعمل سامبل بيقدر يطبق الارك برو على الداتا اللي عنده، السامبل داتا الموجوده، ويشوف يطلع اوتبوت اس 2 دي و 3 دي ويقدر يعمل اناليسيز عليها، واحنا سبورت له من اي تو زد حتى يطلع الاوتبوت اللي بيناسبه. بالاضافه احنا راح نزودكم في ماتيريال فيها كل الستبس ومع سناب شوت لكل خطوه والمراحل اللي بيشتغل فيها. وفي عندنا سيرفيس راح نشير، احنا في عندنا سيرفيس ما بقدر اشيرها لانه في سيرفيس تابع لانتيتيز معينه. احنا عندنا زي مثلا الفندق الحمراء، معظم الكومبلكس الموجوده في الكويت مرفوعه 3 دي، وراح نشوفوها قريبا ان شاء الله في كويت فايندر از 3 دي مع اندور مابينج على الفيو. بس احنا يعني جماعه باسي بتطلعوا علينا، فان شاء الله راح تشوفوها لايف على ابلكيشن الاندور كويت فايندر. وشكرا لكم مره ثانيه.